All right, now we're actually live. Um, I'm just not gonna touch anything now. So yeah, cannabis reform rally. Took us half an hour to get that going. But yeah, so we're gonna share this link out. Sorry, you guys, Facebook is just not wanting to work with me. So Facebook is just real cool. Um, so yeah, if you
It's all
guys,
good.
yeah, so Dustin, you had the video competition. Maybe we wait for some people to like pile in on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I'll just kind of start hanging out here. So yeah, right now I'm just kind of sharing on Facebook and social media, and we also need all of you guys to be sharing as well because the deal is when you're promoting a Schedule One substance, uh, you can't boost it. You can't. There's a lot of regulations, and even just getting this stream going might have something to do with us promoting cannabis. So we really need everybody to be liking, commenting, sharing, and be the booster yourself. You know, because we don't even really want to give Facebook money to boost our ads if they're going to be acting that way. You know, here, founder of Real Indie News, and every year we do an annual rally at the Capitol. It started in 2017 after the legislators denied the 64% who voted for medical marijuana. And I wanted to attend a rally, and there wasn't anything scheduled, so I was like, well, let's figure it out. And, you know, there's a few dozen of us there. We had some legislators, and it was kind of our first go around. Since then, the rally has grown. And this year, we had to take a unique uh, view on it. So Philip has beat his head against the wall of technology throughout the weekend and to make this happen and make it happen. So we just big shout out to him, stuff like that. But I'll pass it over to Jody here, the chair of the Freedom of Cannabis Act, to throw her 2 cents in there. She's also doing something above and beyond being chair. Maybe she'll mention today.
Hi, Jody Better. Happy 420. Just wishing everybody a happy 420, all the cannabis warriors out there, and everybody's been fighting for freedom and working to get this on the ballot this year. And I'm just so thankful of the team that we've had out in the trenches and grassroots effort to really get this on the ballot and get freedom of cannabis once and for all in North Dakota in 2020. Um, not wait till 2022. Also, I am also the Libertarian candidate for Senate for District 32, so I'm gonna hopefully take the fight to the legislature and really get some sound and fair and real cannabis laws for commercial sales and growth in this state. So the fight is not over. I'm continuing it on, and hopefully, with the voters in District 32, I'll be able to do that.
Yeah, and
That's what
I'm the tech
I'll.
guy. I make streams and videos. That's about all that I do. So, yeah, other than that, we have this whole entire thing for till about 6 p.m. or until you guys get bored. Um, did you share the link to Facebook?
Yep, we're getting her shared
Okay.
around on social media and all that stuff. Um, so we do have a viral video challenge that we'd like people to enter. We're asking a $4.20 donation, and then 100% of the donations would then be divided between the winners between four categories. So we have a sign making category, and we also have a three different video challenges. One is an 8 second viral video challenge, and one is a 30 second, and then the final one would be a 3 minute video. So basically, what we're asking is you're going to be judged on how many shares you get, how many likes you get, how many comments you get, how much traction you can get to your video, and that's how you make it viral. Because you know, like we're talking about, we can't get things boosted through social media. We can't do paid ads, stuff like that on social media. Um, there's some ways to get some bonus points. If you max out your invites to the rally, invite as many people as you can. I think Facebook allows 250 invites, I believe, per person. If you become a Green Crew member, which is a monthly donor of $4.20, you get a substantial bonus for that. And what we're really looking for is people who want to make a monthly contribution to a North Dakota based uh, grassroots organization that is fighting at the Capitol. We had 5 registered lobbyists. We had dozens of people show up to our first event, storm the Capitol. We do news interviews, things like that. But we're real boots on the ground that are working hard, fighting for Second Amendment rights for medical patients, fighting for WSI rights for medical patients, the right to home grow, expansion of illnesses, veterans access, all kinds of things at the Capitol. And to have people there, it makes a difference, and it's a lot of commitment. And $4.20. Hey, it's 420. And right now, all contributions are matched dollar for dollar, and they're matched by what's called an in-kind donation, which is the volunteer work from the organization as a whole. And we're well into really high numbers for our in-kind donations. So with that, I guess that's kind of the main gist of everything.
Yeah, and if you want to learn more, you can also go on our website, ndforfreedom.com. While that loads, I did not plan this to load that well. Okay, so this is the website, ndforfreedom.com. If you guys want to download a copy of the measure, you can hit this measure button here and scroll down to full language. If you because of COVID and you kind of still want to help out, the best way to do that, you can't sign your own petition, but if you have some friends that want to sign as well, you can do the donation, or you can help out by printing out the petition and circulating it at your house and getting people to sign. And you can't sign your own, but the best trick for that is you can get in contact with any of the chair for your district. So we have a Fargo page, a Grand Forks page, and all of that. If you get in touch with them, you can meet up with them to drop off your packet, and then you can sign their packet, and then you're also signing on top of also turning it in your packet. The only big deal with that one is you also do have to get your petition um, notarized by a notary, and usually your bank can do that. Otherwise, I think post offices do that, right? I think.
I guess I usually go to the bank, and then we have like there are specific notaries that have said we'll notarize your packets for the measure, stuff like that too. So just ask on one of the groups, and we'll definitely get it notarized. And like Phil said, you don't have to have 50 full
Yeah.
signatures. If you get one signature, send it in. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
If we got to want it,
Any
we got.
Oh, sorry, I cut you
Go
guys
ahead,
off.
Jody.
any signatures are good.
Right. As far as also when he was talking about the video contest, we also do have an extra bonus point little run here. If you submit in a packet, doesn't have to be full, doesn't you don't have to have a full packet. If you submit in a packet, how many points did we say that was? Because I don't have the document in front of me, but I'm guessing it was like 50 or something crazy. Dustin?
I
For
don't.
each packet has 50
Yeah,
signatures.
no, 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 but for the contest, the video contest.
Oh, well, so that's the problem with Skype here. I have to, yeah, it's a substantial bonus.
Here, I'll pull it up.
It will definitely be able to help people out.
Yeah. Also, in order to be in the contest, you do have to donate $4.20. And basically, how this is all working is it's one big pot, and then the top three people who win get that pot, split up by percentages from each one. So definitely feel free to donate. As far as the donations go, you can donate online on the ndforfreedom.com page. There's also a Streamlabs link in the description here that you can donate to, and if you do donate, something cool pops up on the screen. So that's cool. Um, and yeah, otherwise, if you just want to, watch and have fun. We have a lot of fun things happening for this. We're going to be talking to a couple people, a couple candidates, some people that are a watchdog group for the 4001 bill, which we'll definitely be talking a lot about today, and also the basically the main packs, like all the packs that are involved. We're going to be talking to each of you guys or each of them. You guys can ask questions, anything like that. Um, you can ask questions in the Discord link, which will be right here in the chat, and I'll also add it to the description here in a second. But you can go. What? Oh. Um. Oh. Okay. Well, that descript. Why is it saying? Okay. I guess I'm doing it on the YouTube page. Technology is not working for me today. Straight up. Um. Like, yeah. Facebook for some reason. I think Facebook's actually literally having problems. I'm pretty sure one of them is probably just high behind the wheel and just like, oh, that thing's on fire. But yeah, so you guys can go to that Discord to jump into the call waiting room. We'll be jumping in throughout the day as well. And if you have any questions or just guys want to talk and hang out, you can do that as well by jumping in on clicking that link there. Um, oh, okay. So yeah, other than that, yeah, enjoy the show, I guess.
And we're getting close to our first hour already.
Are we?
No.
Oh
Yep.
boy. Yeah, I was honestly, I was like, oh, okay, so I'm doing a 6 hour stream. I've never done a 6 hour stream before in my life. So this is about to get really interesting. Um, yeah, so if you guys want to jump in on Discord too right now, you can definitely do that. Otherwise, we do have some sponsors for the stream and for just kind of helping us out. So we'll definitely be doing that. If you also were a vendor for the downtown show, the downtown one that we had in Bismarck at the Capitol, and you want to be shouted out by us, our ginormous 3 viewers that we have right now, um, feel free to send either. I think you would have gotten in contact with Dustin, so send Dustin a message, and we'll get you set up to show off your wares, show off your goods if you're a vendor, or if you're a business sponsor that has the petition as well. We would love to shout you out as well. We like to be able to give back to our businesses that support us, and also just anybody that supports us, and just in general. So, um, feel free to reach out to us if you. It's right now is not late, is what I'm saying. Don't worry about it. We all kind of threw this together. I kind of more lagged on it. I kind of knew that we were doing this like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I did post it up on Facebook, so other than that, yeah. What should we talk about? You guys want to talk about some cannabis news?
So yeah, we're about a few minutes away from the top of the hour. The next discussion we got coming up is Casey Buckman's going to be coming on, and he'll be talking about the right to petition. We're going to have a Super Rooter ad coming up here for sponsoring this hour of the Cannabis Rally.
By the way, she is sponsored all of the hours right now. uh, if you guys want to speak to the owner of Super Rooter, she's right there. So yeah, she really did help out, and she's really just helping out the entire
We're still
cause.
working.
Huh?
We're still working. With all the
Dude,
craziness.
like, I mean, okay, look. Everybody's sold out of toilet paper. That toilet paper has to go somewhere.
Right, right.
So
And everybody at your house.
so you have some job security there, that's for sure. um,
That's for sure.
yeah, so Casey was gonna be on at 2, so we'll definitely need to fill some time for that. So, Ben and Jerry is going to be, well, we're gonna do this live. So let me just throw that over onto this screen so we can get to that one. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. That's not what I wanted for that, but um, that's not what I wanted. We're gonna remove Dustin from that scene for a minute. Audio output capture. We'll go to headphones output. Okay. All right. So now everybody can hear you guys on this scene as well. So yeah, Ben and Jerry uses 420 to promote marijuana reform while other brands market off the holiday. Um, so I guess they have some. I mean, public gatherings are obviously canceled. By the way, let me just mention that as well. Um, there is some sort of protest. I have no idea if it's even actually still happening. It, but that's not
Okay,
us.
yeah. So with that, yeah, we should just mention real quickly that so you have to have a permit to do events at the Capitol grounds. You have to be part of their schedule. You have to let them know what you're doing. Um, they won't deny your permit, but you got to work with the place where you're going to have a rally. That's just the way it is, you know. So you have to have a permit within 15 days. So our rally was permitted for today, and we had a road closed, and we had highway patrol support, and all these things in place. And about a month or so ago, Rhonda Berg, who is the Capitol Grounds manager, started messaging me and saying, we're going to close the March events. And then she did close the April events. Now, somewhere in the last week or so, a group has said that they were going to the Capitol today to open North Dakota. So I did talk to law enforcement highway patrol this morning, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we were expecting you guys here, and totally wasn't it." And he said they didn't have a permit, but they were not going to remove anybody today. But yeah, that's definitely not our group. We had everything legally in place, along with the legal waivers that you need, all that stuff. And so we respected Rhonda Berg's wishes and the Capitol Grounds wishes, and we're moved online and figured it out, and you know that's what we decided to do. So if you see people there, you know,
Yeah.
maybe some of them are for marijuana, but it's a different group going on there.
Also, the Burgum during a press conference, he was actually asked, what's going on with that? Are you gonna like send out police there and actually try to like shut them down? Um, he kind of gave a roundabout answer of, we're not gonna say no, but they need to have at least 10. Like the group has to be only 10 people big. So all 10 of you guys have fun.
It was confirmed by law enforcement there's over 30, which is what the Bismarck PD requires for a permit for a sidewalk rally. You have to, if you have over 30, you have to comply with them as well. He figured there might even be closer to 50 people. That's just what he told me. And But yeah, so it'll be interesting the way things go forward from now on. Um, is everyone going to be allowed to just show up at the Capitol now whenever we want? Regardless of what else is going on. Maybe it's Pride Day, and you know what? I just show up without a permit and start putting, things in people's faces. I just, there's a process for a reason. It's not an infringement on your First Amendment right or anything like that. It's if you're going to use a public space, give them a notice. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's also for safety too. Like
Exactly.
that's usually the reason. Like, hey, there's going to be a large amount of people in a small amount of space, and they want to make sure that everybody's safe, and that's the reason for most of the permitting. And also, they also want to know, like, do we need to have, because most protests don't have much media attention, but they also want to like be able to have somebody on site that can do like a like talk to press about their side of the story. And that's also another reason why they usually want a permit, so they know, like, hey, we gotta call Bob. But yeah,
Well, and it doesn't cost anything. It's free. And it's like you say, it's a way to, support law enforcement if you really think about it. They're the ones who got to deal with this. Now you have law enforcement at the Capitol because there's a group of people there. They don't really know what they're doing. And, is that where we need our law enforcement right now? Just staring at the Capitol grounds? I mean, I don't know.
Just general
Anyway,
respect.
yeah.
yeah. I mean, honestly, like, I think that if they're like, there's nothing. Okay, there was a big one in Minnesota. I want to say on Friday. I think it was on Friday, of like, open up the state and all that stuff. And I think a lot of that was like triggered by tweets on Twitter. But like, there's a large amount of people, and a lot of people were talking shit, and there was some really crazy stories and ideas that people were talking about. And honestly, I was more interested in hearing those than anything. But yeah, there was a Unicorn Riot. Have you guys ever heard of them?
Oh, wow.
I don't know. Unicorn Riot was out there
Uh,
streaming. They're a news organization, apparently. That's a really weird name for a news organization, but yeah. So, yeah, other than that,
so, yeah, right now, kind of cannabis news in North Dakota. Um, Dispensary in Fargo shut down, huh?
Mhm.
yeah, these,
I mean,
In the biggest city in North Dakota,
right?
no dispensary.
no dispensary, no home grow. And, that's the stuff that we were fighting for at the Capitol. They put together a bill that only allowed 8 dispensaries. And it's like, well, the same people that champion a free market allow 8 dispensaries when it comes to medical cannabis. I mean, and now Fargo's closed. So now patients have to, rural patients are already traveling. It's nothing new for us, but like now you have the largest city in the state. All those folks have to travel now. I mean, you're forcing people to go out and travel during this
Yeah.
time. That's why we're fighting for home grow.
And Cass
Grow
County,
Yes.
your own.
yeah, and Cass County right now, I'm I'm forecasting that Grand Forks is going to beat Grant or Fargo very soon. If anybody knows anything about what's going on in Grand Forks, I can guarantee you. I don't know if they drop today, but maybe tomorrow. Um,
Well, can people even get to Grand Forks? I understand there's a big flood going on up there.
yeah, the Minnesota bridge. There's two bridges that are kind of still flooded, but you can get from Fargo to to Grand Forks usually just fine. The thing is Cass County right now has a lot of cases, and people traveling, because if you're in Fargo, probably where you're gonna go, Grand Forks, right? Like
Mhm.
that's your nearest dispensary in that case. So you're gonna be not sure if you're infected, or even if you are, you might be sending somebody else to go for you, because like this is medicine. This isn't like, hey, I need a kickback. Like this is their medicine. So they obviously need that. So they will have somebody drive up to Grand Forks, or they will drive up themselves, not knowing that they're infected. And then the people that they stop at a gas station, for instance, and then boom, those people could possibly be infected. Stop at Walmart to grab some stuff for your ride back. Those people could be infected as well. It doesn't help, but I can understand why the parent company of that dispensary did it, because I guess they're out in New York. Um,
Well, and of course, that's the other thing too, right? The whole nothing's North Dakota based in the system either.
yeah,
The only people who could afford it were these big corporate franchises, and
Mhm.
you know,
yeah, and
Yeah, the cost is out, just for a permit to operate in the state is outrageous.
the licensing behind like the testing of everything too is also,
$80,000 for 2 years.
and the testing also is kind of like, I get the
So much for
testing,
small business.
Huh?
So much for small business.
Right.
I mean, that kind of overhead
So
will kill
testing,
small business.
yeah, I mean, yeah. Can you imagine if your company had to pay 100 grand every 2 years to do
Well,
septics
just to operate, that's
just to
insanity.
operate?
Yeah. And I mean, they have North Dakota has the grow ops. It's grown in North Dakota, right? I'm pretty sure.
It's grown here,
Yeah,
but the
must
company
be.
again is based in another place.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, they allowed two grow dispensaries. And actually, we did get those expanded. You could originally, the grow dispensaries, to my knowledge, could grow 1,000 plants. That was the
Hmm.
original one. And then this last session, if they pay an additional, I think it's $10,000 or something like that, then they can grow so many more plants. So it's like a pay to play deal. So it's like on one hand, like we're trying to expand the groweries, and then that's what they came up with. It was okay, but I mean,
Use the same string key. I don't care. Okay. And we're back. I hope. Yes, we are back. All right. Sorry. Say what you were saying before with the Dustin.
uh, for the permits for the home grow or for the uh, grow facilities,
Yeah.
yeah, the grow facilities, you there's only two permits, and then it's I believe those are $100,000 every 2 year permits, and they're only allowed to grow up to 1,000 plants unless they pay an additional, I believe it's $10,000.
Yeah.
Then they could expand their operation. But again, the only people that can afford to pay 100 grand to operate every 2 years is no local person in North Dakota. It's a big marijuana corporation now is what we're starting to see, and that's something that we're not really for either, as we've never reached out to any national marijuana groups or any dispensary chains. None of that. We've never asked any of them for a dime, and none of them have ever contacted us either. And in fact, all we've seen is actually out of state groups coming in and kind of screwing it up, where you have these little startup companies that are saying, I can get you a marijuana card, and then they don't even know what the law is, and they call they call it a prescription, and it's not a prescription, and they don't know the rules, they don't know the illnesses it covers. And we actually got two of those companies were actually removed because of what our group did after they started soliciting patients. And that's the other thing too is um, North Dakota voted for medical, and we as North Dakotans need to be the ones to say we voted. And that's why I support Jody. She's like, what, we voted. Now she's at the Capitol. She's leading the measure, and she's running for office. I mean, this lady's pissed, right?
Right.
I mean, and that's what we need. We need more people to be like, that's not cool. Like we can't just allow it. So
Yeah. I mean, I think like right now, like it's tough for people to kind of self isolate and all this stuff that's going on right now. So home grow would allow people to have less stress on their hands as far as getting to cannabis, as far as picking up from a dispensary, and that's the reason why it's really important. And also, like you, Dustin, you live out in, no offense here, the middle of bumfuck nowhere, which is,
Driscoll rule. Yeah,
yeah,
30,
which
30
is,
people.
yeah, exactly. So like you can't exactly, and I know you know some medical patients and stuff like that. Like getting access for them is probably really difficult in 30 towns, in a 30 population town. So yeah,
Well, it's a minimum. It's 68 miles round trip to go to the Bismarck dispensary.
yeah. But
So
and then you also have the fact that of limits. You know, you can only pick up X amount of like what's the limit on usual?
I believe you can have up to 3 ounces of dried leaves and flowers, is what.
72 grams, I believe, and 4,000 milligrams of concentrate or like shatter or wax.
Right. So at the end of the day, like I mean, 3 ounces is a lot, but it's not enough for I don't know. I guess it depends on how often you're
It's
smoking, but
enough for yeah. Well, and some people like if you're a cancer patient, like smoking, I mean, that's sure some people do, but like you need to be making concentrates like
Mm,
edibles, oils. That takes a massive
and you can't
amount.
even do edibles in North Dakota either. Like,
Can't
well,
legally buy them.
yeah, you can't legally buy them. You can
So
make them, but
they're encouraged to make them, which is really ironic
right.
since you're not encouraged to like, no home grow, but you're encouraged to manufacture your own edibles.
And then you also have
which
the people who live in like apartment complexes too that they do that. They're patients, and then they get a letter from their landlord saying, "Yo, your shit smells like some really good shit, but you can't do that here."
well,
Right?
that comes down to like private property rights. I don't that egg hasn't really been cracked at the Capitol yet, but I'm imagining next session that there's going to be some apartment building owners and big real estate companies that are going to come in and say, you know what? And to some degree, I understand if you own the apartment building, that's your right. Because you
Mm-hmm.
know what? I'll just go build an apartment building and invite only patients. I mean, whatever. But, there has to be some common sense to where you're not going to block out patients completely from the rental companies and things like that.
Maybe that will happen. There will be specific, you know, cannabis friendly apartment complexes.
Well, I
it,
think there'd have to be, because like with Breathe ND and the cigarette smoking, like they said they hammered it and said no. Now if that type of coalition would come against cannabis, which it probably is in some places and it's on its way here, because people have their own views and to be honest, if I'm smoking in my apartment and it's drifting through the vents into my neighbors, I would like to take responsibility for that and figure out how to correct that action. And everyone should understand that. Now, if I'm at my house in Driscoll on my front porch and we're taking medicine, then that's just too bad for everyone else. That is just too damn bad. That's kind of my view on that, I guess.
but it also has to do with income. Like right now, I mean, I don't make a shitload of money, but like right now, I can't afford a house. So my only option is to rent. Which, by the way, renting is just a complete ripoff. Like, if you at all have a chance to purchase a house and you have enough income or you have a cosigner, that is a much better opportunity than renting because you will never own. So all you're doing is you're just throwing money to somebody and that's it. It's never coming back to you. It's never going down. It's mostly going up. So yeah, but like if you're like with my income, my girlfriend's income put together, we've thought about purchasing like property and or a trailer. But like it's really the income thing. Like if you're lower income, you're working a shit job like I do. Um, you know,
Say less than like 15 bucks an hour. And the
yeah,
cost of living in North Dakota for a family of
it's
four
actually
is
very
actually
low.
30, 31.
Really?
31 bucks an hour in North Dakota. Yeah, for a family of four
Oh
with
yeah,
daycare, health care. It's on a state website. I could dig it up eventually, but yeah.
yeah. For me,
No,
it's
what you're saying is absolutely true. How are you gonna if your landlord decides that even though Philip you have a card, let's say, I don't care if you have a card or not, but if your neighbor has a pill form of whatever opioids he gets,
right.
it's whatever.
Yeah, like it,
Or he could have a whole still in his bathroom. It's no big deal.
still. I mean, yeah, like that's the thing is like, okay, at what point do we actually like right now, cannabis, medicinal cannabis is accepted by certain doctors by certain conditions and the conditions are different between each one and I have no idea what's going on with your Skype, Jody. I'm sorry, but it's just freaking out, so I'm not fixing it. But like if you if you, at what point do we actually start accepting cannabis to be just the exact same as I mean, okay, Tylenol would be saying like, easy access, but as far as like even an opiate prescription. Yeah, it's controlled. You can only get so many. You can only get it from a certain doctor. You can only, it's checked up on and everything like that. That's how opiate medication's working. Like a doctor can't just start writing like a million scripts. They have a certain amount that they can prescribe. They usually get checked up on if they start going insane with the prescriptions. Um, they have certain contracts with their patients as well in some cases, like, hey, you can't, you won't be able to ask me for a refill early. You're going to get them at this exact speed. This is how many you're getting and all of this stuff. This is what you're expecting, and it's like a contract. You can't break that. You do, you're gone. At what point do we start accepting it like that? Because with the opiate prescription, you might be a pain patient, you might be on a pain contract, you might have everything. You can take it at your house. But
I would I would say that, once the real part is the education part, I would say. And Jody knows all too well about this part, as, she went to the Capitol more times than me in the end. And the education level of our elected officials as a whole, there's some shiny people in there that know a little bit about cannabis, but as a whole, all of our elected legislators are very, very ignorant to the idea of medical purposes for cannabis. And it was really blunt when they all voted against the medical study, not only in 2017 after it passed, but again in 2019. And then they voted for a rec study in 2019.
yeah,
So they'll study rec, they will not study medical. They won't do it. And it's just that's the problem. And, kudos to Jody. She brought a binder for every legislator to the study, and that was just the tip of the iceberg from that point backwards with all of our testimony. But it's like there's just an education campaign, is badly needed. And we have people like Gail Peterson, who's doing a great job. Everyone who goes to the Capitol does a great job. And that's again where the Green Crew members, the backbone, for every $20 a month. We get enough of you guys together. You're gonna see us way more in the media, way more events, things like that. Right now we could probably do one big event quarterly. We'd like to do events every month. I mean, every week, especially during the session.
right.
Funding software for things like this. But the education part is what needs to happen. Like, we got to educate our legislators and just people in general, I think, the education. And then you'll see,
Doctors
okay,
even.
cannabis is doctors even. And then you'll start to see, okay, cannabis is actually medicine, whether I think it's recreational or not, or I take it while I'm laying on the beach for fun, or if I take it for anxiety, it's still medical regardless. It's still giving you medicinal effects. It's still triggering your cannabinoid system in different ways, and it's keeping your body firing the way it's supposed to. It's always going to be doing those things, regardless of what your personal opinion is based on recreational and medical. It's always going to do medical effects, I guess.
Yeah, and that's also another thing. Most medicines in just general, your body usually produces a form of that compound. So you have an opiate receptor. We call that endorphins. You have a um, amphetamine one. I think that's adrenaline. I'm not 100% sure exactly one. Um, you have a sleep one. So you like your I forgot what the Z drugs basically is kind of what it was called, I think, back in the day. But that melatonin, you have your body creates opiates. Your body creates amphetamines. That's how your system is actually controlled, and your body also creates cannabinoids. And when you replace it, if you have a deficiency of that uh, what is it? Would we call it a drug? That thing that's in your brain. If you have a deficiency of the thing that's in your brain and you smoke, that basically levels it out, and that's basically the whole entire idea of medicinal. Is you have a deficiency of a certain compound in your body, you're going to replace it. No different than if you would be replacing it if you had a heart issue. Like I take a blood pressure medicine because I I forgot what it was, but it's basically a inhibitor of a
Want to jump
certain
on?
um, drug. What is your wife wanting to jump on?
Nah, she
Oh,
won't.
hmm. We're nice. There's only 3 people here, so
Right?
Only
I
two people are watching.
are only 2 people. We're down to two. No, we're
Yeah,
four.
there's only two people watching.
All right, yeah. Honestly, I think I might try to go Facebook, possibly. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I really do want to go Facebook because this is kind of really shitty that this happened like this. Um,
So
but
it's still working, but yeah, there's
yeah,
there's people messaging me right now, and there's people watching.
yeah,
Trying to get another one on right now.
yeah. And if you guys are watching and you want to like join in on the conversation, we're pretty much doing this for most of the day, with like guests and stuff like that, so you can talk to the guests as well. We have a pretty
Pretty
open
relaxed
schedule right now.
schedule
Yeah,
until 2 o'clock, and then it kind of will fill in and make more sense. So
yeah. Basically, after 2 o'clock, I'm basically gonna be able to like lean back and do like less work. But
hopefully,
also, another thing that I did want to do was there's a lot of people that are involved in Andy for Freedom that might they're more public about things, but I feel like a lot of people might not know each other so well, or might not know like, hey, this person is the chapter leader for this chapter, the chair. That's the word, chair for this chapter, and all that stuff. So I also kind of wanted to run through those really quick, just so that we kind of have the thing. By the way, so um, I really hate this. I did not plan this well. So there's this little nice intro. Um, I made a really cool intro thing, and yeah. So yeah. So here we go. We have basically all these groups here. So we basically broke North Dakota into multiple parts. So we have a Fargo page. We also have a Fargo group. Sorry, they're all group accounts. So we have a group account for Fargo. They also have their own page, because they're one of our biggest. They're like the biggest area for us. Bismarck or Mandan, both of them together. Minot, Grand Forks, and Lake. And these are basically, if you're close to one of these, type in ND Cannabis Caucus. If it should let you. Now that I think I figured that one out. But you can go to these. You can type in ND Cannabis Caucus, and it'll give you all these pages. Yes, we do have a lot of groups, and yes, it might get a little confusing. But basically, the idea is you can get a hold of the district that you're in, and if you'd like to get involved and join in events and stuff like that when everything's back to normal, you can jump in on those. We usually will talk about any of the events that's going on in that Facebook page, in that Facebook group. So if somebody wants to just start a small little thing in their chapter, they can do that, and you can get a whole bunch of people jumping in, and you guys can make basically a community. Um, and the thing about that is, as well, is it also allows you to get in contact with the people who are, taking in, um, taking in like the packets and stuff like that. Um, I'm going to turn off hide groups. No,
yeah, and
hide sidebar. There we
so
go.
there's what we have 8 regions, I believe. There's a Bisman, a Dickinson, Williston, Minot, Grand Forks. There's a Lake region, Fargo, and Wahpeton, I believe. And the point is it's a region as a whole. They all have their own admins, and they all kind of do their own thing. It's how far they want to take it, and we're always looking for more people to expand our regions. Maybe you want to extend it to Williston, Alexander, and let's say Newtown. Well, Newtown has their own already. We have the MHA Nation Caucus as well. But the point is that every area needs somebody. Every town, every city, every county, every region, and technically there's 424 voting precincts. So we can use. There's always a spot for somebody to do something. Always. So just expand your political snowball. Grow with us. We're good people. We're just here to have a good time and do things right and
We're
try to get
normal,
this passed.
everyday citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We the thing about us is so I the thing that I like about our group the most is we do things slightly professionally, but we always have like a quirk that is kind of like, hey, we're just literally like five people just kind of doing this. Um, like the video stuff and all that stuff. I'm the one that does all that. Yeah, that's just a hobby of mine. Most of like the things that we donate it like in kind is just basically a hobby or something that we know that we're strong at, and that's the reason why we do that. So we have some people that are kind of like more like the super involved, heavily involved. So for Fargo, for instance, we have Lisa. She's basically we have Lisa, and we also have Greg as well. I think both of them are kind of together in that chair role.
Lisa, Greg, Lisa pretty much runs the Fargo Cannabis Caucus
Yeah.
group. Greg has the Canna Talk, and then there's also Kim who runs the ND for Freedom Pack.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, if you want to get a hold of Lisa, like, if you have any questions, like, where do I send in my packet? Actually, I can answer that one for you right now. The first address on that box or on that first front page. So actually, why don't we just do that? Measure. So it would be Jody Vetter, which is the beautiful woman that's gonna be on screen here in a little bit. Actually, why don't we just do that? Okay, the one up there, that's Jody Vetter. Um, so Jody is the chairperson, and her address is gonna be on the front page here. Um, yeah, this isn't working out well on this little in
There it
the
is.
stingers. Yeah, the stingers aren't working out too well. But basically, Jody Vetter, chairperson, she's at 2108 Boston Drive, which is actually a really cool name for a street. Bismarck, North Dakota, 58504. So if you do have a packet, mail it into her. Um, if you're in like
That is cool.
Fargo or anything like that, feel free to reach out to the chair, so Lisa in Fargo, and also let's I guess go down the list here. Me in Grand Forks. Um,
We've
is
been
it?
getting some Ashley Pyre. I've been getting some in the mail. I'm not Ashley, I'm Dustin, but any of this, you can mail them to anyone on there, but they
Yeah,
need to end up in Jody's possession to turn them into Al Jager. She's the only one who can turn them into Al Jager
yeah, and
at the end of
she's
the day.
and I feel like I think on when we turn everything in, we're definitely gonna like live stream it. It'll be interesting. We'll make it interesting somehow. So
Yeah, make it
yeah,
cool.
it'll be a fun thing. And I think also after everything, we're gonna obviously this isn't gonna be the end of it. Like we're gonna be getting signatures, we're gonna submit, and then after the submission, we're still gonna have a couple months. We're still gonna be doing our just the different things that we help out in the community as far as that, or any kind of voter outreach stuff. So it's not over after was it June?
Another month.
Six,
So
nine,
there's two more deadlines.
2 more deadlines.
The next the next deadline would be July 6th if you want to get into this year's
Yep.
general
Yeah.
election. But our main deadline is still and always 1 year from whenever the measure was submitted, which I believe was July
Yeah,
22nd
and that would put us
or
on
24th.
the 2022 ballot for primaries of that. But I have a pretty. Uh, I guess it depends on COVID. That's also another thing. So we were hopeful of being in the primaries. Obviously, that deadline is passed. We're going to be hope. We're shooting for the generals, but there seems to be kind of a confusion with how there's two groups. So we have us, North Dakota Freedom of Cannabis Act. And then there's also another one that's called Legalize MD. They are going for the 2022. We're hoping that we don't need to compete with them. They They have their own views, they have their own measure. Um, we have our own opinions of those, but it's not all bad, but it's not all good. So basically, the two groups are separate. So if you had seen a news story that said, "Hey, um, North Dakota legalized North Dakota pulls out," I think is what the article was, or something like that. Basically, where they were saying, "Hey, they're shooting for 2022. We're still shooting for 2020." And we're pretty solid on hopefulness for 2020. So depending on how COVID goes, that's kind of the thing. That's also another thing that we're doing. We're not doing events, obviously, because we can't. But we're also, if you feel uncomfortable with signing right now, it's totally understandable. If you still want to sign, there is the petition locator, but we're not like pushing people to like go there or anything like that. So that's going to be the only
But
mention of that.
we will push you to become a person on the petition locator. And when this ends, if we have enough people on there, we can just boom, get it done because we need 600 total packets full of 50 signatures each. So that's the end goal. And the more people that start a packet today, right now, that gets us closer to 600. If 600 people started a packet today, which when 216,000 vote for medical, you would think that 600, but we need boots on the ground is all I'm trying to say, and just positive attitudes. Just like we're saying, 5 signatures, 10 signatures, it's gonna make a difference, guys. And when June opens, when everything opens in May or June, if it does, then we're going to be a powerhouse. We're going to get the signatures. We're going to make it all happen. If everything stays closed to the end of the summer, you could still make it happen
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
you can get enough people because there's obviously over 200,000 people who support medical marijuana in North Dakota. I mean, we can do it. Right?
Yeah.
We're not giving up.
And we also, the thing with it as well is, we also, sorry, um, okay. So, yeah, we also, the thing is, from just napkin math is what I call it. Basically, just sitting here with a calculator for like 10 minutes. Um, Projection wise, it seems like, and we kind of are following the line because we're a political organization, so we kind of follow line with political. Um, I mean, we got lucky 2020 general election basically, so we have the race that's going to be Biden versus Trump. So we're kind of basing it off of that information. We're also basing it off of not local race in North Dakota, but local races in California, and as well as just kind of general watching of the news and speculation and watching the speculation of it. So not 100% sure when I say this, but if we are basically shut down till May, end of May, if we get signatures, 133 signatures a day, which is actually not that hard to do because we have a lot of businesses, we have a lot of petitioners as well. At 133,
We're at it. We're with
yeah,
the petitioners and the businesses on and off the locator. We're at 100 people,
yeah.
but
So
600 packets. We need more people, as many as we can get.
yeah, but at 133 signatures a day, we would end up on the generals. And that's just a napkin math of where we are for signatures. And that's another thing that is going to help us out a lot, and give us a lot clearer of a picture. If you do have a petition, um, if you do have a petition in your hands and you feel like that's as many signatures as you're going to get, um, send it to Jody. We also do have a question in chat. What percentage of our reps support us, basically, and the Freedom of Cannabis Act? I think you guys were at the study, so you kind of understand a little bit more about the study than I do, so I'll let you guys talk about that.
What reps support us for the North Dakota for Freedom of Cannabis Act?
Yeah, and just kind of like, how did the study go? Like, what did you get?
Um, the study is very anecdotal. Like, it's basically stories and opinions, less fact. Uh, so I don't know how much of a study it actually is. or how, I don't really think they're even taking it seriously, to tell you the truth, like as far as creating any actually substantial laws or anything that would ever come from the study. I think they're just going through the motions.
So,
Well, and then I don't believe that a single legislator has reached out to the Freedom of Cannabis Act and said, I officially am going to endorse you and make it part of my platform that I'm running on. Um,
No.
and that, might happen later on today. That's why we have 6, 7 candidates, Libertarian, Dem NPL, and Republican. We have all the parties here, but none of those are sitting legislators with any power or nothing like that. Um, there's legislators that literally sleep during committee hearings. I'm not joking. They don't
No.
get challenged. They don't get challenged at their district convention. They don't get challenged in the primary, and there's no one runs against them in the general, and they walk through, and it's incredible. They sleep during these committees. There's
Sad.
people that call marijuana a gateway drug in these committees, and then there are people who are generally compassionate. We did get things passed, but as far as like somebody openly, even think about Shannon Roars Jones, who wrote up an incredible decrim bill, which is actually, in my view, better than the legalized ND bill right now. But
For sure.
she even openly said 3 days before the vote on Measure 3 in 2018 not to vote for it, to vote for me because I'm going to get this passed and that passed. And she couldn't do it. And she didn't endorse Measure 3 openly. Some legislators did. Luke Simons endorsed Measure 3, Rick Becker, a couple others. But as far as what's going on right now, nobody has said that constitutional rights for cannabis are a good idea that's elected to anything. And that's what we really should think about. And we have our WSI program specifically says if you're a cannabis card holder, we will not uh, give you WSI benefits. You get hurt at work. Things like that. Cannabis needs to be a right when you start looking at laws that they put in like that. We have to override all that in one sweep, and they're just not really open to that idea. Our bill never went through legislative council either to that degree. We had the option to do it. We decided not to based on our experiences at the Capitol. We had David Thompson format our uh, legislative intent, I guess, our statement of intent. He formatted it into a constitutional amendment, and we said yes, and that's where we're at. So,
and the thing
yeah.
is if you want to know more about the lawyer that wrote our bill, because he is an actual lawyer, like bar certified and everything, because yeah, we okay. So here's the story. Basically, we had submitted first. This was like the first submission. Spell check was not our friend. Spell check really sucked, and I forgot what it was, but we misspelled North Dakota basically. Spell check was like North Dakota, what the fuck is that? So it just spell
And
checked it.
actually, there is some inside information to that. Uh, we had to have the bill rewritten while we all sat there, and we weren't the ones who typed it up. I'll just say it like that.
Yeah,
At the last second, we had to have it retyped because of the PDF or MP3 or CAA or whatever the talk is with technology. It had to be converted some way. I'll just say it like that. Not blaming or saying anything, but just saying that.
yeah.
I was there.
And so if you wanted to follow the lawyer a little bit more, Dave Thompson is the one that wrote it. You can also ask him questions. His office is a little hard to get a hold of, but he's on Facebook as well. But also so the constitutional protections and the reason why it's better than a statutory law is basically the reason why there's no tax law in there, the reason why there's no um, anything else other than how many plants and basically the age restriction and all of that and how the licensing will work is because in the Constitution. So the way that it works is the Constitution is basically the upper law, and then you have statutory law that basically supports the Constitution. It's basically put together. Um,
Mhm.
and because of that,
And then administrative rules under that, which is another nightmare.
yeah. So
Mhm.
Anyway,
essentially, the reason why a statutory law wouldn't be a better option is basically in a statutory law, if a legislator wants to change it at any point, they can basically bring it up in a legislative session. They can vote on it. They can change it without any North Dakota residents actually having a voice in it. So it can pass in a statutory law. It can be sunshines and rainbows for 6 to 8 months until the next legislative session starts, and basically from there it can just completely go downhill, and it can be basically the medicinal law, essentially. So how the
well,
medicinal
and
system is working
that's
is kind of what's
right,
going
and
to happen.
that's what happened, right? I mean, Measure 5 passed, and then only one legislator voted to keep the law in place. The rest of them all voted to delay it. But yet you have people that are on the understanding that we have a medical program, which we do, but if their law would have came back to the people to vote on again, they'd have been like, I don't know, man. you
Yeah,
know.
it's government controlled. It's a complete bureaucracy.
So the way so basically when we were talking about cannabis, essentially it's not us versus legislators so much as it is us having an idea and legislators having a better idea. The reason why it kind of goes against what normal people see as a good idea is because there's a lot of, well, not in North Dakota so much, but the the idea gets sparkled through federal law as far as, hey, this didn't work in Colorado. We changed it to this, and this worked better. And those laws are basically kind of messing up with people's freedoms, and it has a lot to do with lobbyists, and it has a lot to do with the view of different legislators in different states. So in a for a constitutional protection, it would basically be if they wanted to change it, we would have to revote. But they can add different laws underneath it, but you have just the structure. So you have 12 plants, six at a time. So six flowering, six in what's it called? I forgot. Where basically it's kind of in the child form. I don't know. Basically, you cycle six plants at a time. So you have six plants that are alive, then you have six plants that are just kind of sitting there waiting, and then once you harvest those six plants, those by that time would become mature, and you just basically cycle through, and you can basically self sufficient. So you don't have to go to a dispensary or anything like that. But they can set up laws for, okay, it can basically, we have to check up on you or anything like that. Those kinds of protections, I can understand a lot of them. I can feel like they can be overreaching, but they can't say, okay, you can only do four plants now. They can't basically amend that situation. They can't amend the 21 age restriction. They can't
They
amend,
can't amend your possession. They
yeah,
can't amend gifting.
they can
Your transporting. You have the right to have it.
Yeah, they can amend how it's processed or how the testing is done or anything like that. We're not tax law people, and that's the reason why, when it comes to tax law and how it's actually going to be processed, those protections in a as far as in like how the taxes are going to work and everything like that, obviously it's going to be taxed. We're not against that happening. We we feel like that's actually a much better option. But as far as where it goes and how the money is trickled down through the entire government, that's like not what we know, because we don't know the spending of every single branch. We don't know basically how they basically do a lot of their research, and a lot of that money needs to go to those places to actually support the constitutional protection. So that's the reason why it's a page and not a lot of
Well,
pages.
and to that point of where the tax revenue goes, that's another good thing about having the regular Cannabis Caucus people at the Capitol because we make connections with law enforcement. Like I said, I talked to them today. We talk to them all the time at the Capitol and what they want to see as far as a bill. They're talking about, if you want to help us fund, stuff for law enforcement that helps us identify patients and, make sure that we're not harassing the wrong people, stuff like that. There's other medical groups. The medical. What's interesting is, I don't want to sit here and have a debate about legalized ND, but
No.
if you do have recreational marijuana, you should consider funding the medical marijuana program. And things like that. It's just, and that's the whole thing about it is we just want the constitutional right to possess, grow, transport without civil forfeit. We don't want to forfeit our assets, our vehicles, our houses, our livelihood for medicine. I mean, it's ridiculous. So that's why you do constitutional. And if they do mess with it, then it goes back to the people, and then we can see what they changed and say yes or no, and then find out who the hell made the changes if they're bad, and say, well, let's find another Jody Vetter to run in that district.
Right. Yeah. True.
Yeah, so
You need one in every district.
so hopefully we kind of answer your question there. It has a lot to do with, um, while it's not the whole us versus the people thing is, I guess, a very very far out idea of it. But basically, when it comes to the reps supporting the measure, it's, no offense, they're trying to stop our measure actually with 4001. So obviously they don't really support us fully. We did get we did get, not notarized. We got a shout out. We didn't really get actually, um, like an actual recommendation for that, but basically the Young Democrats Association, I want to say. Basically,
No,
what is it one?
The
wrong,
Young
wrong group.
Republicans.
Young
Yeah.
Republicans did give us an endorsement. The Libertarian Party of North Dakota gave us an endorsement. Um, so yeah, but not candidates. But those two groups did
Yeah.
officially. It's in the minutes.
Yeah, so it's basically it goes down to, while it's not supported in current legislature, but they are up for re-election. Well, some of them are up for re-election for this ballot, and some of them for the next ballot. So, I mean, yeah. As far as it, like in North Dakota, but as far as federally, like the actual House representatives and Senate representatives, they obviously just don't really care too much about North Dakota laws. They more care about federal laws that support North Dakota laws. So, yeah, hopefully we answered your question there. Yeah, and if you guys have any other questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Yeah, if you guys want to talk and hang out or anything like that, you can also join the Discord group.
Hey, what? Can you look us up on Facebook and see if it's streaming?
It's not streaming to Facebook; it's streaming to YouTube only right now. But it's,
Well, I mean, I shared it though, so it
yeah,
should be
yeah, it's up there.
okay.
They wouldn't have struck that down. Yeah, we're.
Never know.
I honestly, I have no freaking clue. I honestly think it was Facebook having issues, but I don't 100%
Perfect.
know.
That just sends people there.
But if you
That's all
guys
good.
want to join in, talk, ask questions, or anything like that, you can join this Discord group here and talk in Discord. Um, we're planning on opening up for calls and stuff like that. That link will get you into the waiting room, and then we'll drag you up one at a time. And so you're not like being talked over by anybody else, or somebody's washing machine isn't super loud, like earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we also do have a lot more other events planned. We're going to have the Nonpartisan League, Casey Buckman, or did I get that right, Buckman?
Bachman, yeah.
Okay. When I see, maybe it's because I like beer. When I see Buch, I think Bush. Is that how it's spelled like that, right? Bucsh or something? I don't know. Bush. So Casey Buckman is going to be on. He's with Nonpartisan League. We also have a little bit more about us, a little bit more about the history as far as how petitioning laws have changed and how they all work. We also will have um, Gary or Dustin Garylow, who is the right now the Reject 4001 watchdog group, and that's a huge one. And that's also I knew that we actually had something that was viable when I saw a freaking law that they're attempting to pass that basically stops exactly, like literally to the point of what we're doing. Um, it's not only because of them, it's not only because of us that that law started, but when you look at the history of constitutional petitions in North Dakota, there's not that many. So, um, and I can also understand a little bit of why they want to do it that way that they want to do it, but it's also kind of like really not
Yeah, we
cool.
just need to respect
Um,
Phil, and then
we
that's
also will
good.
be hearing from basically all the chapters of ND Cannabis Caucus, so the PACs basically. So Chris Howell, who's Vets for Safe Access, Lisa, who is the ND Cannabis Caucus Fargo, Kimberly Dominic, which is the official ND for Freedom PAC, and kind of how that works a little
Up
bit
here.
better. And Dustin is also for Real Ending News as well. So we have so he can also talk and answer any questions as well. And we also will have a call in from Leslie, who's Committee for Compassionate Care as well. So you'll basically be able to know the
I don't
exact
know how to do
everything to
it.
do with ND for Freedom and how it's
I
all
just need
working.
your email and I can get it to the other guy though.
What's up? Oh, okay. So if you guys have any questions or anything like that, you guys can join that
Okay.
link.
See what I
And
can do here. Okay.
yeah, we'll also be listening to KRFF Radio Free Fargo. We have a special 420 show for today, and that's at 420 on 4/20/2020. So it's also 420 all month. Um, not my okay. The 420 idea is great, but we understand it's a cliche, is what I'm saying. But you know, it's you kind of have to. And if you guys are
That's
celebrating at
that's the
home,
deal, man. It's 420. It's just a done deal. It's solid.
yeah. And if you guys are celebrating at home, you know, be safe, obviously. But you know, chill out, hang out with us. Um, we might play music later on when it kind of opens up a little bit. I can't play like, you know, everybody's known music, but I can get some songs that you might like. That's also another thing you guys might, if you guys like any songs that we play. This one is just kind of a loop thing that I have, but we'll also kind of like let you know what song it is if you guys want to learn new music. Because I listen to a lot of everything. So uh, we also the viral video thing. I'm wondering, is that how's that going? If you guys have, oh,
I'll check in on that here after this break
yeah,
once we get Casey going.
okay, yeah, that works better. Um, so yeah, other than that, I think we're close enough to the 150. If you're a vendor as well, before we get into this one, if you are a vendor, um, and you were supposed to be at the ND for Freedom of Cannabis Act rally today, and you still want a huge shout out, feel free to send me uh, a message or send Dustin a message. You probably were in contact with Dustin beforehand, um, and so you can shout out to you can talk to him and we'll get you up. You just have to like let us know what you want in the spot, um, to know a little bit more how we can help you. We do like to help our local businesses as well. So if you are also a local business that supports the petition, that has the petition there, we'll also definitely shout you out, and we'll also shout out all the other ones too. But one of the vendors that we had was this one. Um, I'm wondering if I can just do this without the stupid little thing that I had made. Imagine sitting down for 9 hours and making an entire fucking thing and forgetting like two major transitions, so all your stingers make no sense. So, um, this is Knight's Naughty Jewelry, and she makes bracelets, but she also has these cool little glow in the dark pipes that I was gonna show off. There you go. There's a glow in the dark pipe. So feel free to reach out to her on Facebook. She's Knight's Naughty Jewelry, spelled Knotty Jewelry, for her Facebook page. But she has a lot of really cool things. Something like this. She also has like just kind of bracelets and stuff like that, which are actually kind of cool. Um, and I'm probably going to buy one of the pipes because I kind of like that glow in the dark pipe idea. And you'll see here in a minute which one that one is, but she has yep, there's the glow in the dark pipe. So this is like a little bracelet, or like, not a bracelet, but like a necklace if you really want to go to like a festival. That's the proper festival attire, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know. So feel free to reach out to her to get a necklace pipe, or just a pipe that you don't have to have the necklace part. But it's actually kind of cool. It's a glow in the dark pipe, and I'm totally buying one. So I'm just saying that out loud right now. So I can't be. Yeah, and I think this one glows in the dark as well, which is kind of nice. The bracelet as well, or the bracelet part. And she has, she makes bracelets and all that stuff, but like the glow in the dark features are really kind of cool, and that's kind of what stands out to me. Um, I, yeah, we also do have bracelets ourselves, but these are better than ours. So if you want a bracelet, um, feel free to skip on ours and get one of hers. um, but we also do have shirts, which are better than her bracelets. So this is actually a really cool one too.
Jeez.
This is what happens when you just kind of like off the cuff, off the hip type of thing. Do this.
It's good screen sharing. I mean, that's where it's at, right? We're all on social media, so
Yeah.
this is screen share the social media.
Yeah, and this is another glow in the dark pipe. I think I like the first one more. If you guys you guys pick my next pipe. How about that? If you have a suggestion for which of the two, so we got this glow in the dark one, and we got this glow in the dark one. So this has a lot more glow in the darky parts, whereas the other one is more has a couple of them like the little bubbles over there. And from the looks of it, no bubbles in the glass, so that's a very big one. That's for sure. I don't know how comfortable the choke is, but hopefully it's a decent enough choke, or I can work around it, type of thing. But yeah, and this is a little pumpkin, so this would be perfect for Halloween. And I'm sure she has some other ones too, like for Christmas and I don't know. What would be a birthday one? But either way, it looks cool. So check her out. She is the Knight's Naughty Jewelry. So it's spelled Knotty Jewelry. So Knight's like a normal knight. And it's also right here too. So here's a bigger picture of her little logo and all of her little bracelets. So feel free to reach out to her on Facebook, and she will also, she has a messenger on there, so she'll answer any questions that you might have, and she'll mail you out one. She does it through, your normal Facebook Messenger, Cash App, all that stuff, PayPal. So feel free to buy something from her, and she'll mail it out to you. Other than that, another sponsor that we have, and the sponsor of this entire episode here, as far as this one, is Super Rooter Sewer and Drain Cleaning, and I hear that they're really, really good. It's almost as if that she's our chair person, but oh, she just posted in there. Um, can Dustin, can you accept her approval thing in Cannabis Reform Rally page? so I don't have to shut up. Hello? Are we frozen? Oh,
Is he
okay.
frozen?
Either that or he's very concentrated. Like, he's very concentrated. I really hope he didn't
I
just
think he's
drop out.
frozen.
Fit and crop video now. Okay. Oh, why did it drop him out? All right, time to add him. Add him to the call. There we go. Very concentrated Dustin here. This is what he looks. This is how he looks when a legislator says something stupid during a legislative session. Like really. But yeah, rotor is super rooter sewer. Your video's not on, and there's a helicopter out there. Oh, you did you enable that really? Somebody like okay, he's muted for a minute. Let me know
What?
when the I don't know what the fuck is going on at your house. The helicopter is done flying over it. I don't know. Yeah, super rooter.
Me?
Wow. Yeah, you talk about it. I can't talk.
Super Rooter, sewer, and drain cleaning.
That's the
Is that
one. Yeah, that's the one. Um,
it is kind of a tongue twister.
yeah, it's hard to spell it. Why isn't it letting me unmute him? What? Skype. Can you just not? Okay.
Apologize for the technical difficulties.
Dude, that's what this entire stream is about to be. This entire fucking stream is about to be
We are
just
nothing but a technical difficulty.
yeah. But yeah, Super Rooter Sewer and Drain. If you have purchased your entire allotment from Hugo's of how many toilet papers you can buy and you've clogged up your toilet, call her. uh,
Right?
so yeah, so
Stop
that's
flushing shit down the toilet
okay.
besides toilet.
So one time I had a whole bunch of issues. I ran out of toilet paper one time,
Oh
and
boy.
I needed to, wipe, obviously. Paper towels. Paper towels do not go down. Don't do that. Just warning you. My toilet's never been the same.
Yeah.
It's still bad. It still flushes and everything like that. But like anything that's like if you flush a lot of toilet paper down, yeah, get the plunger. I rent, so I can totally ask my landlord to like totally help me out, but I really, really feel embarrassed, so I usually don't. Like, hey,
Right?
my massive shit, can you? Yeah, no, that doesn't. It's not a good idea. So,
Jody, what you guys also do what camera snakes and you guys do a few things, don't
We
you?
do cammering, jetting,
What's jetting?
install it's a high pressure cleaning with water.
Oh,
So jet manholes, big culverts, stuff like that.
what
Camera,
about
anything.
what about tree roots?
Clean out tree roots. Generally, you do that with a machine. Jetting, you jet back to you, so it's not really good for like houses or residentials because unless you have someone who is there sucking up water as you're jetting back, but it's
Oh,
generally just
gotcha.
for like commercial and manholes and stuff like that. We do
Okay.
install septic pumps, maintain septic pumps and floats, clean out septic drains. Pretty much any drain.
Sweet.
Any drain you have, we can clean it
right.
out.
Yeah. So, and they're also open for because of Corona. They're an
We
essential
are.
business. Toilet plunging is an essential business, and also just plumbing in just general. I can't imagine not having access to a plumber during something like this. Like, you're inside your house, and
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah, told to stay home, so you really got to have a functioning
yeah,
sewer.
like you can't. I mean, I guess you could pretty much run to like McDonald's every time you need to take a shit, but that seems like it's a. Plus, if you have like a burst water line or something, do you guys do something like that? Like, okay,
No, we don't. That's strictly plumber for like burst water line
right,
or re rerouting some line or something like that.
cool. Yeah.
But yeah, I can't imagine going to the station that, every time you have to go during Corona.
Yeah. Honestly, the whole essential businesses thing is uh we have a plumber in the chat even that knows stuff about it. Mike Larson, shout out to you, man. Yeah. Can you imagine like burst water line and then you're stuck in your house while that's happening? I had back in when I lived in Minnesota, I had a it was the drain. Something to do with the drain. I think it was like the pipe that goes to the P trap, not the one that goes up into the sink, but the pipe thing, the fitting in between that, like burst or something. I don't know. So it would just basically leak water anytime you used it. So I had like a bowl underneath, and I had basically go all night that time, just because like I mean calling a plumber at 3 o'clock in the morning is not cheap. So we waited till it was time, and next day at least I got it fixed. But yeah, I felt stupid. Tried fixing it myself, made it worse. Yeah. So yeah, we also we have Casey Buchanan. He's going to talk a little bit about the initiated measures, and he's a part of the nonpartisan league. That I'm going to. I need to find him on this thing. Did he accept my friend request? No, he did not. Add to group. More technical difficulties. um,
Do you need me to call him on the phone?
he have him accept my friend request. Yeah, because it only sees my little wave part. So there should be a friend request that went with it. View profile. Add contact. There you go. There he is. So once he accepts that, then I can add him in. And for the people who are asking why Skype and not Discord, screen share recording, screen share capping is great and all until you have a whole bunch of stuff up. So there we go. All right. There we go. There's Casey. Hey, all right. Hold on. Let me. Do you have? Oh, are you? Okay, you were on the phone. Got it. Hold on. Let me just add you into this thing. This was supposed to be a lot more smoother than it came out to be, but I will get that figured out. 1 second. Guest host. Extra. There we go. All right. Go. So you're. So this is Casey Buchanan, and he will go like here, or huh?
You got it right the first time,
Buckman.
Buckman.
Okay, Casey Buckman. Sorry,
It's all good.
I suck with names. I can barely remember my own. So, or basically what I ate for breakfast this morning, even. So he's going to talk a little bit about the right to initiated measures, and he's a part of the nonpartisan league. So say hi.
Hey, hello everybody. Dustin, thanks for having me on. Jody, I got to watch you on the TV on Facebook this morning. Point of view. So yeah, I'm glad I got that. Well.
Oh,
And
thank you.
and thanks for Dustin and everybody. Thanks for inviting me. I am glad that you guys are doing this virtual. Sorry that you can't be down there at the Capitol on your fourth annual 20 rally. I was at the first two, and I had to miss last year because I worked, but this year I get to do it virtually. And Dustin asked me to basically chat about initiative measures and how the NPL really was a driving force. The nonpartisan league was really a driving force in behind that. And so, when our state first became a state, November 2nd, 1889, the political life here in North Dakota revealed an insurgency tendency that continues today. The Republican Party of the 1890s are no different than the Republican Party of today. And so, and like progressives today, the progressives back then really wanted the government to come back to the people of the state of North Dakota. Between 1907 and 1913, there was basically two entities that started to unite together. They were the American Society of Equity and the North Dakota Socialist Party. Both questioned performance given to the state corporations and called for fair taxation and better service from state government. It's just kind of like everything. It doesn't surprise me that what is going on today is the same thing, and as they don't want the regular people to have their voice. And the goal of these two movements was to return to control of North Dakota's government and economy back to the people of North Dakota. These two movements, back in the from 1907 to 1913, basically created the Nonpartisan League, which was born in 1915. The initiative movement, 18 years to pass. So in 1896, they first started this, basically, or maybe a little bit before, trying to get the initiative movement passed, where it would be a lot easier to create for people to have their voices heard through initiative measures. It was a virtual impossible because it had to go through two stages back then, and that was like they're trying to do today, and they had to go through twice. And so then finally, when it passed, the initiative movement passed in 1914, and 1918 you had 7 first initiatives, and they were highly important. These initiatives that they had, and these 7 initiatives basically really helped the initiative measure start. One initiative measure, it reduced the number of signatures needed required to pass to qualify for an initiative for the ballot. It forbid the legislature to exempt any bills from the veto referendum process. And the veto referendum process is once a governor signs a bill, you have 90 days to get your, today, 13,462 signatures, I do believe, to get that proposed and say that was not a good bill, and the people can do that. And then number 3, it abolished the practice of approval of two legislative concurrent meetings, like every 2 years, I don't believe, or it was every 4 years, they had to go through twice. And so it made it down to once. And that was really important. And also another one said a classification of personal property of tax exemption from, and another one was it increased the bond limit from 200,000 to 10 million. And that's quite a bit of money if you think back about in 1918. And it mainly, here's another one, one of the last ones that did it, authorized state and counties to engage in businesses, i.e. this is where we got the state bank, this is where we got our state mill, and there should be many other things that we as people should be demanding that the state should own, where we can keep the money here in North Dakota. The little bit of numbers in 2020, it takes pass a constitutional amendment it takes to get it on the ballot. It takes 26,900 votes, and all these numbers are from the 2010. It's 2% of the 2010 census. So in 2020, after the census, the number may go up or may go lower depending on what the census says here in North Dakota. And so the constitutional amendment takes 26,904 to pass. The initiative statute takes 13,452, excuse me. And the same thing goes for the veto referendum. And this and the deadlines for the primary, of course, are passed, and that is February 10th of 2020 this year, and for both statutory and initiative statutory and constitutional measures. And in the general, it is July 6th, and right now that we only have 2 of them on for the general right now. And it's kind of funny. Since statehood, 1889, through the end of the 2018 election cycle, approximately 514 measures have been placed on the ballot for considerations by the North Dakotan voters. These included constitutional measures resulting from initiative action and initiative statutory measures and/or referred measures. And the greatest majority of these were 242. These are things put out by the paper, and that's over half of that 514. So that's a great impact on what the people say if you look at it and everything. Let's see, all measures voted upon, initiative referred petitions to be circulated, signatures gathered. Of those, 144 initiative statutory means, and 52 have been initiative constitutional measures, and 76 have been veto. Referred measures, and there hasn't been one, I do believe, for voter referendum since the 90s, I do believe, because it's dang hard, and I truly believe the MPL, once we get formed, that will be one of the main points I believe we should act upon. To when we see bad legislation, we should be able to gather in a force of people to quickly get those signatures needed within that 90 days and have a coalition of people where we stand our ground, no matter what side of the aisle you stand on, hence the name Nonpartisan League. This is what I liked. I got to read this. You hear all about, and from the Republican side, that the initiative measure has been overabused. And all this information I got off the North Dakota website, and this last paragraph really sums it up to me. All these facts I give you support the fact that North Dakota initiative and referendum laws generally have not created overwhelming hurdles or obstacles to the initiative process. Rather, the statistics demonstrate that the citizens of North Dakota had taken advantage of the initiative and referendum process more than the state's legislative assembly has taken advantage of its authority to propose constitutional change through the ballot box. So when you hear your state legislature say that, about that we're doing harm to the initiative process, doing harm, you tell them to look up where I got this on it, and it's on you can find it on North Dakota government's website where all this stuff is downloaded at, and I was just amazed. And when we get back, well, I'm going to get back to this, which is the constitutional amendment that's going to go on the ballot that from the legislature. It's basically from the based off the ethics, I do believe, law that people passed, the constitutional amendment. This is what is it? SCR 4001, which basically states that a law has to go through the legislature 2 times again. It's basically going back to the original form in which the NPL and the progressives fought so hard to get rid of it. And here the Republican Party is wanting to turn back time to not allow our voices to be heard up and down the state, all across the state. And it's really sad that we're headed that way. So do not let any state legislature say that the initiative process is a hindrance to what goes on here in North Dakota. And our initiative process, again, is under attack by the same ideals, the same people, the Republican Party that were against it 100 years ago. I encourage everyone to stand up and let their voice be heard in the ballot. By ballots, it's pretty simple. We get enough people to vote, we can change North Dakota. We can change the complex of the state capitol from a bunch of old, white-haired old men to people who Grizzly Adams look like Dustin, to Jody, and everything like that, which we need. We need a wide variety of people in there. And what does that take? It takes people working together, forming coalitions so that we get the right people in there. And, the good old boy system that Borglum said he was going to try to break, it's still intact today. And you could probably see if there's doing a rally down at the Capitol, it's a really good example today of what the good old boy system looks like. Because you can tell if you were a person of color down there doing a rally and didn't have a permit, I guarantee you'd be going to jail. And so when we look at that, let's ask for fairness all the way around. That includes no matter what race you are, what you believe. I mean, we're all here together, and this is all stuff that are guaranteed under the Constitution. So don't let anybody tell you that the initiative measure and your voice should be stifled. And if there's any questions, I got some. I know I went through it really fast. And I've been working on it this morning, and then I had to work on some other things for my campaign. And it's really great that, Dustin, you allowed me to be on here and to be actually heard by many of the people who are on here. And hopefully I get their support in the upcoming election and stuff like that. But this is about, weed. I mean, I will say to a heart that I have inhaled more than once in my life.
Oh, the first North Dakota legislator to admit he inhaled.
Or
candidate running.
I don't participate in it anymore because of personal preferences. And for me, it did not cause any problems. It did not hinder my train of thought or anything like that. I think it's to me, it's no worse than alcohol, and it should be better. It actually helps people relax. There's a lot more medical things that it does help than hurt. I have a really strong opinion when it says that all the things that they could do, those are just things that says it could do. It leads to other addictions and stuff. I beg to differ. Everything's a choice. And so when you get down to anybody, and who they are, it's about choice. Everybody has opportunity to say no. But when you're sitting around in a circle, what do you hear all the time? Here, because you're passing a joint. But weed is no. I think everybody should have a right. The time is right. The time is now. It's not like when I was growing up, and the weed was basic. When you got a sack of weed, a Colombian, it was actually golden, if you're old enough to remember. And it was a 4-finger bag like that with the lid put up, and it cost you about $15-20. And you could roll, I don't know how many Hooters out of it, but quite a few. That's how I learned to roll. But anyhow, it should be passed. And the initiative measure is sadly one of the ways it takes to get good, responsible legislation and laws passed in our state. And if there's any questions about Back quiet.
It kind of broke off at the
But
end
that's
there. What was the last part?
okay. I said if there's any questions, I'd sit back and be quiet and listen.
I got one, Casey.
Yeah.
So you're running for public service commissioner, and they oversee like pipelines and whatever. So when a pipeline leaks, the soil can become radioactive. Would you consider hemp as a way to clean the soil? If you're in charge of the PSC, would you at least let them look into using hemp as a way to bring the environment back to the way it should be after a spill?
Actually, there's proof that it has happened. In Russia, they did at Chernobyl when that meltdown in Chernobyl in the 80s happened. 10, 15 years later, I think it's early 2000s, they put 1 meter plots, 1 meter square plots, and they put 500 to 1,000 plants. This is just regular hemp plants in these meters, in those plots. And within 3 to 5 years, the land that hemp was at was not radioactive no more. So yeah, hemp is a filter for many things that it could be used for. It's a multi-personal purpose, tool that we do not take advantage of anymore. When we get back to initiative measures, having state-owned mill and state-owned bank, I really like a state-owned hemp processing plant, either in Rugby or Carrington, or Harvey, because Harvey in that area, the railroad line comes through there all across the state. It goes through there. You already have area, and you already have your importation of product could come by rail. So much, nothing has to be set up. The infrastructure would have to be set up. Wouldn't have to be set up for transportation, and all we would have to do is build it. And we could build it by, I'm a union member, so hopefully we'd build it by using local union labor and to encourage wages. And that would bring so much, would bring not only money into that area, but money into the state. And the idea that I really like about it would be having North Dakota, a really barren place of trees, be the #1 paper producing product place in the world. And how easy would that be if we had a hemp factory in North Dakota? Not only using the seeds, the oil, the pulp for whatever all the many uses it could be for. And just to think about it, people would say, what? North Dakota leading the country in the world with paper products. Just think everything's endless on that. And there's, what more can I say about that? The PSC regulates many things, and I don't know if anybody caught what is going on with GRE again at their Coal Creek powerhouse station, which is 16 miles to the north of me. It is, they're thinking about shutting that down. And one of my main thoughts is when they shut down the one over by Stanton, where I grew up at, why don't they use hemp there to clean up the soil around where they took the plant down and stuff? Why don't, because there's many uses for hemp. And that's just one thing where I talked about cleaning the radioactiveness from Chernobyl. That's just one instance. And if there's any other questions, you can fire away.
So, you said that you were running for what was it? The safety commissioner? Was it
Public Service Commission?
Public Service Commissioner.
Yeah.
I'm not too super versed in local politics as far as basically every single position there. What does Public Service Commissioner do?
Well, it basically regulates 11 different entities, from pipelines, coal mines, to your stop one, where you got to call someone to dig, telecommunication, broadband, um, your electrical grids that are not co-ops but are industry owned by company corporations. Let's see, and also I really can't think of anything right now because I just didn't have them. But there's 11 of them they do, and basically when you go across the country or the state and you see your gravel mines and stuff, that is also included on it. Uh, it's a wide variety, and too much, too often, since the oil boom has come upon us, that the people's voices of North Dakota hasn't been heard.
So you had mentioned the broadband aspect of it, and I don't know if we have any nerds in the crowd here, but I'm also a nerd myself. Um, in in internet world, there's a basically a discussion over network neutrality, where basically a internet service provider can do one of two things in a internet or in a network neutral area. They can't slow down like a video feed versus like a social media website. So they can charge a or in a when it's not a network neutral situation, the you have to buy like a social media package to get onto social media. You have to get a streaming video package to do Netflix and stuff like that. And if you don't have that, then it'll just be slower. In that aspect, I mean, I'm guessing because of nonpartisan league, it would be more of a aspect of you guys would be for a network neutral situation, right? Because it would be less oversight by a government entity.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm a definitely a true believer in net neutrality. You can go on my website at www.caseybookman.com, and you can find five of the initiatives or five planks that I stand for, and one of them is it is net neutrality, and so that evens the keel, makes everything even across, so that I'm not I'm not a computer person. I'm just learning the ropes and stuff. But for those people who use it constantly, this keeps it even, and that's highly important. That not one entity or corporation has more influence than over a single person. And it's totally wrong. So we need net neutrality. It's very much well needed.
I fully agree. Like honestly, when I heard the whole idea of it, I was like, "Oh, so Comcast just wants more money." I got it. But so public service commissioner, that's going to be on the general election ballot. If y-
It'll be in the
all right,
primary first, then off to the general, and you got to have over X amount of, what is that, 3% of the vote to move on. I do believe.
okay,
But I ran in 2018, and what I was just talking with my campaign manager, and we're developing a strategy for what could possibly be a virtual campaign, and we truly believe that there will be a different outcome in this 2020 election. I think my opponent will say, well, oh, the Dem NPL is just running somebody who's already run again. But I'm not a Democrat, and nor will I ever be a Democrat. I come from a nonpartisan league family here in North Dakota that has been around since North Dakota has become a state, and we have deep roots in the land that we live on. And I grew up along the Missouri River. I grew up hunting and fishing, and I want those things to continue. I left North Dakota in 1985 or 86. I really can't remember it, probably because one too many left-handers. But and I come back in 2007, and I didn't like what I saw when I came back, and so in 2000, I slowly started to get into politics. In 2012, I ran for my first time for the state legislature, and I ran again in 2016. And I ran again for Public Service Commission in 2018. And in 2020, I'm running again for the PSC again. And I'm not trying to fill a void or put a name on the ticket for one party. I'm trying to push the envelope for the people to make sure that the people's voice is heard, and we're in regulations where it does matter. And hopefully, and I'm pretty sure things will change this go around because we're ready for it, and I don't believe that my opposition will be.
So it's so public service commissioner is for the entire state, or is it a district?
No, it's for the entire state, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully hopefully it might ease up with this COVID-19, as you know, by doing this 420 rally virtually. I mean, it probably some of the people who are listening, and they probably like the hell of it because they're staying in their own place, and you know, I can imagine what some of them, the blue smoke is flowing. That's okay. You couldn't do it at the state capitol grounds, but anyhow, it's just one of those things. The statewide process and election, and my name is slowly getting heard, and I'm not going to back away. I'm at the age now where I can be able to do things like this more comfortably. It's not the money. It's not the money I'm looking for. It's not the notoriety I'm looking for. It's about being a voice for people who want their voices heard, about standing up for what is right, about saying stuff and actually mean it. I'll walk the walk, I'll talk the talk, and I'll walk the walk.
Right. Well, thank you very much for coming on. We're going to be
Yeah,
doing
thanks.
a like a Q&A thing here in like half an hour, 2:40ish actually. But it's probably going to be more like 2:50ish. So if you want, we'll bring you back on. Just send me a Skype
Yeah,
message and we'll get you on there. So yeah,
I'll be
thank you
around.
very much. All right,
Yeah,
I'll
thank
see you
you.
later. Bye.
Yep, thanks, Bill.
So that was Casey Buchanan. His site is caseybuchanan.com. I had posted it up in the chat there as well. So we also have Reject 4001 Watchdog Group, Dustin uh, Garillo. That's how I'm going to say that name. Oh, shit. Wow, I just hit the wrong button. So let's try that one again. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Um, but let's see here. Did everybody's feeds just stop?
Hello.
Hey, hey Dustin. The Dustin Garillo, that's the one. So we have Casey, or not Casey. I'm sorry, we had Casey right before, so I'm kind of like trying to do this transitioning thing better. Oh, there's your nice little mic too.
Yes. Hopefully, is it coming through good?
Oh yeah, it's coming out really good. Uh, yeah. So yeah, so you're with the Reject 4001 Watchdog group or Watchdog Network.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about you.
Well, my name is Dustin Garillo. I'm the managing director of the North Dakota Watchdog Network. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization that's been in existence since 2012, and we focus on promoting limited government, less spending, lower taxes, and just general responsibility in government. And then, of course, one of our primary flagship issues is protecting the initiate measure process, because it's our contention that the people of North Dakota should be able to protect this process and use it as they see fit, because in order to maintain a government that is representative of the public must be able to set the framework for the way that the legislature operates.
All right. Do you guys have a site so I can throw it up on screen too, or
Yeah,
Facebook group, either one?
watchingnd.com.
Watchingnd.com. Oh, that's a nice domain too.
Yeah.
I like that domain.
It's not a real fancy website. I need update it and everything, but it gets the job done.
Right. Yeah. So 4001. You have a lot of history of it, and you kind of know a little bit more about it. When did the whole idea of 4001 start? I guess.
Well, the legislature has been uh, very consistently every legislative session trying to make it more difficult for the public to utilize the initiative measure process. This goes back till, well, the beginning of the state, really, but in recent history, there were two upticks in their aggressive efforts. One was after 2012, when the measure to eliminate property taxes was defeated. The legislature had a wave of ideas to make it more difficult for the public to basically impede their spending ability. And then more recently, in 2016, you had the Marcy's Law measure, and then also in 2018, you had the Ethics Commission. Those two things spurred on this latest wave of attempts to make it more difficult to do initiative measures. And as a result, you've seen that 4001 was the bill that or the measure that resolution that came through. It will either be measure one or measure two. It's up to the Secretary of State to itemize them. I believe that it will be two because it passed after the other measure. So it's just kind of a oddity in state law that the Secretary of State numbers them however he sees fit based on certain criteria. And basically what it does is it says that if the people of North Dakota get a measure on the ballot that is constitutional measure, pass it at the ballot, that then at the next legislative session, the legislature has an opportunity to vote yes or no on that measure, whether they like it or not. If they vote yes, it immediately goes in the Constitution. If they vote no, it gets kicked back to the people for another vote 2 years later at the general election, and then the people have the opportunity to override the legislature's veto. And the legislature believes that
Oh, why did you drop out? Oh, you dropped
it
out for a
is
second.
doing the
There
public
we
a
go.
favor, giving them an opportunity to. Where did you hear me last?
The about like a minute ago, the legislator, um, like after the veto part. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So when I'll just start over a little bit.
Yeah.
When the people vote yes on a constitutional measure, it will then go to the next legislative session, and they will have an opportunity to vote yes or no. If they vote yes,
No. Why is it dropping out? Still there?
it automatically goes into the Constitution. If they vote no, I am still here. It drops out.
Yeah. Okay. I guess Dustin dropped out. That might be why it messed up. Okay. I don't know. All right. So if they vote yes, then it goes immediately into law, and if they vote no, then it goes back to the voters to basically veto the law. When it comes to that, you had mentioned Marcy's Law, and I don't really know too much of Marcy's Law. So the understanding that I might have had, and this was just speculation, that it was more of a protection for poorly written bills or poorly written measures that don't cover every single aspect of the thing. Is that kind of why that happened, or is it just more of we just want more control?
1919. So um, basically, the legislature just does not like the fact that the public is able to do this. They will also cite the out-of-state money issue, but yet, when given the opportunity to uh, change that and restrict the ability for out-of-state donors to buy measures in North Dakota, they have said no. They don't even want to have the discussion. So this is a very clear and comprehensive clash between the voters and the legislature.
So, when you stated the out-of-state money, what would be the risks of out-of-state money when it comes to measures? Because like our measure doesn't take out-of-state money, but I guess I never really understood why. I mean, I can understand like the issues in another state don't really translate to the issues in North Dakota, but what would be the risks of the whole buying the measure thing?
Historically, North Dakota is the most accessible state for doing initiative measures, and it's often been used as a test platform for doing measures and seeing how the public reacts. And Marcy's Law spent several $1 million in 2016 to get approved. It was based off of some language that was created and funded by the father of Marcy. I forget his name, but um, they hired Odney Advertising, which is the typical Republican advertising firm here in Bismarck, to promote the measure. They hired Shane Gettle to be the spokesman. The chairman of the committee was uh, uh, Drew Wrigley's wife. I'm having a brain freeze right now on her name. And so there was millions of dollars pumped in here, and that issue was demonized by pretty much everybody, both on both sides. It was one of those rare cases of bipartisan opposition, but the measure still passed. And that, as well as the Ethics Commission measure, which brought in well over $1 million in out-of-state money to promote it, um, were deemed to be nefarious because they were bringing in money to influence and change our Constitution, and legislators don't like that. I mean, I can have some sympathy towards that argument up to the point where in 2017, I helped write and get a measure or a bill introduced in the 2017 legislature that would have said for every dollar of out-of-state money that you bring in, you have to raise $1 in-state. So that if you can raise $1 million in North Dakota, you deserve to get $1 million from out-of-state. And then secondly, it would have said that no one donor can give more than 30% of your entire budget. And so it would have made it impossible for one person to come in and drop $5 million to get a measure passed without raising another, 17 million somewhere else. So, I mean, there's some legitimacy to the issue, except for the fact that the legislature in the Senate, it only got 5 votes. It was 42 to 5 against. And so they don't want to talk about that issue. They want to have the issue of out-of-state money to use as a boogeyman in order to fight against measures, but they don't want to actually solve the problem. They would rather just take the power away from the people.
That makes sense. You had so Marcy's Law. I'm just kind of googling it here. So what it was, and I guess it seems well written, just because I guess it's the final right, I suppose. Um, but I suppose it was so it protects the and extends the legal rights of victims of a crime. So it's basically the victims aspect of the crime for Marcy's Law, and that was just kind of bought by a large Republican, um, a large Republican ad agency. I think you said it was. I forgot what this.
No, the Republican ad agency did the work. I don't know if the guy who put the money in was Republican. He may have even been Democrat. I'm not sure, but the point is that all of the people involved at the state level were Republicans, most of them, and so you had this money flowing from out of state into these Republican operations that promoted it, even though the party and the officials didn't like it. And so you had this weird situation where it was kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy situation, and there was lots of negatives against it. And what you read was the spin of what it did, and it passed because everybody votes for victims' rights, and didn't like the fact that there was all this negativity about it. So it was just used as an excuse to clamp down, and that's what the legislature does, is that they use the excuses to clamp down on the ability of the public to utilize the initiative measure because they just don't like the way it's used.
Well, see that's the thing. So okay, so I'm not sure if you may know the answer to this one. So if we're both on the ballot, because it's going to be, so 4001 doesn't need signatures because it was brought by a legislator. So it's going to be on the 2020 ballot
Right.
generals. So when it comes with us, if we're on the 2020 general ballot, since it was passed at the same time that that election happened, we won't have to go through it this time. But if we don't pass, or if we don't get the signatures on the 20, and it also restricts our ability to be in the primaries if we want to be in the primaries. So we would have to wait till 2024 for a constitutional protection for cannabis. But if it was passed at the same time, both yeses, 4001 yes, us yes, does that negate our ability? Like, will we still be able to become law, or do we go through the same process that 4001 enacts?
No, you were passed before that was enacted, so you're good. There's if they are passed at the same time, you're fine.
Right. So then, if this passes, and I can say with a very very strong word that every single person in the ND Cannabis Caucus is most likely against this, specifically because it completely throws us for a loop, and restricts us from being in the 2020 ballot, or not 2020 ballot, the 2022 ballot, and also forces it into the general election of 2024. Sorry, I'm saying too many words all at the same time, but it would basically make it so that we would have to wait till generals, and the only time that a constitutional protection can change is through the general election. If there was a certain situation of, say, a constitutional petition pass and 4001 is in effect, the changing of that constitutional protection would take 4 years. And if it was a badly written law, or it had a huge loophole in it right now, it would basically kind of open up that loophole for 4 years for anybody.
Yes, yes. So hypothetically, if you don't make it this time around, you would then be on the 2022 ballot, and then the 2023 legislative session would um,
Deny.
would be able to deny you, and then you'd be back on the November 2024 ballot.
But since we're
Yes.
a constitutional protection, we would actually have to wait till 2024, right? So it would go, if we don't get signatures, we don't pass, and we resubmit, we would have to wait till generals 2024.
Well, no, because if you started over, if you didn't get the signatures, but you started over before your deadline in 2022, then you could be on the ballot the first time around for 2022 in the
Oh, okay.
general, and and then the legislature would say no in January of
Right.
2023, and then you'd be back on in November of 2024.
Okay. Yeah, and so with that loophole thing, if I'm just gonna do it in more of a macro view, if it was a in a large state like California, for instance, this type of protection. Also, first question: 4001 type law. Do any other states have it?
Um, Offhand, no, but every state has their own little quirks. Um, in Minnesota, there is something similar. Oh no, in Minnesota, they can't. The public can't even initiate a constitutional measure. Um, so some states there's no option at all for people to do it. Um, but in pretty much all situations, it's different. Now, the way that 4001 started out was even worse because they wanted to say that the legislature had to approve it twice after the people approved it once, and that was just absurd.
So,
um, yeah.
sorry, I don't mean to talk over you.
Oh, that's okay.
So I so in this type of a scenario, if the 4001 passes and a constitutional petition goes through and is accepted, but it was, I guess, it kind of just failed. Is there some sort of a system for them to be like, well, this measure doesn't have the standing that it has right now? It's going to open up a loophole for some sort of thing, like if it was a constitutional petition or a constitutional measure for um, what you know a lot about, like as far as campaign finance. If it opens up a loophole for out-of-state money, does it basically screw North Dakota over for each election? So basically, it opens up a loophole where they can say yes to something just so that they can get some money if it's for campaign finance, just to get some money from out of state, and then another petition goes through that stops it. It basically kind of stops a whole emergency situation where, hey, this law's not working out well. We gotta wait, type of thing. Does that make sense?
I'm not really clear on what you're asking, but this does not. What we have today, the loophole exists. If this measure passes in November, the loophole does not go away. And in fact, it's my contention that when you force a measure to go from a one election system to two elections and a legislative session in order to get passed, you're essentially going to double, if not triple, the amount of money required to get anything through. And so if the issue is that certain measures spent $5 million to get into the law, now it's going to take $10 to $15 million to do it. And so if their goal was to lessen the amount of out-of-state money, this is going to do the opposite, because if anyone still wants to use the constitutional measure process, they got to spend 2 to 3 times as much.
Okay. Yeah, I seemed to. Okay, I had a lot of questions with 4001, so I might hit you up a little bit later too.
Yeah.
To definitely talk to you about kind of. I don't know. I feel like I can understand the reasoning for the why they want to do it this way, but I also you
Yeah.
kind of negated all of those reasonings, so now I'm kind of more confused about why this is an actual thing. To be quite honest,
Yeah.
it's insane that this was even an idea in the first place for me. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I am yeah, I'm kind of blown away. And
Hmm.
yeah, so I let's see if we had any messages from people, any questions. If you guys have any questions for him, by the way, feel free to reach out into chat, and I will definitely ask them. Um, so I'm just going to, I guess, shout out the chat messages here. Um, so uh, basically, Dustin was saying opposition packs come in also. Lots of out-of-state money comes in to defeat grassroots groups. And do any of the sponsors of 4001 have people running against them? I guess it's Dustin's question.
I'm sure they do.
So yeah, um, so we also have Casey, I guess, here too. So I have to start that one up too. So if anybody has any questions for both um, Casey and also for Dustin, feel free to throw them in a chat and I'll ask them. Mike Larson said it costs 500 plus a month for a friend with cancer on social security to elevate chemotherapy reactions. We need people to realize this is a little plant that does wonders for people's health. Plant a seed. Thank you very much for that, Mike. Um, Jody, do you have? Are you still? Yeah. Do you have any questions for him while I get Casey in here?
No, I completely agree. I mean, vote no.
Yeah.
We certainly do not want to stifle the voice of the people.
Right, yeah, and that's also another thing that I feel like it's not getting a lot of attention. That something like this is passing through, and I feel like because we have voters that if they don't know the issue, they don't know the number, they just don't vote, and that's a yes. Isn't
Mhm.
that? Yeah, that's
Mhm.
basically. I think I'm correct here. That they vote, if they don't vote on an issue, that's basically as good as a yes, essentially. It doesn't get counted.
It's kind of a half of an yes. I think a lot of people, if they don't know an issue, they tend to default to voting no, which in this case would be fine on the measure the legislature put on board. But overall, that seems to be the way things go. We certainly want people to get educated. And of course, this is, we're still talking about November. And the tradition in North Dakota is that you don't start talking about November elections until after Labor Day, which is a kind of a silly, old-fashioned notion. But the newspaper editors like to keep that tradition going.
I didn't know that. That's a new one to me. Dustin, he had jumped in. You are behind this, so I need to undo that. Where is that source? There it is. All right. I don't need to be on screen. I'm ugly. All right. Hey, Dustin. You there? All right.
Hey,
Do
made
you
it
have
back.
any questions for either
Yep.
Casey or for Dustin? Well, the other Dustin. Or yeah, do you have anything to add?
Just what is, with COVID and stuff. I mean, I guess I'm down to plan stuff for the future. Is there any like events planned, or what is there an overall strategy to defeat this ballot measure? I guess I haven't looked up any of their money coming in, but specifically to 4001, I mean, we're gonna have to hit that pretty hard, I think.
Historically, measures that the legislature puts on the ballot do not get a lot of financial support. This one might be different because there are always groups that dislike everything. However, we also might actually benefit from the fact that there's no money in the system right now, and the amount you're probably going to see low turnout and probably the lowest amount of campaign ads, because I think that political spending is going to be one of those discretionary things that gets cut by a lot of people and a lot of corporations right now, and simply because it would look bad. If a company that took a bailout or a loan or whatever went and was donating $100,000 to some issue on either side of the aisle and across the spectrum. So I think that from that aspect, you might actually have the best chance for a level playing field now than in normal times. And that goes for this issue. That goes for your issue. So, there's lots of reasons like for you guys to get yours on now rather than later because, it's such a unique situation. Low turnout can help you if your guys voters are motivated, and then with limited amount of cash in the system, because you're already limited, but you're not. You're probably going to be level. Your finances aren't going to change based on the economy that much, whereas the other guys will.
So with that in mind, and this can go for anybody who just wants to comment on something like this. One of the biggest things, and North Dakota has this protection already, mail-in ballots. But when it comes to on a national level for states that don't have mail-in ballots, it's just interesting to me to know, like just people's views on it. If anybody wants to comment on North Dakota has mail-in ballots. If you need a mail-in ballot, you can get them. I'm not saying that's, this is only for North Dakota. But just as far as everybody else, what would be your views of mail-in ballots and what can go wrong or what can go better?
You know, so one thing that anybody who is operating this time around is going to have to really uh, put together is called what's called a chase mail program, which is every 3 or 4 days you get the new list from your county auditor. In a statewide ballot situation, it would be every county auditor. Maybe you can get that from the Secretary of State if Al's people are cooperative. But if, because mail-in ballots start going out, what is it, 40 days before the election, you
on a lot of things. I think we've been quite a bit, and and it all depends on how many people again send in for their absentee or mail-in ballot. We need that'll be a good encounter, a good number I think who will see in the primary what may happen in the general.
Uh, Dustin Tyre, you have any questions?
Not really. We're just kind of getting to the next hour here. If there's nothing, I can check the Discord real quick. We'll probably say thanks and move on. Next is the Cannabis Caucus Hour with the Cannabis Caucus packs, and we have a few people for that. So I guess if you guys wanted to say something for a few minutes, I don't see any questions on here.
Go ahead, Dustin. I know you like to talk.
I think that number one is, just be very diligent about your lists and getting after people about everything. I think that for any measure that goes, and now more than any time, my first boots on the ground experience with campaigning was actually going door to door, signing people up to do absentee ballots, and returning there when they got their ballots and saying, "Hey, here's a stamp. Fill it out and mail it today." And if you have the capability within your grassroots setting to do stuff like that, as long as the voter seals it up, they can hand it to you. You can put the stamp on and mail it for them. That's completely legal. So, they sign the back saying they sealed it and it's good to go. And that helps make sure that you get it out and somebody can drop those off in the drop box as long as they don't have the problem that Casey had. That'll go over. Otherwise, you got to put it in the regular mailbox outside. Just stuff it in actually at the post office, and it should get there within 2 days.
What I think about the postal system is one thing, but yeah, if you're worried about it, do it early, like Dustin and I agree on, and just be diligent. Make 1,000 phone calls if you have to, whatever. I know that's what I've been doing already, and stuff, and it's going to be a different campaign for everybody up and down the line. I can see complacency happening, and I can see something that could change and shock the whole state. And we will see in November, and I'm hoping myself particularly that some shocks will happen across the state, and it needs to happen in certain areas, stuff like that, so we get a more of an equal balance throughout the state and more equal balance of people heard, no matter what party you're on, you like, whatever. We just need a more of an equal balance.
Yep.
All right, well, yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate having you on, and we'll bring in the next folks.
Okay.
Thanks, Dustin.
Thank you so much,
Yep.
guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Bye.
All right, so we have to fix everybody's video for a second. There we go. Yes, I'm doing this live. Yes, I know I should be doing it in studio mode for anybody that actually knows how to run OBS.
Are you saying there's more techie people than you out there that are going to criticize what you're doing?
Right, but there
Grassroots.
usually are. Everybody's got comments about tech. It's actually kind of an annoying thing about the tech community. But I think we've got it about right. Yes, I know it looks like shit, and I'm working on fixing that. So give me one more second to just, fuck it, we're doing it live. Literally is what I said this morning. All right, so we got Chris Howell coming in here in a quarter of a second. So I just have to make sure that I got him added to that, and that's not selecting. There we go. That selected it. All right. There we go. So once he picks up, And he's going to be talking a little bit about Vets for Safe Access. Well, not a little bit, all about Vets for Safe Access, which is a PAC that supports the North Dakota Freedom of Cannabis Act. So, yeah, he's here now, and give me one more second to get him on screen. So it will be a one more minute second. I promise I'm not just failing at doing everything in computer life right now. So, um,
I see him.
yeah, that's in the Skype window though. This is on the computer.
Oh,
Oh,
gotcha.
and he's doing
Oh,
the cool
okay.
little blurry thing too. Everybody's doing the blurry thing. I just, yeah, okay. All right, so Vets for Safe Access. Tell me a little bit about it.
Hey guys, yeah, my name is Chris Howell, for those of you that don't know me, and I am the head of ND Vets for Safe Access to Cannabis. Our main goal and mission is to get veterans access to a safe medicine rather than lots of the dangerous stuff that the VA especially provides, including heavy doses of benzodiazepines, SSRIs, and opiates. So our main goal is to give veterans access to something that's safer than the pill cocktails that the VA likes to give out, and that's to treat common issues like chronic pain and psychological issues like PTSD due to combat, military sexual trauma, things of that nature. And then from that, our secondary goal is to try to help the cost of cannabis as medicine, because currently in the state of North Dakota, the cost to buy medical cannabis literally bankrupts anybody who's on veteran disability. Nobody can afford it. So we're here to fix that.
Okay, so when it comes to vets for having access to just even going to the VA and stuff like that, and they want to become a medicinal patient, what's the biggest hurdle that they have to jump over?
The VA won't even address it. They won't even help you as a veteran get access to medical cannabis, and that is due to the federal Schedule 1 nature of the drug. And because it's federally Schedule 1, it makes the VA doctors, they're not able to prescribe it or talk about it in a positive medicinal form. So what that means is in North Dakota, which is something that we did fight for in the last legislative session, was to get a veteran's exemption. So if you are a veteran who receives your primary care at the VA, there's a workaround to get a medical card.
Huh. So, as far as what you provide to vets, so basically you kind of walk them through the whole process when it comes to getting access to cannabis. Um, how does that usually entail? Because I know with the VA, it's basically adding another step or two, actually, right?
So yeah, so what it does is instead of seeing your own provider out in town or whatever, seeing your own doctor, what you do is you have a diagnosis from the VA of a qualifying condition. And with that qualifying condition, you submit your VA medical records to the state of North Dakota in order to have the nurses that work in the medical cannabis office either confirm nor deny that you have a qualifying condition to use medical cannabis in the state of North Dakota.
Got it. So so if somebody is a vet and they feel like cannabis is for them, but they haven't seen a doctor in a while, what's because I know that there's like a restriction for civilians as well of you have to have this qualifying condition. Is there more conditions for veterans to have access? And how does what's the disqualifiers that they basically throw in the whole mention, the whole loop?
So the biggest, the veterans qualify in this
Oh, it dropped out.
normal people. So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it dropped out. That blurry thing kind of like really taxes people's computers, but it's fine.
Oh, okay. So, so for veterans, okay, what was the, let's start this
So,
over.
what are the disqualifying conditions, and as well as because like with a civilian, we see a doctor, we get we say we have this issue, we have to have a bunch of medical paperwork saying, hey, we've had this issue, I've tried everything else in the entire world, and I feel this is going to work for me, but that process takes a long time. So with vets, it's if you guys have seen the I'm forgetting the name of the thing, but Chris Howell did an interview on our YouTube channel that you're actually watching this on right now. And he had mentioned something about you have to have seen a doctor so many months before, and if it's anything past that amount of months, you're basically denied.
So you have to see a doctor for, you have to be actively being treated for a qualifying medical condition at the VA. In the past
Oh,
condition, you need to submit your records with filling out the application to get approved. Not saying that it will get approved, but that you got a pretty good chance if you've been treated for a qualifying condition at a VA facility within 12 months of putting in your paperwork to get your card. What we at ND Vets recommend is that for those that we recommend you actually go be seen in the VA within 3 months prior to applying for your card. Now that doesn't mean that you need to be seen at the VA for that specific condition, but you need to have been seen, whether it's an ER visit or a health checkup or talk to a psychiatrist or any of those things. We recommend that you have been in physically inside a VA facility seeing some provider in the previous 3 months because it establishes a continuing pattern of care, which is the biggest issue that vets are getting denied for in the first place, is that they don't meet Jason Wall, who's the director of medical marijuana's standard for continuing pattern of care. But, Mr. Wall doesn't have any medical background, so I don't know how he can decide what is a continuing pattern of care or not. But he just decided that's what it is, and since it's not written in the law, black and white, you have to go by the way he interprets it.
got it. So, for people who want to get a hold of you, I'm guessing more vets would want to get a hold of you than, just some random person on the internet. How would they get a hold of you on your Facebook page, I'm guessing? Vets for Safe Access?
Yeah, ND Veterans for Safe Access is the best way to get a hold of us. Through that, we have a site, and then there's also a closed group for veterans who would like any vets to advocate for them on their behalf, or they just want any information on how to get access to medical cannabis or how to use it to treat their issues.
Yeah, and actually, I was in the group earlier. So Vets for Safe Access. Let me pull that up. I should have already pulled it up, but I totally forgot. But the private group for the North Dakota Medical Marijuana Support Group, that one you just have to search and you have to request. I'm not going to show that one on screen just because it's people talking about their their medical conditions, so I'm not sharing people's medical conditions. Trust me, it's not happening. Um, so
So I believe that. So Chris, you have a group that's veterans only, right? It's not a public, or unless you're a veteran, you're not accepted into the group, and that's kind of how you operate it, right?
Yeah, so we have a closed group where there's myself and one other person who administers it, and you essentially have to prove that you are a veteran and you are seeking medical cannabis as treatment. Um, whether you have access to it currently or you're trying to get it, we will accept you in the group, and we do everything we can to help you get access to something that's definitely safer than lots of the dangerous benzos and opioids that have been prescribed to us for decades.
And for some reason, I'm not finding the group right now, just because it's probably Facebook being really stupid to me. Oh boy. Well, get a hold of Chris if you would like to join the group. He probably has a better link, and I'm guessing it's probably also because it's a private group. It's hard for me to find it. So feel free to reach out. He's also on the ND Cannabis Caucus Facebook page. I can try to turn on my camera back. But yeah, so he's also on the Facebook page as well, so if you'd like to get a hold of him, or if you want to get a hold of him, he's also on Facebook.
So also one other thing, Phil, with the public, there is a public page for ND Veterans for Safe Act. That's a public page that anybody can view, and on that public page there is a link to that is.
Okay, I think I might find it now. Veterans. Why is Facebook just not? Oh, there it is. All right, cool. I knew it was because I think I'm like, no, I didn't like them, but I'll like them now. Veterans for.
And then on the page there's a link to the group for any vets. You have to answer a few questions to get approved into the group, but as soon as you do, then it's more of a brother to brother, sister to sister kind of conversation. We're all once you're in, you're part of the family, and so it's much more direct and much more about how we can help each other.
Yeah, and he's also a supporter. He's a supporting PAC actually of the Andy Freeman Cannabis Act, and he's also on the page. And he can also you can donate if you just want to donate your money to a specific reasoning for the cause. So the biggest thing about it is Real ND News is more like the political sphere. Vets for Safe Access is more for the veterans, but they are also gonna get some things out of our measure. Like it's gonna make it easier for them. I'm trying to remember the positives. There you go. So there's gonna be some
Home
positives.
grow.
Yeah, home grow.
Home grow is the biggest cost-effective measure that we could do, and that enables anybody with a one-time purchase of $1,000 to buy the gear you need to do an indoor grow, and now you're set.
Right.
And you can provide your own medicine.
Yep. And then there's also we're going to be watching their videos as well, and we also will have Leslie on. I'm thinking we're going to probably figure that out. Yes, we're doing everything live. When I say fuck it, we're doing it live. We tried to stream to Facebook earlier, didn't work. It just didn't accept anything. So, yeah. Dustin or Jody, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them while I figure out how I'm doing this next part.
Have any vets been denied a medical card?
Yes, there have been a few. The main issue that is causing them to be denied is the continuing pattern of care thing that I talked about earlier. That just happens to it appears to be like that's the loophole that they can use to deny people.
Do you think a specific verbiage in the law needs to be added this next legislative session?
Definitely. Like the biggest issue is the continuing pattern of care thing, right? So let's say you were diagnosed with, let's use combat PTSD for an example, right? Like 15 years ago. It doesn't go away. It doesn't, like, you know what I mean? Like that, because, and lots of those guys that are being denied for it have been getting psychiatric drugs for 15 years straight at the VA, but because they refuse to physically go in, because lots of, if you got committed when you go in to seek help, would you go in and seek help? So those guys, right. They refuse to go into a VA facility. So that.
Well, let's face it, I mean, a VA, I'm not a veteran, but a VA really doesn't seem like a safe place for a veteran to go. So asking them to do that doesn't really seem logical.
It's the problem is that if you get medically submitted, like saying that you're not psychiatrically or able to take care of yourself, and then they get committed to psychiatric institutions. And lots of them are just, oh, you might have went in and that you're having a really bad day that day. Your symptoms are just really bad and you just need some help. Well, you're going to go seek help, but you end up getting committed. And that's what one guy in specifically who I've been trying now for like 6 months to get him his card, and I still can't get it. And he way qualifies. He has horrible PTSD, like can't function normally in society, and he's still getting denied because of the continuing pattern of care blip. And that to me is the thing that needs to be fixed the most. I don't understand why it couldn't just be as simply as you are discharged disabled veteran, you have a VA disability rating, here's your card. It should be that simple. Wow.
It should be.
Chris, I have a question for you.
What's up, Dustin?
So just like Jody, I've heard that you have extra ambitions beyond your pack as far as political engagement. Do you know people from your pack that are seeking office?
No, honestly, there's only about 3 other people in my group that are even politically active at all. Lots of the guys just want access to their medicine, how to use it, and they kind of just want to be left alone, to tell you the truth, which I don't blame them. And that's part of why I started this, was to be the voice for the guys that don't want to go be a voice anymore.
How often do you get to the Capitol then to voice stuff?
Well, I'd say the last
I
time...
mean, I know the answer, but I'm just throwing this out there.
I also had surgery the last session, too, like right before it. I wasn't the most mobile person in the world. But I do talk to lots of the representatives. I'm pretty close. Talk with Steve Vetter a lot about stuff. And then I talk with Josh Boshi every now and again when I can to try to. There are people that seem to be receptive and kind of care about giving people access to something than the pharmaceuticals that we're given.
Got it.
And then I guess just how do you kind of recommend people to go about that? Like, because it's intimidating to give a legislator a call, you know? So like, in your experiences, how has it been like engaging with legislators and stuff like that about this specific issue?
So some legislators have been extremely receptive, where other ones have just decided, I don't want to hear anything that's coming out of your mouth. It doesn't matter. I don't think kind of people. So I mean, you have the gap, especially from parts of the western part of the state. There's representatives from out there that just don't care and have little to no empathy when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Huh. Well,
Well,
oh, sorry. Somebody was gonna go. Somebody was gonna say something.
I would say to the guys and gals who are veterans, right? So if you choose to speak to a legislator, what I would say is stay with your local district. So if you are, let's say you're in district, I don't know, 26, right? And like Ruth Buffalo is one of your representatives, or 23, and she's one of your representatives, and she's in your district. Well, that's the person you're communicating with. You should be directly communicating with the senators and your senator and your 2 representatives for your district would be where I would start first, and that's who you need to talk to, and you need to push them to introduce some legislation to help the issue that you're pushing for. And if you want, you can always point them in my direction. I'll gladly talk to them for you.
Yeah,
well, that's why we got you here, right?
Right.
That's
Exactly.
part of it as well. Just having people that want to be, that are available to be that person for you, because people. We have a lot of disabled people in our group. We have a lot of people that work 2 jobs. We have a lot of people that have kids that they take care of. And, I'm glad that you've started what you've started, because
Yeah, man,
we need more
I'm
people.
doing 2 boys right now. Yeah, we just do what we can, man, right? So all of us we all got jobs, and families and everything else, and this is something that we care about. If it's something that you care about, and I'm speaking to the vets out there, please get in contact with me. I could always use more help. Anybody that wants to get involved and or talk to legislators or go to the Capitol or go to VFWs and talk. That's also a benefit. I've talked to a few of those about the efficacies and how to get medical cannabis. So, lots of times, unless you remember, they don't really let you have a voice. So being a vet, you can be a member of the American Legion, VFW, AMVETS, other organizations like that. And at their meetings, they have to let you talk if you choose to talk.
Cool. You want to hang out with us while we go through the other packs, or can I have any questions as people are, if you have any questions for Chris or for any of the pack leaders, feel free to drop them into the YouTube page or YouTube chat. That's the non-boomer word for that. YouTube chat, not page. So feel free to drop that in there, and yeah, so Dustin also has a pack, Real ND News. So go ahead and talk about Real ND News. And, honestly, okay, before we go into that one, here's my biggest question. How did you get involved with ND for Freedom? Like, you're a cannabis group, you're a cannabis pack, but how did you say, okay, ND for Freedom is the right way to go?
For me,
No,
Chris.
for Chris, and then we'll
There
go
you
to
go.
you. Then we'll go to you next.
No problem.
So why did I decide that ND for Freedom is the way to go is your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So ND for Freedom is the way to go because of essentially two simple things. It's access, so it allows anybody who is over the age of 21 without fear of losing their gun or hunting rights in order to use cannabis safely. And the second part is cost. With having home grow in the ND for Freedom Act, it'll control the cost. Nobody on disability right now can afford the cost of medical cannabis. Nobody can. Because if you use the actual allotted amount that you're allowed every month, which is your 3 ounces and then 4 grams of concentrate, you're spending $1,600, $1,800, $2,000 a month for your medicine, and nobody on disability can afford that. But what somebody can afford is when we have a home grow provision. They can, especially with other veterans too, is that if they can't afford the $1,000 to set up their own home grow, which is just an estimate. I mean, if you buy the things in bulk and supplies and everything else, it's probably less. But so about $1,000 to set up their own home grow, and it being a one-time expense, other vets and other organizations will help them out. There's organizations already out there in other states that help vets set up a home grow. And if you have a home grow, it's a one-time payment. You can grow your strain that works best for you. So lots of the medical stuff that works best, especially for PTSD strains, are not high-yielding plants. So dispensaries and growers don't want to grow them because there's no profit in it. If you're growing one of your 1,000 allotted plants that you're allowed to as Pure Dakota, you're not going to grow something that only yields between 6 to 10 ounces. You're going to grow something that yields 1.5 to 2 pounds.
Right.
Or 25 pounds, right?
Yeah, whoever Senator Baki's out of Vermont, 25 pounds. I know professional growers that get at best 2.5 pounds in a plant, and they blast it with nitrogen as it's flowering. So and unless you got liquid nitrogen lying around, you ain't doing that.
Well, if you're extreme overclocker, that's used in computer world.
Well, yeah, yeah.
But that's also, you just brought up another really good point, and I promise, Dustin, you're after that question.
All good.
In your interview for the Unfiltered, that was the name of the series. That's what we call it. It was called Unfiltered. You had talked about specific strains that help with PTSD and sleep and night terrors, mostly. What were the names of the strains for that, and what's the general cost for that kind of a strain as far as the fertilizer used and all that stuff? I know you can't give an exact one because you were saying 1,000 best, but
So the strains are they come from the White Widow family, right? So those of you that are educated in cannabis understand what a land race is, right? So a land race is one of the original naturally growing forms of cannabis that grew on the planet by itself. Before man messed with it, it's the way God intended it. So like Hindu Kush is a strain that grew in the Hindu mountains naturally. Like Afghan Kush grew in the Kush in Afghanistan. Like they just naturally grow in those places. And White Widow happens to be a strain that naturally grew like that. And then people branched a bunch of other stuff off it, like Skywalker, Girl Scout cookies, just to name a few, are branches from White Widow. And Widow is especially good for night terrors because something to do with the terpene profile in it, with the mystrenine in it, what it does is that it inhibits you from actually going into the deepest form of sleep. So the 5 stages of REM sleep, you don't actually go into the 5th stage where your body and brain can still get rest, but it doesn't activate the part of your brain that causes night terrors. So that part of your brain just stays dormant if you consume White Widow, especially if you can get it as an RSO oil and like take it as a capsule before you go to bed. You'll get 6 hours of great sleep. And for a vet with PTSD and night terrors, 6 hours of sleep is a lifesaver.
All right, Jody, what were you saying?
Is that available even in our program, in the North Dakota program?
No, but they also, and then the secondary thing is you want like dark purple strains would be another. The thing that they say is Granddaddy Purple. It's not that. So the dark purple strains, they also don't grow them because yet again they take longer and they're not high yielding. So they don't grow them. Those are the strains that are typically grown in colder environments naturally. That's why they turn out to be purple. And so those ones also are not grown in the state because they're not high yielding. And then for pain management, one of the biggest issues with the state that it's grown here is that they don't grow cannabis that has both THC and CBD in it in high numbers. So for pain management, you want something that's like a 10 to 10, like 10% CBD, 10% THC is what you want because of the hybridizing effect that it'll have on your central nervous system for pain management. There is nothing in the state that is grown with that in it. And there's many strains that they could do that, but they choose not to.
So, Dustin, you want to hang out with us if anybody has any questions? I guess I should ask you first. You enjoying your 420 holiday?
Oh yeah.
Chris, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, guys.
Oh, okay. You want to hang out with us while we talk about all the packs?
I can hang around for a little while.
Yeah. You can, since Dustin grilled you, you can grill Dustin. How about that?
I know what Dustin does.
Well,
I travel the state and harass lawmakers, guy. That's Dustin.
well, Dustin, you want to tell us about how you harass lawmakers?
Well, I'm getting better. I'll say that. Okay, so yeah, Real Indie News was started as just a Facebook page because too many people were always talking about how there's nothing to do in North Dakota and nothing to do in North Dakota be involved. So I started the page just for basically event sharing, and then started showing up to specific events. The first one I went to was a study about T-norm, which is technologically enhanced, naturally occurring radioactive material in North Dakota. And we can have a whole long thing about that another day. But it started growing from there and meeting other activists. And once 2016 happened, my political snowball kind of exploded, and I became a presidential delegate for Bernie Sanders, who was a champion of marijuana reform and criminal justice rights in general. I then signed my first ballot measure ever, which was medical marijuana. I was pumped about that. I was like, oh, check that off the bucket list, and then voted for it. And when it started coming out that things were changing, and I started paying attention, somebody had to do something. So basically, I had a little bit of knowledge of political action committees because I did put my name on the ballot in 2016 in my district. Went to one parade, got 1,200 votes. But basically learned the ropes of a little bit about campaign finance. So then what I did was I created Real Indie News as a actual legit political action committee. We started having meetings, and this all started in about 2017, and we were kind of scattered then. There was already a big medical marijuana group from the Measure Committee. They were taking care of business, things like that. But I then started the 420 rally, and just kind of started growing from there and getting people more active in the process. Basically, I hammer the process to people, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're so boring." I'm like, "I know, but you got to know what a delegate is. You got to know how to vote. You got to know how to mail-in vote. You have to understand that forming member-based organizations that can send people like Chris, myself, Leslie will be on, any one of us, and really there was, oh my gosh, we must have submitted this session. I personally had to have printed out over several thousand testimonies. And because you need to print out a testimony for every committee member, you have to go up there and kind of explain it and things like that. And, they do listen, and they will listen, because if we can get them to understand that, not only are we voting, but it's turning into open engagement in the political process as well, because we can't continue to have these legislators that don't believe in cannabis. And when you look at the cannabis issue as a whole, you start to see views on other things as well. So, I just really want to get people involved, and I want to make events and, create a revenue stream of low donations, $4.20. And, just make sure that there is an education outlet out there, and a way for people like everyone here today to have an outlet to make these things happen, and just grow North Dakota's activism in general towards cannabis, which a lot of people now in the cannabis movement are looking at other things. We have folks that are looking at why is it that police officers are getting caught with underage citizens of North Dakota. We'll just put it like that, they're not having to register, and they're only getting 30 days in jail. Who's the state's attorney on that? Who's the judge on that? Why is that allowed? What's the law say? There's other things like expungement of records. Just in general, it's starting to evolve into more things, and it's just starting. We're seeing the overall picture of this law and order establishment of Democrats who survived and Republicans that have been around since the 80s. So some people are in our office right now from the 70s, got elected in the 70s, still there. Most of them are from the 80s and 90s, and that's before the internet. It's before computers in high school. We got to get these guys out of there, and just, that's my main mission. And our next biggest move, I'm happy to announce, is Leslie does a lot of the merchandise with the Committee of Compassionate Care, and me and her are forming a partnership we're going to merchandise everything, and I'm just excited for it. So, yeah, I guess that's kind of in a nutshell what I do, but I've been active since 2016, and my first time ever voting was probably 2012. I was a non-voter, and I went to jail for marijuana a lot, and now I'm getting my record expunged and pardoned from the governor. I expanded the medical, was part of a group. It's not me. Now my wife has a medical card. Many other people have medical cards. Other people are getting records pardoned. And it's like it's turned into an addiction almost, to where, holy shit, we're actually making change here, and to get people to understand that, our group is moving forward and putting their backs against the wall on certain things.
So, if anybody has any questions for either Chris or Dustin, I'm just going to kind of open it up for a couple minutes for anybody to ask any questions. Feel free to drop it in the YouTube chat, also the Discord chat as well. Um, yeah, otherwise, if you guys want to ask any questions live, like in a voice call, you also can jump into the waiting room with that Discord link that I had first posted. Our chat isn't super. Uh,
Looks like Leslie's here too, so I mean, you can
yeah.
just jump her in because I went a little long,
Okay.
but
Well,
we all kind of did.
we're kind of just giving everybody the time that they want. So, uh,
Right.
yeah. So we'll do Leslie here next. Chris, you want to hang out for that too, or what do you want to do? It's just more of a hangout. This honestly, this entire idea has just been a hangout.
Jody, if you kind of adjust your camera, you can see all 3 packs on your logo too.
No, I can just throw up a picture
There
of
you
where.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, there was gonna be a logo, the spinning logo thing that I use in Canaheads, and I totally forgot to add that. So, um, yeah. So, Dustin, so you were talking about doing an
Yep.
expansion of the um, what's the word for that?
Like merchandise.
Yeah, for the merchandise. I'm sorry, I'm just blanking on
Yeah.
stuff right
So
now.
I mean, we've been working on it. Basically, that's again the coolest thing about all of this is that the grassroots initiative from everyone involved. We got wristbands from a lady in Bismarck, Karen. She just ordered them up. She's like, "Yeah, let's get these." I'm like, "Sweet." Leslie does a lot of the shirts. So this is a shirt that I have. Buttons. Oh yeah, just ordered up buttons. I made this shirt. This is last time. It says, "Don't change," or "We're not here to break the law. We're here to change the law." But basically, our merchandise. You know, if we organize it a little more and we expand it, we can, I think, go further with our packs.
Yeah. We also we are thinking about, and it's when I say thinking about, I mean very a lot, but also we kind of need to know a little bit more about the industry, about pipes, not
Pipes.
when I say pipes, I mean tobacco pipes, not pipes that would be used
Yeah, you
for.
have to have. So yeah, and then so we can't put our logo on and sell like pipes or rolling papers, any tobacco products without a tobacco license.
Oh, you need a tobacco
Um,
license. Well, you just
yeah,
answered my question.
I have talked to some of our sponsoring businesses about it over the course of the cannabis fight, and different things that we were trying to get installed here. But I think they'd be willing to carry some things for us to get around some of that stuff. But yeah, it's you kind of got to cross your T's and dot your I's type thing on some of the stuff. And then as far as it's always donations to the cause, to the packs, and then rewards. We can't really sell things, stuff like that. So
Yeah. Kimberly Dworshak had in the Discord chat, what can we do for Chris? I'm thinking the word in between do and Chris is for, to help get more vets help. So what is there that we can do to outreach for vets?
Basically, the biggest thing that we can do to outreach for vets is just let them know that we exist and that lots of guys just give up on the process of getting medical cannabis before they even really start it. And that our main goal, more than anything, is to get vets access to the program through the veterans exemption that exists in the law. Which for lots of guys, especially those that aren't very technically savvy, it can be extremely difficult.
Sorry, there was an echo for a minute. I think you guys heard it. Go again.
So yeah, basically that we exist and that we're out there to help vets get access to a life-saving plant that can fundamentally change their lives for the better.
Right, yeah, and that's also another thing of the people who, I mean, it's the same need as, in my opinion. This might be very wrong. This might be a shitty fucking take when I say this, but civilian needs as far as medicine is just as important as vet needs for medicine. However, vets needing medicine would have more conditions, and they would have like a they're more susceptible to having medical conditions as far as for cannabis. So if
But
you oh go ahead.
so the biggest things that you're talking about is the chronic pain and PTSD type issues, which cannabis is literally a medication for those things, and lots of vets have them in congruency. So with them having multiple issues that cannabis can treat, it's a much better thing to use rather than taking 6 pills for one thing and then 3 pills for another, and having one other extra pill to counteract three of the bad side effects of the first.
I don't know who's echoing, but go go ahead after the second pill to counteract part.
Um, yeah, so it's the counteracting of the drugs. So the goal is that we can take essentially 9 to 10 different medications and cut it down to a plant where you can't overdose on, where lots of the drugs that are prescribed to you by the VA, one of the side effects is death, where lots of the other one, and they also have suicide as the side effect. So when that's the thing that you're trying the most to prevent, why are we going to be taking something that one of the primary or secondary side effects are the exact thing you're trying to avoid?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, just look at the PAMs alone. All the different benzodiazepams.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
Those alone. You just look at those, the 5 different benzos that are prescribed to vets, and look at all the dangerous side effects. Just those alone. And we're not even beginning to even scratch in the amount of opiates that vets are prescribed.
And yeah, so like benzos, while they can be helpful for sleep, anxiety, and panic attacks because they act very quickly, they're also very, really, really dangerous to actually, to if you're out to withdraw from. It is a month-long process, possibly 3 months if you're talking about pause. And it's just as bad as alcohol as far as the withdrawal. If anybody knows anybody who's a alcoholic, the the withdrawal of alcohol, because it acts, benzos act the same on the same receptor as alcohol. The actual withdrawal of the whole entire thing is really bad, and you can actually have a seizure and die. And when I say seizure, you can actually have a grand mal seizure, which is usually the ones that are like the most dangerous. But other seizures are just as dangerous. But grand mal ones are, you have a lot more there. So we also, Chris Milden, how about cross out the line in the law that says an appointment cannot be made for the sole purpose of obtaining a medical card? That's a huge one. Have you guys? I mean, with vets, I guess it's kind of the same thing.
It doesn't apply to us. We have the veterans have the if the vets that I'm worrying about are the ones that are receiving their primary care at the VA. So with our veterans exemption, that should have solved the problem. So the real issue is fixing the interpretation of the exemption is really what we have to do, and that's going to be this next legislative session. Is where we're going to try to tweak that when it comes to medical cannabis in the state.
I gotcha. So yeah, I guess we're just kind of waiting for.
I have
Oh,
another thing too that Real Indie News is going to focus on as far as like education. So we've found a few things out at the Capitol this year, and you can plug in to microphones that are already installed everywhere, and you can plug in and record them because it's public. There's also video recording equipment, so we're going to look into that next. And then actually, so last time we had people sign up for lobbyist badges and be lobbyists. So this time we're really going to push the news side of it and get official media badges and stuff like that. And it's going to be fun. I'm excited. we're still going to be asking for testimony and submitting and things like that. But I generally don't speak a whole lot at the Capitol. I try not to. I I don't know. I feel like I'm not filtered enough to do that, and that's why we got people like Chris and there's another Chris that comes to the Capitol a lot, and just everyone else that speaks up and gave some powerful testimonies. To Justin Lawrence from Dickinson, we had Becca. I mean, the list goes on forever. It was incredible. But what I want to do is really capture that and just make sure that if there is a legislator sleeping, you're going to see it on my Facebook page. The remarks that they make about gateway drugs and things like that. It'll be very public, and that's kind of one of my goals this year.
Yeah, and we're just waiting here for Kimberly Dominic to jump into the Discord. She's going to be doing hers through Discord, and so is
Cool.
Leslie, I guess, as well. Let's see here. Once they show up, whoever goes first, how about that? Leslie?
We'll just keep it going. I
Yeah.
mean, until they get here.
Yeah.
Oh, I see Carl Young is in a waiting room.
Well,
yeah.
There's Leslie.
So I got about 5 more minutes left till I gotta go teach my kids math. So
Yeah, give us a closing statement, Chris. Then yeah, thanks for coming, bud.
Basically, guys, ND Vets is here to help veterans in need get access to cannabis cost effectively and safely. So our main mission is to give vets access to the program and enable them the easiest way possible, whether that's helping them through the process or whether that's paying their $50 fee to submit to the program themselves, whether we cover that for them. And then the secondary thing is that we are going to be lobbying and pushing for, on top of the Freedom of Cannabis Act, we'll be talking in the legislature and to legislators to enable home grow for medical patients, because that's the only really way, without having a functioning rec market to support it, that you can make a medical market cost effective. So that's our two biggest things is we're pushing for access and for cost effectiveness for vets. And that's if you're looking out and you're a vet that needs help or wants some guidance on how to go through the process, reach out to us, ND Vets, North Dakota Vets for safe access, or ND Vets for safe access to cannabis. Look us up. We're there to help. And everybody out there, help your battle buddy out, and we're here to help you. So feel free to reach out. And keep up the good work, guys.
Thanks, bud.
That is one.
Oh, I wasn't even live when I said this. Kimberly Dominic is coming on here once she unmutes. Why is it? This is supposed to work.
Oh yeah, you're on right now. I can hear what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then I see Kim going back and forth in the waiting room and on air.
Okay. Well, I guess while you figure this out, Carl, here you go. Hey, you're on. You there, Carl? Carl, you there? There we go. How's it going? You there? Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Do you have... Oh, you did video. That's a lot harder to do over Discord than it is.
Never.
All right.
Which way do you want to do it? Video or no video? Doesn't matter to me.
They can hear you right now. Are you you're
Yep.
candidate? Okay. So you just jumped an hour.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll get
Good. There
back
we
to you.
go.
We'll get back
How's
to you.
everybody today?
Yeah, we'll get back to you here in a minute because we were supposed to do the candidates at 5. After.
Yep. Oh, okay. I can come back. I can
Yeah.
come back. Not a big deal. Yep.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thanks.
Yep. Okay.
Wow. See, this is a super professional production. I promise. I'm not good. I'm not good at reading ahead. And honestly, I kind of stopped with just dealing with the scenes like an hour into it. So, yeah, here's Kimberly Dominic, I promise that's how I said it. Can you hear us? You're on mute. Oh. Okay, well, I don't know. How about I explain a little bit of what ND for Freedom of Cannabis Act PAC is, and once she unmutes, maybe I can see. How about this? Can somebody reach out to her and see if it's like a tech thing or she's just not ready, and I'm just like pressuring her for no good reason. So ND for Freedom of Cannabis Act PAC is basically kind of the central PAC that kind of has all the other PACs supporting it, and as far as monetary wise, it's also kind of a seat at the table type of situation. And basically, if you donate on the website, it goes to that PAC's bank account. It's also the PAC that we put for any like services that we use. We kind of use that business name for all the services that we use. Other than that, I don't really know what else we do. It's more of an accounting thing. She's back. Let's try this again. Can you hear us? Oh, she just keeps jumping back into the waiting room. I don't know. How about
basically, you guys have just been running getting the website going and doing a lot of like the tech things, making sure that we have a place to collect data and giving us a place to post our cool pictures. We at the Capitol and things that we're doing. Kind of taking care of all that.
Right. Yeah, she said that it wouldn't do push to talk, so how about I force push to talk on everybody? How about now? Okay. Alright, well, hopefully she's ready, because actually she's responding. So, we also will have Lisa for the ND Cannabis Caucus Fargo, and we'll also have Leslie coming after Kimberly if we can get this figured out. Otherwise, Leslie, if you are listening, please feel free to jump in the Discord and I'll drag you up. It doesn't matter which room you go into, collective or waiting room, it really doesn't matter. It was just a way to kind of organize it, and it's a failure. So, whatever. Those 2 rooms are going away after this, I promise. Also, here's a funny, embarrassing story. The original idea for the on-air and the waiting room thing was actually for live streaming like games. Like I was gonna do like game streaming to try to like do fundraising type of thing, so you can like watch me play some cannabis games, and you would be able to donate or talk whatever, and just kind of give more content, more interaction with people.
I would totally challenge you in an online cannabis game. in another
It was
another situation. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it was actually you were the owner of a dispensary, so it would basically be a grow op and dispensary. So you would have plants in the like back room. So you'd have to run back there, have some plants up, have to water them.
Oh man!
And they like had a timer. It was actually a really fun, interesting game, but I streamed for a good hour to absolutely nobody. The people that did come in didn't seem to be interested. They just kind of left right afterwards. So they were like, "Oh, this guy's just fucking playing video games. Like, what the fuck?" Um, yeah. So I was just like, "All right, then. I guess that's what we're doing." So yeah, that was a super embarrassing thing. That stream got deleted. So if you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, you didn't. um,
I don't see Leslie on there anymore.
yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna message her while we're talking with Kimberly Dominic. Hey, it's working. All right. No, man, Discord is such shit. And you guys wonder why I had to use Skype. Discord is shit when it comes to content creation. Um, how about we just do this?
Well, I mean, they could just call my cell phone. I'll just put on
That's what I was
speakerphone, shut
planning
my
on
ears
doing,
off.
but here I got a better idea.
Okay.
Facebook call. How about that? Yeah, sure. You guys won't be able to hear it. That's the only downside. But nope, she didn't answer. Okay. Um, shoot. Dead air.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna give her one last shot. Let's try this. Nope. Let's see if she stays in collective. There's a helicopter in your room. Oh, nope, she moved back to waiting room. Okay. I don't know. I'm trying everything I can. We got Leslie here. We'll try her on Skype. 'Cause I think we had her on Skype originally. That was the idea. No, because she didn't accept my friend request. Create new group. Okay. Well, we got 15 minutes before 4:20, and we're not like all smoking on 4:20.
Hey, let's put Leslie in. She's ready. She's got her account and stuff.
On Skype says that she's
Yeah.
offline right now.
Oh, I just talked to her on the cell phone.
Just how about this? We're just gonna call Dustin. How about that? Or yeah, if Leslie, if you're on Skype, otherwise, you can also. Oh, okay. Kimberly's on Facebook. We're doing Facebook calls now. uh, there we go. Can you hear me? Oh, it's there we go. Say something again.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
All right. I can hear you and the stream can hear you, but Jody and Dustin can't. But it's fine. This will work.
All right. Happy 420, everybody.
Hell yeah. Yeah. So you so I kind of talked a little bit about ND for Freedom of Cannabis Act pack, but I didn't really know way too much to say about it. So if you wanna, oh, and now Leslie's. Go ahead with yours.
Well, I'm just the pack holder for North Dakota for Freedom that is supporting, along with the other packs, the North Dakota for Freedom of Cannabis Act. And we're all just working together trying to push this thing through.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy one to explain, I guess. So, I guess just to kind of expand on a little bit, when it comes to how you decided to join ND for Freedom, tell the story, I guess.
Well, I started on medical, helping petition for that, and it really was just all I did was petitioning. Um, and since then, and since the legislature decided to take what the people voted and gutted it, can change it to something none of us had agreed to. 64% I thought was pretty good, especially for North Dakota for a pass. and they decided to mess with it. So I decided to get more involved because if not me, who? If
Right.
not you, who? Everybody needs to step up. We have to be our own advocate, and that means everyone working together.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I don't know. Like I got involved. I don't even know how I got involved, honestly. Dustin, I think you just kind of tricked me. The story of how I met you guys
Kind of
actually.
do that. Kind of do that.
Yeah. So the story about it is I ran a news organization, if you want to call it that. It literally was a month long, and the I had a business and it was a partnership with somebody, and that guy was a complete fucking liar and he's a fucking sociopath. So I guess somehow I ended up here. That's the story for me. But yeah, I honestly, when I heard about you guys, I was like, oh, I want to know more. I want to like at least tell more people about it. And since I didn't have that news thing anymore, because that was going to be a complete and utter failure, um, I felt like I needed to get involved and have more people get involved. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, and this particularly, this bill is constitutional, which the legislature can't change. And it also has home grow, which we already voted in once. It should have stayed there in the first place. That was a big deal for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah. You have anything else? I guess. You said
Um,
yours was short,
I
so.
I'm not as serious as everybody else's conversations going on, but I do want to remind everybody out there we got a costume contest going on until the 30th. So get your submissions in. It's going to be
Oh
fun. We have
yeah.
prizes to give out. We have some gift cards to give away and some, North Dakota Cannabis Caucus swag, t-shirts, body butter from Black Cottage Alchemy that was donated, some other prizes going on, I think Lisa from Pretzel Makers donated some gift certificates. So yeah, it ought to be fun. You guys get your submissions, and all you have to do is dress up, and all the details are online on our event page. You submit your picture there on any of our group pages, and you'll be entered for the contest.
Yeah, and
We'll be announcing the winner on our radio show on May 7th.
if you guys want to find that event, the easiest way that I found it was going to the ND Cannabis Caucus Facebook page, hitting events and costume contests is under there. You can also, it's shared on all the other pages as well, but I think that's where the event page is. Also, I will post the link in
Yep.
chat. So
And it's free
there's
to
a link to
enter. You
that.
just have to be 18 and a North Dakota resident.
Yeah. And yeah, so that will be in the chat. Also, the way that this is going to go is I'm going to take the recording that I'm making right now and throw it up onto Facebook so more people can see it. And that will be in the description as well. So, yeah. Other than
Great.
that, yeah. Well, thank you.
Also,
Yep.
I'll add one more thing. If these restrictions ever get lifted and we get to go back to getting out there and not social distancing, we are planning to do a parade. We're going to create some of our own events to bring to people so they can come out and sign our petitions and have some fun so we can get this thing rolling before our time is up.
All
So
right.
be watching for future events, hopefully for June coming up
Yeah.
in the works.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
As far as questions or anything like that for her, feel free to ask them in chat. I'll just kind of relay them to you, and then I'll just update you guys just live on the stream. And then if it's
And you guys can hit me up. People can hit me up at Facebook. Anybody can message me that way, or from the page, whatever.
All right. Well, I will talk to you later, I guess.
All right. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Yeah. All right. Bye. All right. So that was Kimberly, Dominic, and you guys could hear after like live on the stream, but not like in the call because I can't do tech today.
Oh, she was on the YouTube stream?
Yeah, she was on the YouTube
Oh,
stream.
perfect. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I wasn't
Okay,
like
cool.
talking to myself or anything.
Hey, I wasn't judging you.
um, so you had sent me that. Oh, that's the wrong one. So yeah, at 4:20 we also have the radio show. We'll be listening to that live at the 4:20 hour. No music will be playing, so any copyright holders feel free to not strike any videos. um, let's see here. Let's try that one. Oh, okay. It showed that she was.
Since you brought that up real quick about copyrights and trademarks and
Oh
whatnot,
yeah.
it's just another good reason to donate $4.20 a month because there's always things that we need to secure so other people don't take them and use them for stuff like what Philip just said. There's politics are dirty. Someone could copyright something and then pull it off the web, pull it off the internet because they own it and not us.
Well, I think the thing that you were thinking, or not the thing that you were thinking, but
On a certain level.
a thing that we also want to mention when it comes to the winners for the video contest. I don't know how that's going, but when it comes to the winners of that, um, if you are a winner, we ask. We're going to ask you. It's not going to be a requirement because I'm bringing this up now after everything started. We'll ask you if we can share yours, if we can use your video for anything that we're planning on doing as far as video stuff, because you technically own the copyright to that the minute that you create it. So if you like the stream, for instance, is technically ND Cannabis Caucus's copyright. So um, actually, Canna Talk ND's copyright technically, but yeah. So when it comes to that, that is kind of what we'll ask if you win the top 3 prizes. Other than that, Leslie should be calling. I'm not really sure. We got about 5 minutes, so that's not good timing. And she just read the thing.
Yeah, I'm getting messages from people too that have been tuning in all day and just kind of tuning in and out while they're house cleaning or whatever they're doing. So just appreciate all you guys jumping in and out and hanging out with us today and, celebrating 420, 5 minutes away. And, it's another reason to donate. We got Canna Talk coming on. We had to pay for a subscription to the radio station to keep that going. Things like that. We want to expand that to Bismarck and all the other public broadcast outlets in North Dakota. There's about probably at least a couple hundred outlets for public radio actually in North Dakota. You add in all the tribal nations. There's a lot of rural places actually that are kind of under the radar type things. And, we want to get our name out there everywhere because if you look at medical, it passed everywhere. But Measure 3, a lot of the rural places struggled, so I think getting that education out there that way is a good thing too. So.
Trying to
4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm listening to the thing. I'm wondering if it's just worth the strike. I don't know. I don't think YouTube would take. Well, YouTube wouldn't take me out for it. Facebook would, but yeah. So also donating to the cause is very helpful. Just for a comparison here, when it comes to anything that I use, I've paid for all of it. I'm not saying you guys have to pay for anything, but that's a reason to donate. I'd probably be last because I don't have enough money to just throw everything in, but like I believe in the cause so much to the point that I'm fine with paying for like the multiple different bills that we have. But other people, not so much. So it wouldn't go to like me or anything like that. It would go to the people who need it the most. So like the people who want to donate or who want to get involved, they need a thing or they want to like do a parade or something like that and get some candy. They can get access to funds for that when they can't possibly afford it.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Like nobody's getting the money. It goes to things to
Yeah.
promote what we're doing. Yeah,
100% of
exactly.
it. The only percentage that doesn't go to it is just the payment processing. So, and that doesn't go to anybody that we know. It's basically the big, large corporation that takes the payment, and that's just a thing that you have to deal with in payment processing world. So, if you guys want to donate, ndforfreedom.com. Otherwise, the Streamlabs link in the description there. Yeah, let's see here. I don't know who you are, but thank you, I guess. They're playing a song. I wonder if they're... Oh, there we go. Okay, he's
1
playing his...
minute. Should
He's
be
playing his
jumping
intro
in
right
here.
now.
Okay. And then are we going to be patched through to him? Like, should we mute, I suppose?
You guys won't be able to hear. You guys can just jump on the stream. His intro is playing right now. So when we go to that scene, you just have to, like, turn on the stream on YouTube, which I will send you the link here in a second, too.
One. It's 420, y'all. Smoke them if you got a
We're all
medical
just
card.
engulfed in our
Dwayne
technology.
Hendrickson, can you hear me?
Mute you guys.
Hello, Dwayne. Can you hear me now? Hello, Dwayne, can you hear me?
There we go. That's better.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dwayne? How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I don't know. We're having technical difficulties. Can you hear me now? How about now? Dwayne, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dwayne? Hello? Dwayne Hendrickson? Well, I'm not seeming to get him. Can you hear me now? How about now? Can you hear me? Dwayne, can you hear me? Well, I can't seem to, can you hear me now? How about now, Dwayne? Can you hear me? Well, I'm going to just kind of move on along here, and if all of a sudden you come on, just start talking. But anyway, I'll tell him what's up. Dwayne Hendrickson, he's running for governor, and he's always been kind of a pro. He's always been a pro cannabis for as long as I've known him. And during Measure 3, let's just try again. Can you hear me, Dwayne? Okay. Can you hear me now, Dwayne? Hello, Dwayne. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, well, that's the way things have been going here, but it's 420, right? No worry, no cry. And I'm not upset about it. I will shout out the 4th annual 420 rally again. What's up, my people? And I'll just talk this thing, you know, free range it. Indie Cannabis Caucus, Canatalk ND, that's where this is being streamed. Hello to everybody. It's Wilson, the man with the plan, the man behind the thing. 420. It's exciting, you know. I mean, normally, just think of all the public stuff that would have been happening now. Bismarck would have been happening. Real End News. Dustin David Pryor have been happy as a peach and a clam on a booger nose. You know what I mean? And I don't know what that means either. But here on Radio Free Fargo, this isn't the only thing that's happening. After this, we got the Radio Ready. We got my boy D-Dub. Then we got Flux and Flow with Rachel. And then to wrap it up with another buddy, Matt Olin, the Orange Show. But until then, let's talk about cannabis and legalization. Again, 420, man, it would have been a big deal. And then COVID-19, it's hard for me to see, like, I mean, in my head, I'm like, well, of course, you know, somebody created it just to stop the 420. But it's like, well, when would 420 ever, you know, it's not going to happen again. 420, at 420, 2020, 420s. And normally I do a show on Thursdays called Canna Talk ND with Wilson. I apologize to everybody. I plan to have Dwayne Hendrickson on, but I also plan to have Lisa on, and the powers that be have just decided that phone calls are no working today. So, I'm chill, I'm cool, I'll just ride it out. And if I run out of stuff to say, I've got Bob Dylan's Murder Most Foul, but I also know that I'm streaming on Canna Talk ND right now, so I just again want to say hello to everybody. Keep pushing, keep the faith. We want to keep, legalization is at the utmost importance. But COVID-19 has kind of trumped the way we get that importance out. So we don't want to stop talking about it. We want to keep educating because that's what we do. And I'm Wilson, and I want to thank DJ Darkwave for jumping out an hour early so I could come in and do a bucket list. For me to talk to whoever's listening at 420 for a guy that's, again, even when I was working kind of as occupational therapy, and when I was raising my daughter, 420 was just kind of a fun kind of holiday that really didn't have a whole lot of significant drug use in it, which now we call it medicinal for me because it always, made me feel right. But we're here to change the law, not break the law. And Dwayne Hendrickson, if he's voted in as governor, which I'm not a huge political guy, but here's what I can say about that. Ever since I've seen him, on Facebook, on the threads, he's always been pro-cannabis. Back in Measure 3, he's kind of been an unwavering kind of person, been kind of unafraid when, like, the majority of people in Bismarck, the majority of those politicians, cannabis legalization wasn't an important thing. I'm going to try to get him on here one more time. Let's try. Dwayne, you here? Okay. Well, that's just not working out, folks. I will say that I've successfully done 2 to 7 phone call exchanges, so I got to say that it's not my fault. But anyway, back to Dwayne Hendrickson. I'll definitely give him his props. Again, it's not a popular thing to stand up about pro-cannabis legalization in North Dakota yet. There's a couple people I know, but it isn't. So I could imagine at the Capitol, if you have the minority opinion, like cannabis legalization, you're not part of the cool club, and everybody wants to be part of the cool club. But Dwayne Hendrickson has said, no, cannabis, for everyone that deserves it or needs it, especially home grow. I know he's pro home grow because I've seen what he's posted over Measure 3 and whatever. He's been very, even the Legalize Initiative page, he's very prominent there. So, again, I respect that. I respect that because I would be willing to admit that I'm willing to bet that the popularity of cannabis, when it starts to be, a bigger populace in North Dakota, a lot of these no pro pot guys are going to all of a sudden be like, yeah, okay, it's cool, and get on the platform to get the votes. But I would focus, and I would probably advise everyone listening that when it's time to vote people in, we vote people in that believe what we believed even when it wasn't popular. And Dwayne Hendrickson, he's always been pro-cannabis even when it hasn't been popular. He'll run that on his platform against Dougie B, which gives me all kinds of, like, satisfaction because, well, I don't know. I don't want to say I was disappointed, but it seems like he was more of a numbers, let's work it into a program kind of running the state where, we the people needing, to be listened to, especially in all these other states that were, that have went ahead and did right by the people. And so that's what we want to happen to, and I believe he's going to fight for that. And I also know that, that's the kind of people we need, So 420 to everybody, and a shout out to, again, Jody Lynn Vetter, the chair, Dustin David Pyer, and Philip Pilko for putting this thing together. Canna Talk ND is where it should be streaming. I should be able to say hello to everybody, and those guys with medical cards, I kind of envy you, because you can kind of, legally exercise your right, which we're fighting to get done with the ND for Freedom of Cannabis Act. And we're just going to keep pushing. I don't know how things are going to work in November, because I don't think anybody knows. So we're just going to have to kind of go with that, So I can dig it. I'm going to try here and see if I can't get him back on here. Can you hear me? Okay, I can't do it. So I'm going to stop trying. I feel like I'm Charlie Brown and Lucy lifting the football. I'm like, well, it's going to work this time, and then it just doesn't work. I can hear them, but it's not good enough. So we'll have to plan another time. Maybe, Dwayne, when you listen to this back, you can maybe set up with Lisa to come in and we'll talk about it. You can come in and once we'll get you 6 feet away or whatever, we'll make sure the rules are followed. And that's how we'll do that. So, man, 4:30, it's been 10 minutes already. Again, Canna Talk ND on YouTube. It's where I think there's a costume contest, and it's just, share it. That's what we need to do. Have it all shared so everybody can feel the impact. And nobody's doing anything. They're at home. The best we can do is educate. And at the sound of my voice, we have to band together and treat cannabis for what it is, medicinally and legitimately viable in our society. It's been shown to be that way in Canada, and Illinois. I mean, from last 420, which I want to shout out a memory lane to Blind Joe, who played our 420 rally last year out in the Civic Center. That was a great time. A lot of weird technical difficulties happened there, too. We had this PA system we rented, and it started raining, and me and Eric A., shout out Eric A., we had no idea what we were doing, but we kind of did. You know what I mean? So we kind of set it up. But here there was a short. So we got it right up to when Gail Peterson, shout out Gail Peterson, was going to give her nurse thing. All of a sudden it started making a weird buzzy noise. People covered their ears. And then all of a sudden I realized that I was in charge. Everybody, that's when I realized I couldn't have fun. All of a sudden I had to rectify that problem. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. I don't want to do that. I don't want to dance. I want to sing. So I immediately ran home. I lived for a few blocks away. Ran upstairs, grabbed this big bass amp, and lugged it into Lisa's car to the Civic Center, got it hooked up right as Blind Joe pulled up. It sounded amazing. He's a cool guy. He's a medical card holder here in the state of North Dakota. He's living in quarantine a little bit, too, in Nashville. So shout out Blind Joe, my homeboy. And anyway, so let me see here. I mean, I can play tunes or I can keep rambling because I can't figure out the phone thing. So I think I'm going to play. I think I'll just keep rattling a little bit. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep rattling. So again, if you're listening on Canna Talk ND on YouTube, the thing ran by Philip and DDP, short for Dustin David Pyre. Again, I want to shout out the 420 rally that's happening right now on Canna Talk ND. There's going to be candidates that are happening now. They're going to have pre-recorded things. So after this, you're going to want to check that out. And they're going to be going on till 8 o'clock. And again, just like Dwayne Hendrickson, they're going to have, he has a pre-recorded thing that he's going to show as well, or play as well. So you're going to be able to kind of hear what he's about anyway. And Dwayne Hendrickson, you can find him on Facebook. And again, I think he's going to be a viable partner to run against G. Dougie. And I look forward to see the momentum he gets. And I'm kind of curious if my brother from another mother, Dustin Thompson, if he's running again. I don't know, but it'd be interesting to kind of get his input later on down the road. And so yeah, what a neat thing. 420. I never thought that I would, I guess, be sober enough to even be in charge of a studio to even hold a show that KRFF Radio Free Fargo has graciously let me have. They trust me, kinda. I mean, I don't think they've ever said that technically, but I feel like I have their approval, and it's really been a pleasure and a benefit for me to have something to do and keep me focused on what we all should be focused on, and that's redeeming ourselves in the state of North Dakota by doing the right thing by ourselves, and I think that's the thing we're getting backed up in now that nobody's using gas, nobody's driving around. I mean, the smog is lifted on LA. I mean, is smog good? How could it be? Because when we stop emitting, everything gets crystal clear, almost like the way it used to be. You know what I mean? So maybe the way it used to be isn't the way, maybe the way it should be. So when we go back and everybody's let out of their houses, let's keep that in mind. Let's be kind to one another. Let's not take every day for granted. Let's be grateful that we're alive here at 420, on 420, 2020. That's 420s. And I'm just happy to be alive, and I believe everybody should be. Everybody should be. I'm going to read this thing again. 420 on 420 2020 is now an open cannabis celebration recreationally and medicinally in states where it is allowed. However, despite an expensive, mostly unattainable medical cannabis program, North Dakota legislators have ignored the needs of the people regarding cannabis. I wrote that, just so you guys know. I didn't write all of that, but I definitely wrote that, and that sounds sweet, doesn't it? I kind of pulled that right out of my, my magic pencil. We at KRFF 95.9 Radio Free Fargo are urging listeners to vote pro-legalization candidates in November. KRFF 95.9 is a 501 eligible nonprofit community-supported radio station funded by donations from listeners and local businesses. If you'd like to contribute to Radio Free Fargo, please visit our website at radiofreefargo.org and click on the donate button for how you can help us keep doing things like this and continue to serve the Fargo-Moorhead community. Thank you to all of you that are supporting us, and have a happy 420. And I wish everybody out there is, and I don't know when they're going to let us loose, but let's take the time to learn and hang out with people, and and download a petition. I believe you can go to my petition locator or indyforfreedom.com. You can download that petition, and like I said, just have it, and get a few signatures. You don't have to fill it out all the way. Just notarize the 2 that you got and send it in, as soon as you can. November 20 or July 26th, when we're gonna need all the signatures in, 26,000. So there's like a little thing in my gut that's like pop, pop, pop. I don't love it, but I'm going to push it down, and we're going to push forward. Cannabis legalization in the state of North Dakota must happen. We must not be unvigilant. We have to continue to push to decrease stigma, to raise up the 420, the 420 cannabis, banner, and push it through, because it's not a novel concept. We're not the only state, trying. But we're not the only states that haven't won. They're becoming more and more prevalent. So that tells me that we're right. So I'd like legislators that are in the plan right now that could help me out. That would help me. That would help everybody, if we finally got on board and pushed it through. And so let me see here again. Hello to everybody. Happy 420. Canatalk Indy with Wilson. I'm happy to be here with you guys. I am going to play a couple more songs, and then I'm going to come back. We're going to wrap things up. So if you guys want to cue it there on the old whatever, let me know, and I'll talk to you later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
Okay, now my mic's open. All right, I promise I did not just throw that out there. So yeah, that was Canatalk ND with Wilson. That is on 95.9 Radio Free Fargo. If you want to listen online, you can listen to 95.9 Radio Free Fargo by Googling it. But it's KRFF, which their website is radiofreefargo.org. That's the one. They're in Fargo. And if you guys have the stream open and you're on the stream, mute it, because I can hear myself talking. That's annoying. So let's see here. We're probably gonna throw in Leslie later on once she is done with her thing. Jody, you're still there? You can hear me? Okay, I just had to make sure because Dustin dropped out for a minute. But we were a little far behind for the packs and all that stuff. So we do have Lisa, whose video, she just did a video submission for hers, and she is in the packs. She's basically the mainstay when it comes to all of the people who are involved. Lisa is probably the most involved in Fargo, then second to Greg. They're probably about the same. They're awesome people. Really happy to have them. And yeah, so here is a message from her when I cue it up correctly. Oh, do. Okay, why aren't you pausing? Okay, there we go. So here's a message from her. Joe. You're not going to be able to hear the thing. So yeah, it's 8 minutes long.
Okay.
So if whatever. All right, here we go. Yep. Okay, so it's set correctly. This one can go. Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. Oh, you guys couldn't even hear me. All right, here we go.
Hey everybody, happy 420. I'm Lisa from ND Cannabis Caucus Fargo. Welcome to anybody that's new to ND Cannabis Caucus, and hello to my fellow members. We've all gotten to know each other over the past year. Specifically, I work in the Fargo area with my fellow members, Kimberly and Wilson. And we've done a lot over the past year. It's honestly been a really good year for promoting cannabis rights up until recently, where, unfortunately, we're all going through this whole pandemic. So it's kind of changed our route, but not our purpose. So I just wanted to come on today on the 420 Fest and kind of remind everybody what our mission and our goal is with ND Cannabis Caucus Fargo, as well as, the caucus at large. As I said a year ago today at our rally, our first one in Fargo, which we just kind of threw together, our mission is to end prohibition in North Dakota and beyond. That hasn't changed, that won't change until that is achieved. How do we contribute to, achieving this mission? Number one, lobbying for legislation. That is something that needs to be done at a local level and a national level. So whatever things we can do to contribute to that effort, we're willing to give it a try. It all helps. Also, supporting legislators that support our mission of ending prohibition. Right now, we're starting to gather a group of local candidates, statewide candidates for district offices that support our measure, ND for Freedom of Cannabis Act, as well as, constitutional protection, right to grow cannabis, a number of things that are important to our group as a whole. So yes, we're going to be supporting those candidates in a way of giving them a chance to put it out there that they support what we do, so we should support them. We do need people in office that support cannabis rights. It will really speed up the process of getting what we want. So that's another way that we contribute toward the ultimate goal of ending prohibition. Another thing is to support and initiate ballot measures, such as what we have done with ND for Freedom of Cannabis Act. Basically, a number of people become sponsors of that measure, go ahead and submit the measure, and where we're at now is we're in the signature collection phase, which has kind of seen a delay for reasons you all are going through as well right now. But that's really important, is just to continue, just keep pushing measures through. And that leads me into another thing is we need to protect our right as citizens to put measures through. All need to be talking about House Bill 4001, which is going to severely restrict our options as citizens, as grassroots movements, to initiate measures. I'm not going to go into all of that right now, but we have been discussing that a lot on Can I Talk ND with Wilson, the radio show, and as well as throughout the group. That should be a big thing that's talked about. Also in regards to people that want to put forth measures in other areas should be concerned very much about House Bill 4001. We absolutely need to make sure that isn't allowed to slip through in November, because it is on the ballot. The legislators did put it on the ballot, so we need to vote no on that. Also, another way in which we further our mission is educating the public, because we have to counter against the prohibitionists, such as, big pharma, big oil, local groups or local business owners who specifically are anti-cannabis. What we have done over the past year is a lot of social media, video projects, interviews, whatever we can do to create, get rid of the stigma of cannabis, let people know what it does for people. And that leads me into another thing is the radio show, Can I Talk India with Wilson. This is as part of KRFF Radio Free Fargo, 95.9 FM. Just a reminder, you can tune in live on that if you're, around Fargo-Moorhead. But also you can stream it live at radiofreefargo.org, as well as subscribe at canatalknd.com. And there you can catch a edited version, shorter version of each week's show. If you're busy between 4 and 5 on Thursday and you can't do that live. So I encourage you to listen to that every week. You're going to be updated on what's going on with the cannabis movement locally as well as nationally. All types of things are talked about. It's a really good time. So just another thing, Can I Talk ND with Wilson. Also, we really need the help of the public. There's power in numbers. Even if you're able to be really active online on the social media pages, to like, to share, to, just openly support it, because there's nothing more, nothing better for reducing the stigma than everyday people openly saying cannabis is fine, it's medicine, we need rights to it, it should be up to you. We believe in personal freedom. You should have the choice to have it or not. We need people to fundraise, to organize, to help educate. So, just remember to do whatever you can to whatever capacity you have to help out to further this. We're not going to give up. Our goal is, cannabis rights in North Dakota and beyond. So until that's happened, we're going to just work with whatever we can do as a grassroots movement. So I like to remind people that, we are not corporate cannabis. We are a grassroots movement. So everybody, happy 420. Stay safe at home. Just please remember that ND Cannabis Caucus is still doing whatever we can to put cannabis rights on the ballot in North Dakota, and to, achieve it nationally as well, because it's been too long. We need personal freedom. We need to end prohibition of a plant. We say it over and over, but that's the goal has not changed. Whatever we have to do, we have to go with the times of what's going on right now. But we're all doing well. We're all still here, and everybody have a good day, and enjoy Cannabis Reform Rally 4. Thank you, Real North Dakota News, for all that you've done to continue, all of these good ballot measures to encourage good candidates, pro-cannabis candidates, and all of that. So everybody have a good day.
There we go. Much better. Now that that's not muted. Actually, we're going to do that way. So that was Lisa there. Are you guys muted? Okay. I can hear you guys. Jody, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Jody's okay. And Dustin, I don't know if... Oh, Justin's muted. Okay. All right. I just had to make sure I got everything down. We have Jody, Jody Vetter. She is a candidate as well. She wears many hats. She runs the she runs the very successful company that has secured the most intense and the most. It probably took you years and months just to get onto this amazing broadcast to be sponsored by the.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know how you have time. But she's also sponsoring this show, and also she is running for House rep, right? North Dakota House. Senate. North Dakota Senate. It was one of the two. So she's running for North Dakota Senate, and she's going to tell us a little bit about her stance, I guess.
Well, I'm running for Senate for District 32. Of course, I'm cannabis friendly. Just going to the legislature in 2019 and fighting for medical patient rights, I just saw such a complacency in their jobs and what they were doing there. It just seemed like everything was taken so lightly, and you really don't want to hear your legislature say, well, didn't we look at this in 1984? I really believe in term limits, so I don't think anybody who is voted in 1984 certainly should not be in office in 2020. The legislature in the senator in District 32 has been in there since 2000, and we've had a lot of talk about the Senate Resolution 4001. He introduced the bill and is for the bill, and I really am highly against that bill, and I think everybody should vote no, and I think everybody in North Dakota should have a voice, whether it's constitutional, whether it's city law, whether it's township rules, whether it's your school board, park board. The citizen is the ultimate voice and should be heard, and I just don't think that our voice is heard in the Senate in District 32. And I think I can do a good job in representing the people in my district. I've been a citizen of North Dakota my entire life, born and raised. My family from North Dakota. He is born and raised in North Dakota, and I just think it's ready for a change in District 32, particularly in the Senate. That's about it.
Jody.
Yes, any questions?
So you're running for Senate. What endorsement? What process did you go through? Did you collect signatures? Did you get endorsed by a party? What did you have to do? Endorsed by the Libertarian Party of North Dakota, and their endorsement. Why libertarian? Why not the established two parties, specifically Republican, which has control? I am not for government, and I particularly think the Libertarian Party is for individual rights and protection of the Constitution. And I think it's just time for someone new and someone not part of the two-party system. I mean, we've had that establishment for ever, and we're slow breaking in.
And I think that's the people who are really making change in this country.
All right. Also, if you want to see her on, if you want to see a little bit more about her and her website, jodyvetter.com, super easy to remember. So Jody Vetter uh, is also the head. So if you want to know how to spell it, you can also find her on Facebook too. I'm sure they can message you, right? I
Yep.
think you have a Facebook page too for
Yes.
Jody Vetter for Senate.
Yes.
So feel free to reach out to her if you have
Yep.
any questions or want to just talk to her. Have any questions about Indy for Freedom and also for her Senate run. Um, so from what it looks like, just because yeah. So sorry.
Hey, I got a question for Jody, since we got a minute here.
Jody.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So specifically to 4001, which one of the sponsors are you running against? And then how is that going to affect your campaign? Because like you said, two-party system got that bill through.
Senator Dick Deaver is my senator now, and who I'm running against, and who is the sponsor and introduced Senate Resolution 4001. Um, I've never campaigned before, so I really don't know how it's going to affect my campaign. I'm for the people, and I believe that bill itself, I mean, it speaks volumes if you're supporting a bill that stifles your constituents, who's you're elected to represent.
All
It's sad to say that there has been a lot of initiated measures that have come upon the ballot simply because our legislature can't get things passed, can't get things done. And for them to try to stifle our voice, kind of like a slap in the face. I mean,
Right, because it's not just
they've already said five that we didn't know what we were voting for, therefore they got to redo the whole thing. And I think they're just continuing Measure 5, that they don't know what they're voting for mentality, to this Senate Resolution 4001. When if I think if you get something on the ballot, constitutional or whatever, if you get the signature of the people of North Dakota and get it on the ballot and they vote yes, it should be enacted into law.
right. So
The people vote.
So just looking at your page for healthcare, Medicaid, and Medicaid, and this is probably because COVID is such a big thing right now. I feel like the biggest effect and the biggest example of why the current system that we're at, as far as Medicaid and as far as paid time off for sick leave and stuff like that, it literally took this to completely just blow it up. So for testing and for treatment of these things, that is covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield and all your insurance companies, as well as Medicaid, I believe, or maybe it was the Medicare one. Basically, they had talked to a bunch of insurers and they said, yeah, sure, I guess you have us against a wall, so yeah, we're going to do it. But a big one is the paid time off, or not paid time off, but sick leave, basically. So if you have COVID and you do have a job and you're an essential employee, and you do get tested positive, the employer is at absolutely no obligation to pay you for being sick, for possibly have contracted it, if you're careful at your work. So what do you think would it be something that in North Dakota you could pass in with a bunch of people, supporting it, but would it be something that you would, what would be your stance, I guess?
For having it covered specifically for
Well, not even
COVID-19.
COVID-19, just as far as paid paid sick leave, basically. Like if you do get,
would you support like a paid sick leave program funded with state money And then also, I mean, I suppose allow us into Medicare or Medicaid, because that'd be
Yeah.
the state program. If we could buy into Medicaid, and use funding so everyone could have Medicaid if they want it, and then like the same with what the paid family sick leave, if the state would cover and reimburse businesses such as yours who gave employees paid sick leave, stuff like that, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think I could support something like that. I mean, the state wastes lots of money on other dumb stuff that is idiotic, and I mean, we certainly can have programs like that and not raise any taxes.
Because essentially, like the libertarian view, right? Like, yeah, if that'd be a social program to some degree, but if really what you're doing is taking existing dollars and making them efficient and then using them to work for the people, I don't really think anyone could be against it. But
Yes, that's precisely my point. I think that's what government, I mean, is intended to be essentially, is working for the people. And we have a completely backwards government now. Is the government is, not working for us. We are working for the government and getting nothing in return. Sorry if my phone is ringing.
It's all good. Carl, if
So I think we can create programs like that and, create a balance of social programs like that with existing tax dollars and not raise taxes.
Carl, if you're watching, jump into Discord, or Kaylin. Okay, we'll jump in with Kaylin. Did she accept my friend request? Are we friends on Skype? Is she my friend? Okay. Create new group? No, I want add a person to this group. Sorry, I'm like trying to like do this as carefully and as planned as possible, I swear. Okay, so that is her. Alright, so if you have any questions for Jody as well, drop it in the chat, either Discord or YouTube chat here, and we'll kind of have a little bit, we'll give people more opportunity and longer time to send questions. So for now, we have Kaylee here. She's going to be on here in 1 second once I hit the add button. There we go. And we'll just do that, and we'll make a thingy, and we'll make another thingy, and we'll hit that, and that is Chris, and that is not who we wanted. Yeah, no, not yet. Hold on.
Oh, you can hear me though.
Yeah, they can hear us. They can hear you, but I need to get your thing up. Are you? Oh, okay, you have. Okay. Sorry. Tech Support Hour with Phil is brought to you by Super Rotor Rooter.
No, I totally appreciate it.
Okay. There we go. All right. So, you're running for. Forgot which one you're running for. Sorry. District 40 for House, then? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself and your stance with cannabis, and if you have any other stances that you really have a strong form for, feel free to talk about it.
I have a lot of echoes in my headphone here going on too. District 40, Minot, North Dakota. Yep, there's a huge lag.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. Okay.
I
okay,
guess mine's been working good.
Okay, so District 40. I'm just gonna close this out here. This will help, I think, if you guys can see me. Yep, I think that's why it's like confusing me. Okay, so District 40 representative, that is Minot, running for House against two incumbents. I do have a running mate. I want to say thank you to all the technical people that are putting this virtual rally on. This is awesome. I know it's been a lot of work, so I really appreciate you guys. Thank you to Dustin for the invitation and for all the support that you've given me so far, encouraging me to run and all that. I am running because I feel like there is a lack of representation in Minot, North Dakota. I feel like my voice isn't being heard, and I'm hearing that from a lot of other people too. So I'm stepping up to the plate. It's nerve-wracking because I haven't been in the political sphere before, but I'm ready to give it a try. So I'm going to give it my best shot. Let's see. I'm doing this live instead of doing a video because I'm not an actress. I support legalization. I have always supported legalization. I'm not doing this just to get the people who, would vote for legalization. I'm doing this because I do truly support legalization. I'm a medical cannabis user. I'm registered with the state of North Dakota. That's been quite a ride. I've been watching, as I watched everything. I watched it get initiated. I watched it get stripped. I watched it get rewritten. I watched very anxiously as it took 2 years for them to implement it, which I think was ridiculous. I had to jump through loop after loop after loop to get my card. I had to pay a bunch of money out of pocket. I am not well off financially, and it's expensive. It is very expensive. And that's definitely something that we need to change. I think all cannabis use is medicinal, and I don't think that the state or anybody else should decide who gets to use it. It's a personal freedom, and they are violating that personal freedom by keeping it illegal. So I also think one of my main platform for running is economic stability. If you guys have looked at the price of oil, it's not good. And our government is relying on that. They base our budget on what they think we're going to get for oil prices. And every time it drops, which it always is dropping, and it will continue to drop every few years, that's just how oil is. We see cuts to our healthcare, we see cuts to our schools, we see cuts to our infrastructure, and it's irresponsible. They shouldn't be doing it like that. On top of that, they're destroying the land, frankly, and they're hiding it from the public. I've heard this over and over and over again. I see it in bills that they've passed where they can basically keep all of that out of the public record, even if it's on public lands. And I think if we took hemp seriously and we took cannabis seriously and our state used that to their advantage, it would create a really, really good stable market for them to, to base our budget off of. I mean, if you look at every other state that's legalized, they've benefited from it, right? Schools get more funding, roads get more funding, hospitals get more funding. So it's really ridiculous. And it stays in the state. When you farm, it stays in the state. When you do it off of oil, it doesn't stay in the state. And those companies got their taxes lowered, right? And then they're still not paying their taxes after it's lowered. Last year, they issued a bill for every oil company in North Dakota because they flat out were not paying all the taxes they were supposed to be paying. It's ridiculous. So I know the farmers are suffering from that. So I think cannabis and hemp would just be better. What else? You can follow me on social media. It's DeWitt for 40. I have a YouTube channel I just set up with my endorsements on it. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you can hop over to there. I think I'm on I guess I was on the chat. Maybe it's not up anymore. DeWitt for 40. Facebook, DeWitt for 40. Twitter, Instagram, DeWitt for 40. My website is KaylinDeWitt.com. So you can find me there as well if you guys have any questions.
Kaylin, just kind of the same question I gave Jody. How did you go about running? the process just real quickly, and then why did you choose the party you chose, or did they choose you, or how did it happen?
I am an avid Bernie supporter. I've supported him since he ran in 2016. And I feel like they took the nomination from him. I had suspicions that the delegates were not being assigned the way that they should be assigned. So this year, I actually applied to be a delegate at the National Convention. I do feel like the Democratic Party is not representing the people the way that it's supposed to. So I think for me, I have to get involved there and try to make a difference in the Democratic Party. If I could run a different way, I probably would. But because I wasn't approached about running, or really didn't start thinking about it until a few weeks before the application was due, I basically had to be sponsored, because I would have had to get 300 signatures to run with any other party, and we can't knock on doors right now. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I'm sure you have. Makes it really hard to collect signatures when you can't knock on doors. I was investigating doing a petition to see if we could petition to the state to see if we could get electronic signatures. I'm in a group with Dustin to see if we can get that statewide, electronic signatures, catch up with the rest of the country, because it's federally legal to sign things electronically. When I applied for this candidate position for running in District 40, my district chair had to sign my form electronically. And the Secretary of the State accepted the signature. It is legally binding. So there's no reason we shouldn't be able to. It's a bummer that we couldn't get it figured out before I had to decide to run. The Democratic Party did approach me about running. I had been considering running for public office, getting more involved. I'm involved at the city level. I'm an advocate for every political issue that I believe in. Cannabis has always been one of them. Healthcare has always been one of them. I've been working on getting recycling in Minot, and I've been advocating with the city council. So it's something that calls to me. I really am doing it for public service. I feel like people aren't being represented. I feel like I'm not being represented. I feel like most of the people I know aren't being represented. And when I look at the representatives that are in our district and the bills that they're putting out and the things that they're voting on, that's not for the people. It is not for the people at all. It is for corporate. It's for corporations. One of them introduced a bill to allow insurance companies to deny people coverage for any reason they wanted to, above the state requirements. Tell me, who did that benefit? Not the people. There's no way that's for the constituents. The other representative is the son of Ruby. I don't remember. Dan Ruby, I think. Dan Ruby and Matt Ruby, maybe. Matt Ruby is the one in my district. His dad owns Circle Sanitation, which is trash collection. And they are doing everything they can to block any legislation to ban plastic bag use, to reduce our waste problems, to lessen our contribution to the landfill. And our landfills are overflowing. Like, we just had to expand them a few years ago, and the city, they don't know what to do about it, And who does that benith? Putting that legislation into place.
And Mike Larson, actually, before you even mentioned the knocking on doors, he said good luck, ladies. You might not be able to knock on every door, but with a megaphone, you can wake up most of the neighborhood. A good skit will keep up their attention. Just a light bulb for you.
You know, I've got a megaphone
That's
too.
what I like.
I've got a megaphone too, so.
Right, and the Mark Bandy Impulse says the state's money is going to be found through utilizing the state's resources in such a manner that can far exceed what they project by maintaining the illegality of the plant. The Mark Bandy Impulse also says, let anybody grow it, and the state chemists will have plenty of research opportunities, which is actually very true. I can completely agree with that. And honestly, like as far as the researchability of cannabis, it's really hard to do it in today's stance because there's literally only one place that will grow cannabis for research purposes, and they have absolute dog shit of quality. I'm pretty sure they probably just grow it in their backyard in an alley somewhere. Uh, it seems like that's how the quality gets there.
Dang, just straight up like
Pretty
that,
much.
huh? Really?
Yeah, so Kaylin's motto there is strength for North Dakota's working class. So I'm going to redirect that question I had asked Jody. Because of COVID-19, this is like a big one for healthcare. The biggest thing that's going on right now is we're realizing that the current system for sick leave, paid sick leave, is kind of really, 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 really fucking broken. So when it comes to that, what if you got into House and Jody got into Senate? You guys might be able to actually do some damage there. But when it comes to paid sick leave, what kind of layout would it be? Like, would you do it for all conditions, pandemics, stuff like that?
For me, I really do believe that we should have universal health care. I know that's not plausible for a state level, but I support expanding Medicaid and Medicaid expansion. Medicaid expansion has been cut and cut and cut. I personally straddle the poverty line. I have my whole life. My parents grew up poor. I grew up as an Air Force kid. You know, my dad joined as an airman, so he didn't make it that high up. My mom raised both of us without family help. I graduated, I worked, I married someone, and we both got college degrees. We've both worked very hard. We've both started our own businesses. We have two beautiful children. We still straddle the poverty line, you know? So we've been off and on Medicaid expansion. We've been on the marketplace insurance. We've never been able to afford private insurance through any of the companies that we've worked for, which is ridiculous. My brother, he lives in another state. He's a nurse, and he can't afford his company's medical insurance. He's a nurse and works at a hospital and can't afford medical insurance. My cousin who lives in Minot is a nurse, a registered nurse. She can't afford her company's medical plan for her and her one kid. It's almost half of her salary per month. It's ridiculous. Makes no sense. So I guess for me, instead of looking at the paid sick leave, I'm not against it. It's not a big issue for me. I would support it if it came in front of me. If somebody, came up with a bill that wanted to extend or make it a priority, I would probably support it for, the most part. But for me, I really think that we need to make it for everybody, because paid sick leave is for people who have a full-time job with benefits, right? So people that work 32 hours a week or less, or work seasonally, or are gig workers, if you introduce paid sick leave, those people aren't going to get it regardless.
That's actually a really good point.
And I think we need to make it available for everybody. And so there's expanding Medicaid and Medicaid expansion. That would be one approach. if we improved our government budget by using more reliable sources of income like hemp, right, and not relying on the volatility of oil, that would allow our budget to be the same every year, and we wouldn't have to see these like, oh, let's add a new program. Oh, we can't afford it this year. Oh, well, we
Kayla,
already got rid of it. Add it
there's
back
a
again.
little bit of echo started.
Is somebody?
Oh,
okay.
turn this down
I was gonna say I can't really identify where it's coming from either, but
okay. So the other thing is,
oh yeah, of course.
Can I add one more thing? The other thing is the privatized healthcare system is allowing hospitals, and I'm talking the hospitals in North Dakota. The hospital that has a monopoly in Minot is overcharging people, period. Okay? I've seen the bills. People are constantly saying that they've gotten a bill in the mail that's absolutely outrageous, ridiculous. They call and they say, can you explain this bill to me? And the hospital can't even do it. They can't detail an explanation of why they're charging people. And they have been dropping charges. Oh, sorry, we can't figure out what it's from. We'll just get rid of it. That's ridiculous. The other thing is the overcharging of the pharmaceutical companies. And that's something that we can work on in North Dakota. Right?
There needs to be accountability across the board in healthcare, in many aspects of healthcare.
Yeah, actually, on that point, I had like the beginning of the year, I had like appendix surgery and stuff like that, and I have no insurance. So when I got my $24,000 bill, I was like, well, I'm pretty much fucked and going bankrupt. But I had talked to like other people, like, hey, I'm gonna do like a payment plan to try to lower out the costs and everything like that. And I'm in Grand Forks, so it's All True Health System all around here. And I know there's Sanford as well, but that's in the Minnesota side, but it might be also in North Dakota. Yeah, so Mark Bandy said Sanford State equals North Dakota and South Dakota healthcare monopoly. But when it came to that, I had talked to a couple people about like payment plan, like what am I to expect? I have $24,000 in debt. They had basically said, hey, I did a payment plan. They did the way that they bill it in at least All True is each procedure or each like medicine is one account. The surgery is another account. The ER visit is the other account, and the hospital visit is the other account. So when you make a payment plan with them and you pay on that payment plan, it ends up that they apply it to the biggest bills. So if your ER visit would be the cheapest one in that situation, your ER visit was, or maybe it was the medicine would probably be the cheapest one. But if you pay like $300 a month, for instance, you're applying $125 for each account, but then the last account doesn't get any money into it. So what ends up happening is that account gets sent to collections. Well, when they do that collection thing, they fuck up almost every single time, and they send the entire bill to collections. So you get a collector calling you for 25 grand. So yeah, it's
okay. So here's the other thing.
Did
all the
not
people
to
in North
not to
Dakota,
interrupt.
which is over. Oh, go ahead.
Not to interrupt, but did Carl get into the Discord? We do have several more candidates. And we can bring everyone back at the end. Like I love this what's going on here, but I just want to make sure that other people aren't scheduled in. But if Carl didn't make it, then we could.
I messaged him a couple minutes ago, being like, "Hey, a few more minutes." So, yeah.
Okay.
We're all good.
Just want to make sure. Didn't want to leave him hanging there.
So one more thing really quick before I get off. There's over 8% of North Dakotans do not have health care at all. And every time they go to the hospital and they get a bill, the rest of the people that have insurance are also paying for them. So we are already sharing that cost, and it's increasing the private insurance and the market insurance prices, right? So if we have a system that covers those people, the people who have insurance through their jobs and are doing the marketplace insurances, their costs will also be lower, right?
Right.
So what are we doing? They're already paying for it.
They're doing nothing. They're having snacks and I don't know, bullshitting. That's what they're doing.
Sleeping in the
Thank you.
committees.
Thank you guys. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So let's. What we'll do is we'll go through the other candidates, and the ones that want to stick around afterwards can. I'll jump into the room. It'd be easier if it was all on Skype. So I'm hoping it's just you that wants to jump back in if you want to. Do you want to come back in when it's on question and answer? Otherwise, I'll forward over
Yeah, it's
any
fine.
questions that people ask.
Yeah.
Um, the Mark
Certainly.
Bandy Impulse says oligopoly is, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you got Eltree, you got Sanford. I don't know any other medicinal or medical systems in North Dakota. But yeah, it's like that in every state though. Like I'm not expecting. I'm not saying North Dakota is the one that's fucked. It's honestly, it's the entire system of healthcare is just absolutely, completely, and utterly fucked. But that's just the case of it.
Oh, it is.
But yeah, so I'll also send you for your YouTube channel. If you want to look her up on YouTube, I had it up like a minute ago. But it was I think it was DeWitt for 40 was your yeah.
Yep. Do it. DEWITTFOR 40. That's all my social media
Yep, and
platforms.
I'll also send
So.
you like this clip for you so you can upload it if you want. Totally up to you.
Awesome.
So yeah,
Yeah, thank you. I
yeah,
appreciate
I
it.
will. Let's do Carl next, and then we'll go from there. Thank you very much for being on. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, and now you guys should go into Discord if you want to hear them. Hear Carl.
Oh.
That's the wrong one. That can just go away for right now. All right. And then just make sure that that's there. Okay. All right. Carl, can you hear me?
Make sure you guys are getting your
What is that? Is that
vegetables.
kombucha? Are you drinking kombucha? Oh.
It's juice, man. Staying healthy.
I'm drinking the Rockstar that I just finished.
Just don't put any cannabis in it. It'll freak the legislators out.
Okay, Jody.
Put me in the on-air room?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
okay,
move
thank
you
you.
guys as free will as long as you're in a voice call. Carl, can you hear us? Can you message him and be like, yo, you're on? So yeah, we also have a couple more candidates also coming up. Dwayne Hendrickson's what he was supposed to be on Canna Talk ND. They had technical difficulties, much like this entire freaking production today. Also had technical difficulties, so I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm about the same. Like Jody's screen just changing at free will because I don't know why. The good news is most of this should be fixed, hopefully by next Canaheads, if you guys watch Canaheads, because I have me a brand new computer, basically. This is just the motherboard of it, but I have a new computer coming, and that's what I'm doing right after this. So, yeah, I've just been basically staring at, $400 with computer parts, Stimflex. Carl, oh, I dragged that too big. Okay, we're doing that. Carl, can you hear us? Carl. Okay. Carl. It said he was playing a game too. Just messaged him. So, other than that, let's see here. Kaylin had said in the chat, DeWitt for 40. Hey, this is Kaylin DeWitt. I think this chat shows on YouTube profile. Yes, that's the link, and I will. YouTube's chat is so broken sometimes. Honestly, everything's broken. I blame COVID. It's all COVID's fault. Honestly, it really actually kind of is. Could possibly be. I know, actually, I had looked up while we were watching Canatalk, and they had a problem for streaming, specifically for streaming, where it disconnects you. Um, Hopefully that gets fixed by next stream that I do. So that is Kaylin's link there if you guys want to subscribe to her. I mean, you guys are already on YouTube, so. And also, if you're not a subscriber to Canatalk ND, feel free to subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more features we get. We're fine with the features that we have, but
If we get Greg said if we get 1,000 likes on YouTube, he can go live at any time. The YouTube live, or there's a major feature that we need to unlock, so we need 1,000 people. We're at 250.
yeah, 1,000 will get us into the algorithm. That's honestly what we're looking for. We get screwed by the algorithm
go.
on every single upload. You can watch as the views go up, and then they go directly down, and that's a sign that it's suppressed. So it's a daily occurrence for us as well. Daily upload. We don't upload daily, but stay tuned. Also, we're gonna have some more stuff. It's probably gonna be remote, obviously, but I think that's the biggest thing that COVID possibly gave us or the good positive of COVID that gave us is the ability that it's now acceptable to have shitty OBS recordings, and everybody is fine with it. If you guys watch any late night shows or anything,
Hey, come on.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, do a show tomorrow. I watched SNL. That was pretty crazy.
SNL's on YouTube right now?
No, the other day I watched the SNL where they all did their home. It's crazy. They're cheap
Yeah,
videos.
Seth Meyers is one of them that I watch because I just like joke takes on news things, and that's probably the reason why I have the Canna Heads show, where I'm just kind of more talking about news articles, but really just having conversations about it because I think that's the most interesting thing that can come out of news. Yeah, there's one thing of being informed, but the other thing is basically kind of having a conversation and possibly fixing it for the future. So
Does that mean Carl's on his way?
Is he?
I don't know. He's in the
yeah,
on
he
air
is, but
room.
you there?
He's muted
just-
though.
If not, we're gonna have to jump to something else until he is there. So why don't we do that now? There it is. Okay. Oh. No. Okay, that's just somebody. Yeah, that wasn't Discord. Oh. For some reason, Jody's Skype is the one that, like, keeps zooming in. I think they just want to see a full screen picture of you. Skype's just like...
Leave it to me
well,
to be
Skype's
the
just
oddball.
like, hey, she's beautiful. Let's throw her up on a full screen. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so let's see here.
Casey said he could jump on and fill some time as a PSC
Oh yeah, because
candidate
Casey
until we can
was
get
on the
videos lined
we
up or
already have
whatever.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Casey. Oh,
He's on Skype already.
okay. Is he in the call? Okay, we'll do that. How about that?
Said he 1 second is what he said.
It's calling him now. We do also have other
Okay,
people
perfect.
lining up as well. We'll have Dwayne Hendrickson's video submission, as well as Zach. I can't read it in this small font here. Yeah, that's the
Rackaroon.
one. That's the name for that one.
Yeah, he put a pretty good statement out. I
haven't
liked
seen
it.
yet. I'm obviously just doing this all live, so I haven't really vetted anything. So I'm just hoping nobody's just like gonna send a video of them just cussing everybody out or some shit. But I mean, if you're running for office, that's probably not the safest and best choice to make.
We'll leave the cussing to you.
Right? Yeah, I've dropped a couple of them.
That's why I don't testify.
Yeah.
Get too worked up.
I don't know. I cuss a while, but not like crazy. I cuss a lot when I'm like just talking person to person, but I try to be politically correct. Is that the terminology for that? Politically correct?
Well, ask Jody. There's a lot of different ways you can talk about shit.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Casey said he's ready though.
Is he?
But
Yeah.
Leslie's not going to make it on, so I want to just talk about the Committee for Compassionate Care and the
Oh,
work
yeah.
that they do
Oh
at
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Capitol a little bit. Um, we have to really thank their lobbyist Stephen Peterson for all the work he did with the legislatures and lobbying at the Capitol for the medical marijuana changes. Also, the patient advocate Chris Nolden. Big thank you to him for also all the work he did at the Capitol for getting the needed changes for the program that we do have now, even though it still needs a lot of changes. Without the work with the Committee for Compassionate Care and the patient advocates and the lobbyists, really we wouldn't even have the 2,000 patients we have. The program before was just so unworkable that really no one could get their card. So, Committee for Compassionate Care and all the work they did at the Capitol during the 2019 session.
Yeah.
Kudos.
Yeah. And honestly, yeah, Leslie, she's a great lady. She's doing the merchandise and doing the shirts and, keeping that stuff going. She's a great advocate. And the energy that she puts into it outside of, again, another business owner putting in outside energy into this. And it's just, yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah. Let's
She is
So yeah,
awesome.
that's the one thing with her is she is the one that kind of set up the entire all the merchandise that we have, and she's the one who basically got it done, got it figured out. I remember,
She's our
yeah,
notary, so if you need anything notarized, she can be
yeah,
there
that too,
to get notarized.
yeah, and that's the
Uh,
thing is she's you give her a job, she will do it. It doesn't matter, like she will get it done. So huge shout out to her, that's for sure. And if you guys, she's also pretty active. We have, I guess I should shout this one out. On Tuesdays at 8 o'clock, we have a kind of a meeting where we all talk about our feelings about things and talk about stuff. So if you guys want to get involved with, being a part of the group, other than Signature Gathering, you're also a part of it. But if you guys have any ideas and need some support, or have any ideas that if you want to help in website, video production, marketing, we're really looking for a press person. We do our own press releases and stuff like that, and right now the only one that knows how to write something that doesn't have a whole bunch of swear words or completely misspelled and or with way too many periods is Jody. So
What are you trying to say?
I'm just, yeah. I mean, we're all like that.
No, it's all good, buddy. No, right. If you see something, join us. I mean, saying something is fine, but join us. We
Yeah.
need help, especially this guy.
Yeah, and the meeting is every Tuesday from 8 o'clock to whenever it's over, but we try to not have it 5 hours long. We've had a couple of those, but we usually try to do it for like an hour tops. But I end up talking too much, and it ends up being too long. But if you hit that Discord link that is in the chat there, you'll be able to become a member. All you have to do is when you're in there, to go to the check-in room. So if anybody is older and has ever used IRC, it's kind of IRC, but there's rather than doing /join room, you would go to click the check-in button, and then there's some hearts for each chapter. So whichever chapter you're closest to, you hit that heart, and it will make you a member permanently. Otherwise, if you just hit that link, you just can get access to the voice call channel things that we use. But let's try Carl one more time, and then we will try Casey. Oh, Casey's already there. He's just been chilling there for like ever. So we'll just do that while I figure out Carl here. So get him in and on. It's starting. It's starting to think. It wants to think, but it doesn't want to do. Oh, it's there. Why isn't it? Okay. Why don't we? Oh, wow. Huh. In order to actually show something, you should probably unhide it. So, Carl, you were, or Casey, sorry, Casey, you were on earlier. And I hear you have some time to fill for me while I figure out how to get Carl on.
Well, yeah, I can always fill time. I can gab with the best of them. That's Dustin. But the I'm gonna piggyback on what Dustin Gallo said about the how many people are participating is going to be in the election. Um, I look at it as I'm not a pessimist like probably Dustin, what I perceive Dustin to be. I'm an optimist. I look at this as a really good chance to pick up valuable seats that not only help um, your guys' cause, but the whole state. It's very, you can look around, you can see what happened today, especially what happened today to your rally, how it got pushed aside, and then they let another protest rally come in. I do not know the particulars of it, but I know that deserves so many letters to the editors, so many call-ins to all these Republican right-wing radio shows and saying that was a show from the good old boy system in North Dakota that says who matters. And it definitely says something about your fight to get a constitutional amendment to honor North Dakota Constitution. So when you look at it that way, they just, kicked you guys in the butt and said your voice doesn't mean nothing. And that's how I take it. And I take offense to this because every voice matters, every person matters. And and I just glanced on Facebook just a little bit to get some pictures on it. It was predominantly pretty much salt. There wasn't hardly any, pepper or any other brown skin around on that. And that shows you where the heart and souls. And it proves to me that hypocrisy still exists in the state of North Dakota. Yeah, you heard me right. I'll call it hypocrisy. Call it what it is. And we need to change that. And that can be changed by electing me to the Public Service Commission where I'll be an open ear to anybody and everything. Right now, me and my campaign manager, Jason Anderson, and I we are working on something that we're going to probably dub out really hard and heavy after the primary. But just to give you insight, it's about how big corporate entities get their way and are heard, have the ear of the Public Service Commission more than you or I or the public do. And we have proof, we have facts, we have names, we have everything, we have all the laws. I've been looking into it and delving into it and spent hours on this so far, but we really don't want to release it to the public about it is. I bet, I don't like to assume, but I know that there's certain officials whose only ear they hear is the cash till at a register, which is the big corporate banks, the big corporate companies, and people who have the same thing. So we need to change that. We definitely need to change that. We need to have more of a nonpartisan league adaptation, and it has been 105 years since 6 years since the nonpartisan league has formed, according to, but the progressive people have been around for a long time, and I, for one, am sick and tired, and as you can tell, my voice is always going to be heard in one form or another. And so, anyhow, that's about it. If anybody has any questions, but I will say that. Yeah, go ahead.
Service Commissioner? Who is Public Service Commissioner now? For the viewers who don't know, and
Okay,
how long has he been held his position?
the guy I'm running against is the same guy I ran against in 2018. He is Brian Crocius. He was just a editor of the Bismarck Tribune, editor of a newspaper magazine of a magazine. He's been what I call the paper boy. He has not worked out in any of the fields. He was appointed to this position by Governor Dalrymple. And of all people who he went above, I mean, I know Ryan Taylor really well, and he ran for governor in 2012, an ag commissioner in 2014. And he got appointed, Crocius got appointed over Ryan Taylor just because of the good old boy system. Then the other two people who sit on it is Randy Chrisman. He's from my neck of the woods. He got the ranch in Hazen, North Dakota. And Julie Fedorchak, she was at one time from Beulah, North Dakota. So, and she lives in Bismarck. So it's time for them to go. At one time we had a balance on the PSC. And so far, you know, when you have I truly believe that this position should be nonpartisan. You shouldn't have a letter behind your name. You should stand on the merits and how you vote. But unfortunately, they make this partisan, and with the supermajority in here, if you got an R behind your name, you automatically win, and if you got a DEM behind your name, you think they associate you with the National Party. That's why, yeah, I have the endorsement of the Dem MPL, but I'm not a Democrat. I'm a nonpartisan leaguer. And when I campaign and go out into the rural areas, nonpartisan league really means a lot. I know it. I've been out there. Certain people won't have me on the radio show out in the eastern part of the state because I am a nonpartisan leaguer, and I've said that to his face. So he just ignores me and everything because I was on there one time, and he had, this is 2018, and he had everybody on there, statewide on there, 4 or 5 or
Yeah, so not to cut you off here, we got another person figured out here. Once I figure out how to make Jody's ginormous screen resize here. Your video.
Thanks, Casey.
Jody.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I got to finish supper.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later.
Thank you for your support for the North Dakota Freedom of Cannabis Act.
You always got my support.
All right, well, thank you. You have a great rest of your night. All right, Jody, your video thing's off, but I'm going to add Shelly Lenz. That's the one. I hope I'm saying that name right. I didn't click that thing. Oh boy. What?
Yep, Shelly Lenz.
Yeah, Shelly Lenz. That's what it was. Okay. Which he's right there. Did I hit it? There we go. Okay. And we're gonna add her in. Oh, your video's back. Okay, Jody.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I got kicked out. So I don't know what happened. Technology.
Yeah, that's the theme of today. It's just all technical issues. The funny thing is, I stayed up to I spent about 9 hours making all the video stuff, and we're only using one of them because I forgot one of them.
Oh, no.
But Shelly should be on here in 1 second.
I am.
We just got to add your video on. There we go.
Okay.
And there we go. Oh, video. Okay. Give me 1 second. I am going to have to do it like that because vertical video is yeah. There we go. It's just your face on there. But Yeah, so you are a cannabis-friendly candidate, and tell me a little bit about yourself, I guess.
Okay. So you can't see me as video? Okay. Okay. Um, so I'm Dr. Shelley, and I am the Dem NPL endorsed candidate for governor. I am a veterinarian out here in Western North Dakota, and I also run an international economic development programs all around the world, with my largest program in Nicaragua, but I'm also in Guatemala, Uganda, Peru, Mexico, Bolivia. Out here in Western North Dakota, I have a very large vet clinic that's about 20 people and serves as a referral area for most of the rural areas. I am running on the platform of homegrown prosperity for North Dakota, a great in an NPL sort of way. So I'm really trying to lift up the NPL side of the North Dakota history. I can sit and talk about it forever. But my great grandparents are the original NPLers out here in Killdeer, and same with my grandpa. And basically, I'm trying a lot of what I think the state of North Dakota needs is to protect us from outside forces, whether it's trade wars, oil wars, viruses, floods, droughts. And we do that by kind of strengthening all economies and all people and all communities. And we do that through something called homegrown prosperity, where it's actually interlinking the economies and sometimes using states' funds for that in an NPL way. Very particular to cannabis is, our ag platform and also our healthcare platform, which is trying to include more, make healthcare and telehealth and teleservices more affordable and accessible throughout the state. Although our rural healthcare system is reliant on a lot of the benefits from the ACA, and that feeds right into our city healthcare systems. With the cannabis, the medical use of cannabis is, well, let me back up just a little bit. Before I was a veterinarian, I'm a pharmacologist. I have my PhD in pharmacology and was largely based on neuropharmacology. So actually, when I was in graduate school, the actual receptor for the endogenous cannabinoid was discovered, and so that's how far back I've been involved in just like the brain and cannabis. So we use that the medical as a veterinarian. I cannot recommend anything that's involved with cannabis for healing of my patients because it is illegal. And so my license is on the line, and I can't recommend that, even though there's anecdotal stories out there about how it can help some animal issues. So that's me as a veterinarian, and that ties your hands as a person that's trying to heal and trying to help their community, and that's times 1,000 in the human world. So medical cannabis is a no-brainer for me, and I'm also of the ilk. I'm a little libertarian in a way, and one of the favorite quotes comes from Dune. I don't know if you guys remember that trilogy of sci-fi novels. That's for the real nerds out there. But there's a quote in there called that really speaks to my campaign or the way I govern or what I think about government, and that is a man's flesh is his own, and the water belongs to the tribe. And I just don't feel like the government should regulate what goes past the skin on all levels, whether it's what we eat, what we do to our bodies, what we that comes through not legislation and government. That comes from education and science and community. Just some things can't be legislated. When it comes to cannabis, and also I'll add in hemp, that's a real another market for our ag. We're largely ag, the second or first, sometimes second for our economy, and trying to stabilize that and help our young farmers find different avenues of resource, of revenues. And so it really weaves in very easily with this homegrown prosperity. And it's one other avenue that would reach all levels of North Dakota lives, whether it's through medical access, just kind of freedom of your own body, and the agriculture sector. So I hope that was not too confusing about what my position is. And I don't know if you have any specific questions for me about certain ideas, platforms. I'm happy to answer anything.
Shelly, I got a question.
Yeah.
And this was in the chat earlier through YouTube, and it's an idea that's been bounced around in the new NPL. And Casey talked about it in 2018, a state-owned hemp facility. Right now we have a mill, an elevator, and a bank. The Constitution binds those from expansion beyond one unit, Would you be open to not only a state hemp facility, but a state-owned dispensary and grow facility, start to finish, to make sure that we have, patient access, and then access for our farmers who want to grow hemp, but just the two state entities for medical and then hemp? Would that be something that you'd be open to?
It's an interesting proposition. I mean, in general, North Dakota obviously isn't opposed to state-owned things if it's practical for our state. So I guess the question back to you would be, and we probably need to take a deeper dive, why do you think we would need a state-owned facility as opposed to, because I think it would be a very obvious market solution if we allow the legalization of it. Why do you think, independent farmers wouldn't take up that space?
Well, we need home grow, right? And then there's a lot of misconception with federal laws. You can't take your medicine across state lines. There's certain medicines that they only allow 2 grow facilities. And if we had a state-owned one, we have a Veterans for Safe Access group. They need a specific strain of white widow to treat PTSD. Well, that's not grown in North Dakota. There's no reciprocity between cannabis patients with any other programs. So state-owned would give you that option to where you could start growing that for patients. I'm not going to be able to ever grow something that cool. I mean, I doubt it. I'll be that guy with the 5-gallon bucket in his garage, after it passes. But it's like it's stuff like that I've learned, because I'm basically in this for criminal record, stuff like that is how I got involved. But what I've learned from patients is it's really specific. And then to the hemp, there's nowhere to process it, so I mean, it would just be a way to jumpstart it, I guess, would be the thought.
Yeah. I guess what I feel is we need to get this over the line first and get it accepted into our culture. And I mean, that would be practically speaking, I think it'd be a really hard sell. I think we need to get it legalized first and see if there's a market solution, and then see what's going on at the federal level. So that's what I would say, just my initial thought. Does that make sense? Because when you're dealing with state monies like that, you already have to have pretty full buy-in by all the citizens, and we haven't even got it legalized yet. And I feel we could probably make those. Those are. I'm all for growing things and accessibility, and I would add psychedelics in there as well, in some of the healing arts and how that helps some of these cases. But I think practically we need to kind of change the mindset enough, get it really accepted that, okay, this is a part of our culture. There's nothing wrong about it. These aren't These are medical needs. These are freedoms. It has agricultural, and I think once you get that, I mean, it's just it'll be much easier to get over like a state sort of thing over the line. But that's probably not going to happen in probably the next 5 years. I think the next legislative session. Are you guys putting? Well, you guys the initiative, because of COVID, you had to kind of.
We're still pushing forward,
Okay.
and even with our measure, the way it's written is it says we have constitutional right, basically, to cannabis, and then the legislators would come up with a bill. If you're elected, you would oversee at the end, But basically, yeah, we're going to session regardless, just like last time, and,
Okay, good.
keep
Yeah.
fighting for patient access and, the education part, like you say, and even just having you on here and and mentioning psychedelics, I don't know, that might go viral. You might be careful, Shelley. But that's cool that, that's what we need, like it's good that it's more open
Well,
and
I mean,
accepted,
it's a very real part. Well, again, I was a neuroscientist,
Right.
and those prohibitions really kind of retarded our understanding of the brain, even, and and that of course goes hand in hand with treating patients, and we're not just talking recreations, but it's real treatments, and I actually worked on the receptor is called the NMDA receptor, N-methyl D-aspartate receptor, and that is actually the site where ketamine works. And ketamine is that's a veterinary drug too, which is kind of weird, but that is also used for some of these low doses are used while they're doing some experiments for PTSD and things like that. But it's a dissociative anesthesia, so it works in the same spot PCP does, right? And so it has to be carefully regulated and carefully understood, and figuring out the right dose for the treatments for what you're doing, because somebody that's dealing with like mental health, for example, they're going to hear this. They already hear it. It's on the street. They know it. They're seeking for self treatment, and so they're getting these drugs that are sometimes dirty, but they also don't know the right dose, because we don't know the right dose yet. We don't know what's the most effective dose where you're not going to like go into a PCPS episode, but you're actually going to heal. And so it's really retarded medical advancement, science advancement, and healing. And for what? For what reason? And that's where, again, I mean, I'm not a politician, but I realize where policies and agendas that are more ideologic have harmed millions of people, millions. And so, and you don't know that as a young person. Like, I didn't even vote in my 20s because it just didn't matter to me. But as you kind of learn how life is run, and how your freedoms get limited, and how your money gets spent, we could it's changes in policy that's not hooked to an ideology, because like they're coming up with policies, but they're not neuroscientists, right? So they don't understand how those policies are actually harming the people they're trying to serve. And they're not trying to be mean, or ignorant. They don't understand, and so it needs to have you need to have advocates for that in the political realm, and being able to speak truth to power and help them understand, not because you're trying to cause a revolution or whatever, but it's trying to bridge that disconnect at why the people are wanting it. It's not because they just want to be partiers, not at our age. We want to go to bed, sleep well, and have a functional life. We just want to be healed. And I personally don't do it through drugs. I do it through my diet, but that doesn't work for everybody, and I mean, that diet is a whole nother way that people can be healed, and that's missing in our healthcare system. And So it's really a holistic approach to governing, and that's what vets are really good at. We always take a holistic approach to our patients and to understand and to get the most accurate diagnosis with limited funds. And so that's why I think I'll be a good governor, and we need to speak about it openly. I mean, I'm perplexed by why this is so difficult to get across the line, especially in North Dakota, where we're very libertarian. And I mean, I should say independent. I mean, we just do not like government in our lives. And I appreciate that. But we're also ag related, and we're so community oriented. You can bridge that healing in a community effort. And when things are illegal, or not supported, I should say, that might have merit, people suffer and they go down a deeper path that might be more harming to not only themselves, but the whole society. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And I don't know and maybe you can tell me, what's the ideology that's preventing you guys reaching your goals?
Well, go ahead.
Adaptation change.
What's that?
It's been socially so taboo.
Yeah.
That we've been so grown up with that it's just so hard to change minds.
It is.
And then the stigma of the moral, there's they attach morals, like you're somehow morally degraded by consuming this plant, which is absurd.
Yeah.
Well, and for me, it's pretty crystal clear where the legislators stand. We mentioned it earlier. They denied a medical study. They denied a medical program in 2015, and then it passed in 2016. Denied a medical study again in 2017 and the program. And then in 2019, they denied a medical study again, but they did finally allow a rec study. So it tells you that they don't even, it goes back to what you say about when you're getting scientific, that's what they're not understanding, is they're not even looking at it at a medical perspective at all.
Or a scientific avenue.
Scientific, right.
And so anyway, I got to, I'll probably have a longer conversation with Dustin, or we can change this to another day. Or I'm campaigning, until November. Hopefully I'll become your next governor. But irregardless, this conversation still needs to continue so sometimes what I know can help you understand, and maybe sometimes what I cannot help understand. But plant medicine is a very active, I mean, that's what, and actually, as a pharmacologist, we do not have a single drug that was rationally designed. It all came from plant medicine.
Yeah.
Every single one. Whether it's an antibiotic, whether it's warfarin, which was discovered here in North Dakota, whether it's a psychedelic, whether it's atropine, which is used for lots of things, that came from belladonna. What a pharmacologist does is we take that plant-made chemical. First, we find what the actual active component is, and there's sometimes several that you work with. So there's different philosophies there. But what we do is then we take that chemical structure, and then we cut off certain things and make it more specific to have more targeted treatments for certain things, like ketamine versus PCP, for example. Ketamine and PCP work at the same sites in the brain, but their pharmacology is tweaked enough so you'll get the benefit of ketamine without having a psychotic break, which you do with PCP, or so that's an example of when pharmacologists we develop better drugs, but it always comes from a plant source first, and so like cutting our hands, like even just like all the different types of cannabis that are out there now. There's not the cannabis that it was like 30 years ago. It's much more powerful. And sometimes can be dangerous. And if people aren't prepared for that difference, they can have a really bad experience and cause more damage. But then what it is, a pharmacologist is like, okay, now we have this plant and this plant, two very different effects. Why is it? And then you figure it out, and you just develop such better medicine, and you can help warn people. It's kind of like teaching, when you're teaching young adult how to drink. You don't go and drink a quarter of moonshine. Maybe have one beer or something, or else you're going to get really, really sick. So that kind of thing is just kind of like helping the younger generation understand the how you can get in trouble. But the scientists need to understand it first. And I'll tell you what, there are no better pharmacologists out there than the illegal drug trade, and we've discovered a lot of things through them, and some of them are quite horrific because of some of the stuff they've done to either increase their profits or change the high of a person. They missed a step in part of the chemistry, and they ended up with just made that happened in in California, I think in the 70s, where all of a sudden all these young people were coming up with Parkinson's disease, like all at once, like within a month or two, and it came from a bad batch of LSD. They missed. It was good. Well, it was good. It destroyed a certain area of the brain, the substantia nigra, which was horrible for all the people affected. But it unlocked a whole avenue of brain research for Parkinson's disease, because we understood that new chemical. So that's what I'm trying to help you understand, is that plant medicine is more than just medicine for people to heal or recreation use or mental health. It's also critical for scientific discovery, for people that have no interest in medicinal or recreational use of some of these psychedelics or cannabis. So that's a deeper conversation that we should be having a lot. There's some really good, I'm sure you've heard some of them, but the Joe Rogan approach of just having people to talk about it, and you can ask, and people just start to learn a little bit in a non-agenda driven way. I am not into cannabis at all. I don't like it. It's just not, I tried it in college, 30 years ago or something, and it was really unenjoyable. And it's just I'm just not interested in it. But that doesn't mean I don't think it's really interesting as a plant and a drug and an avenue, right? But I'm not interested in beer either, right? I just don't like it.
Well,
it's the same
well, it's
thing.
actually really refreshing that you say that. Not everybody is in this for just so that they can have that freedom. A lot of people are in this because they see the medicinal value, they see what it does to people, and how it affects them in a positive light, and it can help a lot of things that you normally would have in a prescription, or from a from a pharmacy, and that it's cheaper, it's safer, it has the potential to really, really help people. And the fact that it's also kind of a travesty that we're also, on top of doing that, we are also jailing them, we're also fining them, we're also taking their stuff, assets, and their smoking utensils, and their cannabis. We're kind of just playing with somebody who just wants to have safe access to cannabis, and it's
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But you have to fight for everything. 100 years ago, women didn't have the right to vote, and it was not an easy hoe. The NPLers were tarred and feather. They were tarred and feathered for their belief. My great-grandparents, you just have to keep helping people understand why your platform's important through understanding, and not through brute force, but because the brute force will be used against us when you have a new idea, and that's okay. If you're Susan B. Anthony, my great grandparents, they all fought for what they believed in, and it was reasonable. And with time, reasonable people understand reasonable things. But the opposite side is not the enemy. They're misinformed, or they're confused, or they don't. I always say, seek to understand to be understood. So when you talk to a legislature, and I would encourage you, talk to your legislature wherever you are in North Dakota, whether they're Republican or Democrat or Independent. They're there for you. That's what an elected official is, whether you voted for them or not. And you call them to seek to understand why they wouldn't, what would prevent them voting yes on this.
And also,
and it could be something as simple as, well, I just, it doesn't make financial sense to me. And then it's like, oh, then just go dig deeper. What part doesn't? Like, don't try to tell them, seek to understand why their position is what it is, because there's likely common ground there somewhere.
well, another thing is you were mentioning the talking to your legislators. That's the link to finding your legislator in your district. You just have to type in your house number and your zip code, and it'll tell you where you are supposed to be and who you're supposed to talk to. Other than that, thank you very much. It's super refreshing to see somebody who's running for.
Thanks, Shelley.
Yeah, thanks for. I mean, it's refreshing to see somebody who's running for a seat and actually like knows the actual thing. Because I think the biggest downside is the legislators that we have right now, the people and the governors or the governor and the mayors and everything like that. They know it exists, that they don't know the actual like medicinal values,
Right.
or have actually
Right.
even seen it firsthand. So it's super refreshing to see that we have somebody that's running for that. If people wanted to get a hold of you, I showed up your website, and I should probably have like sent out that link, and I will do that once I find it.
Yeah, Dustin, if you could do me a favor, you can send them my email.
I got your site
Dr.
on
Shelley,
the chat.
yeah, all that. And then the other thing is, I hate to ask this, but I need to show that my campaign I'm an unknown, right? And I'm an MPLer. So I need to show that I'm a viable candidate to get the people to understand. If you could go and make one donation, it could be $25, it could be $5,000. Just one donation would help show the rest of the people in North Dakota that I have support and that I am a viable candidate. So that would be awesome. And not only that, I am always happy to engage in other deeper dives into. I talked about a bunch of different things right there. Some of it's cannabis related, some of it's economy related, mental health related, and I am always open to those questions. And in your area, if you had 5 people that you wanted to get on a Zoom call with me, I would, for like a half hour of ask me anything. It can be a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, and I can, through my email, I can get that arranged. And I would love to meet you guys more one-on-one, to take those deeper dives, to understand, to be understood, and get more votes, because I can't help you unless I'm voted into office. So,
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming
so
on and for your time. If anybody has any questions, ask them in chat. I'll forward them over to her, and we'll have probably a little question and answer segment later
okay.
on after everybody, because this is pretty much almost the last thing of it. So we'll have kind of like a big question and answer thing. You guys can chat, ask questions in Discord, everything like that. So if you're up for that, let me know and I will add you back. And yeah, actually let Dustin know, because I think he's the one that's managing the people coming in and out, and I'm just managing the flow of people. So yeah, thank you very much for
Okay.
coming on. You have a
Thank you. Thanks for
yeah.
doing this, and thanks for all your
Yeah,
hard work.
hopefully we see you after this block of next people. So, all right.
Okay.
Yep.
Ciao.
Bye.
Good luck. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Thank you very much.
So that was Shelly Lenz, and her site. Yep, that's her site there on the chat there. So if you'd like to read more about her, she has actually a pretty nice looking website. So that's a good thing to see. Next we have Jenna Van Horn. So I have to do my Skype magic. And then we'll also, we did get a hold of Carl Young, so he's coming up after Jenna, and then it'll be Leslie after that for her pack. So let's see here. There we go. Okay.
And just for the record, I did personally reach out to, people equally from all avenues, political parties, things like that. We've always had nonpartisan speakers. It is heavy-sided to the Dem NPL today, but maybe think about that and ask your Republican friends and your Republican legislators, hey, maybe you should get involved in this stuff. So, but yeah, all right. Go ahead, Jenna.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get her on here. Why isn't it showing up as a... Oh, I know why it's not showing up as a source. Every single time this happens.
What you doing? In the barn?
Messing with some goats. Kind of
badass.
Waiting for this calf to decide if it's gonna die or not.
This calf?
You know
it's
the
not
game.
That in the valley.
That's not good. Why isn't it letting... Where... shoot, why isn't it doing that? Did you get a thing up on top that says NDI thing? Did you hit stop on that? Okay. Let's see if we can do pull all new sources. Which one's this one then? Okay, well oh, there it is. All right. I was thinking like, what? Why isn't your NDI source being pulled in? And your vertical video as well. There we go. All right. So, yeah. So we had. You're running for what was it? Senate? No.
Yeah.
Senate? I got it right.
Yeah. Senate and District 14. Will should be fun. I'm excited. I'm trying to get a measure put together. See how that goes. I'm trying to get a state meat packing facility that's just to stabilize our economy, because I don't know. I really don't like it when calf prices and cow prices go to nothing because of stuff that our state doesn't control. So that's kind of my goal. We'll see what happens. I have high hopes. Yes. It's a page.
What's your cannabis stance, Jenna?
Smoke weed every day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hardcore cannabis candidate.
Cannabis stance. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm very libertarian at heart. I don't care what you do, just don't hurt anybody doing it. I don't see how they can try and keep withholding this when people want it. So we've talked about this before. It's just good old boys. So it's time to change some faces, get some new blood in there, and pass some laws that will
you have an exceptionally difficult race yourself. The guy you're running against, he's a pretty establishment good old boy.
Yeah, he's
Who's that? Jerry Klein, right?
Yeah, that's what is it? The minority or majority second in command, whatever that's called.
And then a Canadian or a cactus bread.
Oh, that's just Oh, I was gonna say like you got a hot mic. um.
Hold on. She wants to say hi.
Aw.
Kisses.
Hi.
That's a rural candidate right there in the barn campaigning. That's how you do it.
Right.
Yeah, this is gonna be our mascot. She's pretty cool.
Nice.
Sorry. This is really what I like to do. If I can help other small farmers just be able to make it without having to sweat that land payment, that's what I want. My whole life would be made if I could just help a lot of people that much. Yeah. Kind of where my
Providing a
soul's
stable
at.
market.
Yeah. It just, I don't know. Once.
Well, is the idea like so you're kind of modeling off of the millet elevator to stabilize cattle or it's cattle markets basically?
Yeah. Yeah, same idea. Same idea. I mean, the wording will probably be almost exactly the same. The legislators will have to set up the real details. I'm really just kind of jumping into this blindly. I'm a person that I just follow my heart and I just go. I just go, even if it's into a brick wall. I'm gonna keep
Well,
going.
I mean, even like getting involved like that is good because like you're going to affect change no matter what happens from it. So you can always bring up topics and issues for public to talk about, and that's always a great thing because it can also influence even if they're not voting for you or something like that. You can also kind of influence who they're actually voting for and the reasoning behind all of that by just starting up the conversation. So I mean it's always good either way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I'd really like, man, I just want to be able to grow hemp and it would help even, dairy farmers for one, but cattle feed all in
Oh,
general.
the cattle would love it.
Yeah.
Like the sad cattle and like I was reading up on some of that with the CBD and like pets, but the CBD and cattle it's the same effect. It helps them out too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I want to be able to, like try and put together tinctures and stuff like that. That's not having to spend $100 on a bottle of medicine, I guess. But, well, okay. My phone's gonna die here. I'm gonna let you guys go.
All right.
But
yeah,
thanks Jenna.
for coming on.
From the farm.
Yeah. And if anybody has any questions for her, also drop it in chat and I'll forward it over to her as well. Yeah, you can also click on her Facebook link on the chat as well. The Facebook link is facebook.com/Van Horn for Senate, I think is what it says. Or I can't see the end of the link there, but
yeah, 2020, I think.
Yep. Oh, it's actually on the screen. I just can't even read apparently. Van Horn for Senate 2020. But if you type in Van Horn for Senate on Facebook, it'll take you right to there. So, yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
I accidentally hit the. I didn't even notice you was talking. I'm sorry. I'm bad at this.
Oh
no. So we got Carl Young, the elusive Carl Young. We've been trying to get a hold of him since like about an hour now.
Holy moly, Carl!
Right, so let's add in here. There he is. Okay. Skype's so weird sometimes. There it is.
Thanks for hanging out all day, Jody.
Yeah.
Phil.
Oh yeah, no
everyone.
problem.
So yeah, here we go with that. I'm just gonna get that ready. Hopefully he picks up. Watch, he doesn't. Oh,
No.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hope.
No, it says
Oh.
he did. Nice. All right. And he's just doing voice only, but
Cool.
are you doing video? Oh, you're doing video. Okay.
Oh,
I can do it
It's up
either
to
way.
you.
There he
Whichever way you
is.
want.
Let me thread my machine here real
Yeah.
quick.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Got the signage. Tilt your camera up here. Camera up
Cam.
here. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. How's everybody?
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
We were going really rough at first. When this first started,
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
well.
really rough, and now I think the expectations for people's like production values, expectations have like plummeted so much to the point that
Oh,
it's fine, everything's fine.
Phil, just remember, not all of us have your tech knowledge. At least a lot of us still think this is pretty sweet.
Well,
Oh,
at
yes.
least-
Yeah.
At least somebody does, because I'm just sitting here cringing the entire time, like, oh,
Ah.
Oh, no.
all right.
I've been socially isolated for more than 7 years because of an autoimmune condition. So this is nothing new to me to use technology to live everyday life. So,
And before you
Nice,
jump
nice.
into it, Duet for 40 said there is a hypothesis for the reason we have cannabinoid receptors. It's because our livestock always use or eat hemp, and the animals and human brains thrive on it, and now we need it. So interesting. Also, Karen said, I think you all look
And we're
great.
all depleted.
Um, if by
Oh.
if by 4 hours of sleep isn't great looking, then I guess I must be beautiful.
Yeah.
there you go.
So, you are running for, I can read, I swear, Senate, or is it House?
Nope, House of Representatives.
House of Representatives for state, right?
District
Yep.
32.
All right.
Yep.
So, tell us a little bit about yourself while I go Google you to find your website.
Oh, there's nothing on my website yet, so you can have fun with it all you want. It's youngfor32.com. I've been a resident of North Dakota all my life, and I voted in favor of the previous cannabis legislation, and then to have it destroyed by our elected representatives was just a gut-wrenching event. And then now they wanted to try to take away the initiated measure process. North Dakotans aren't stupid. We know what we're voting for when we vote for it, and we don't like to be treated like we're stupid. So, and then I see issues with housing, manufactured home communities here in Bismarck, Mandan, Fargo, Minot. Yes, that too. Uh, and all of those things. So, they're being bought out by these national conglomerations that are profiteering off of them, raising their rents, evicting people, charging exorbitant fees, charging extra for pets, and all of these things. And people are struggling already to make ends meet. So I talked to my wife about it and my kids about it, and decided to run for office. I was originally going to try to get into the Senate seat, but I got beat out for the nomination by Amelia Dahl. So she's the Democrat MPL endorsed candidate for the Senate from District 32. But my running mate is Chrisanna Peterson, and we are running against Pat Heinert, former sheriff of Burleigh County, and Lisa Meyer. So Lisa Meyer has been in for a number of years, and Pat Heinert, this will be his first time trying to get reelected to the House. So, Garrison, North Dakota home, and my wife taught in White Shield for 10 years. And now we call South Bismarck home. We've been here for 3 years in July 15th. Yeah. Huge advocate in the mental health world, and card-carrying member. So, yep. Anyway,
I also
what other questions you have?
Oh, I'm sorry I talked
go
to
ahead.
you. I was totally just
No,
about to
that's
go
right.
into work mode where I have to say I do apologize every single time I talk over somebody. Yeah, I work in a call center, so that's like a thing that just like
Well, I
second
used
nature.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I also like the fact that on your actual page, because I have your Facebook up, it's upcoming events is the cannabis reform rally that you're in right now. So that's awesome.
Yes, it's hugely important. Far more important, I think, than violating the social distancing rule. So, but
it's
yeah,
it's tough because I mean we have the whole situation of I don't know if if anybody wants to Google it, did anything actually happen at the Capitol, or is it just like it was an actual
Yes,
thing?
there was about
Oh yeah.
100 people there.
6 feet apart from
Very
each
few
other, right?
people in any of the roughly, yeah, more or less. There were some that weren't even a foot and a half apart, and nobody in the pictures that I saw was wearing a mask.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the point of like the thing that they were trying to prove was that whole entire situation of not social distancing and the mask thing. But like, I feel like they're more just trying to prove of how fast they can get the numbers for the COVID in North Dakota to go up.
Right?
Honestly.
Unfortunately, well, and that's the thing, we don't know for sure. I mean, they assume that it's contact, and I would assume that based on the science that they're delivering. But so many people look at the science and say that's all fake news because the man in the big White House says it's fake news, and so I mean, it could be fake news that cannabis helps me with my severe anxiety issues. I mean, just because I say it's fake news doesn't mean it is.
So you had mentioned that you're a patient.
Hmm.
So how was your experience? I don't know how long you've been on it, but if you know recently, if it was recent, then how was your experience? And if you can remember back that far. Uh,
I've been on it
oh,
four
okay.
days.
So you must have a fresh
So
memory about it. How was your experience?
yes, I haven't slept this well in years. I have severe anxiety and PTSD because of a violent situation with my young son who's got some significant mental health issues and long-term hypervigilance because of that. So we tried a number of other medications that had all kinds of dubious side effects. I have this condition in my hands called essential tremors, and one of them made it so that I couldn't even hold things in my hands without having sharp movement, like Parkinson type tremors. So they took me off that, and then they had one that was supposed to help me sleep, trazodone, that actually kept me awake for 2.5 days. So we tried a lot of different medicines before we opted for this. And I also have chronic pain because of my health, and I was asking my doctor a year and a half ago already to do it for the pain. I've since found other relief for the pain that's not cannabis related, but is CBD related, and so I have relief in that fashion. But this is so much easier and it's immediate. I don't have to take any pills, and it's there, boom, done. And it's. I will say though that the stuff they have now, and I admit I smoked when I was a kid. That was 32 years ago. So, and the stuff that they have on the market at the shop here in town is nothing like the stuff we got when I was a kid 32 years ago. So, on that note, though, it's been a blessing because, like I said, I haven't slept this good. I haven't had this calm a heart rate in a while, where I don't feel like my heart is just going to skip right out of my chest. It's just been phenomenal. So, I wish that more people didn't have to struggle to get to where I am at this moment.
All right. Yeah, I remember I've gotten trazodone. I have sleep issues myself, but it's not that bad to the point that I mean, it would probably be a really good reason to get on medicinal. Yeah,
Try.
but I mean,
Mhm.
I'll admit I smoked last night even. I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah.
It just fell from the sky. I have no idea, and it
Yep.
just went into my
Yep.
lungs, and hate it when that happens.
Exactly. I was walking by and there was a plume of
Right.
smoke and I inhaled deeply.
Right. Yeah, but like
Damn kids.
I went through
Yeah.
the trazodone game. I got Ambien once. The
Yep.
other Z drugs. And
Yep.
for me, I guess I haven't. I've had like. It's hard to explain insomnia, and you probably have the same experience. It's like you have insomnia, but you actually trick yourself into thinking that you've actually slept a little bit, but then you completely like second guess yourself, and then that causes more anxiety, and it's
Yep.
yeah,
Cycle and
yeah,
repeat.
and like
Yes.
I've had that before, and it was I took trazodone, and I swear to God that basically I just every time I took it, I just took a 8 hour coma. Like I straight up would
Yep.
just I slept like a rock. You could probably throw me across the room and I wouldn't have woken up. And yeah, I just after that experience, I was like, I'm good. I don't need this one in my life. So it yeah
I had a sleep study 2 years ago where they hooked my head up to a bunch of sensors and then made me sleep in this strange bed
yep
at the hospital. And she said I slept for 8 hours and never once hit REM sleep. And in order to refresh your
yeah
body and your brain, if you don't hit REM cycle at least once a night, you're not getting the rest that you
right
need at all. And I hit REM Friday, and it was incredible. So the next day, I felt like $1 million on Saturday. So
yeah it's
yeah,
crazy that like and that's another thing is that a lot of people have a lot of like, oh yeah, if I smoke and I have I have problems falling asleep, then yeah, I'm gonna sleep really good, and that's the only like view that they have about it. For people who like
hmm
what you're explaining, it's like an actual case of insomnia, which is
yeah,
kind of the same with basically almost every single diagnosis out in there. It's a serious issue. There's a scale. It's like you can be far,
yes,
far, far serious issue, and then you can have a touch of it, but you get the same treatment. It ends up being that,
yes,
you know, it's this is just going to be a bad fucking take, but when I say this, but like ADD and ADHD medicines and stuff like that, like
mhm,
you're okay, your kid can't focus, so obviously he's got ADD now, and now you have to be on these
yep,
medicines. Or depression is even worse. The most of the medicine that you're
yes,
actually prescribed is supposed to be used for like people with agoraphobia and people like
yep,
on the far far spectrum of it, but because sometimes the dosage can be done like exponentially to control the actual
yes,
symptoms that they end up trying to be on the lower end, but really we don't know if that lower end medicine does the exact same thing as the higher end because in studies
yes,
we're not looking for efficacy in the dosing study of it. We're looking for are they
yeah,
dead? And that's all. We're
right,
not trying to do more studies
yes,
about it. And to even control that with cannabis, of not having any studies for cannabis, it's causing the same issue, and that's kind of just what it is at the end of the day. Is that's the biggest issue? Is yeah, okay, we don't have much research, but we're not really allowing it. But we're allowing.
right.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm a former PhD student, so I know about a little bit about research. I went all the way up through all but dissertation in that process, and so I know a little bit about reviewing literature and doing all of that stuff. They really need to open up the research on cannabis. To not do so is doing a disservice to the people who are using it. If I look at my youngest son, he was on adult doses on a lot of his psychotropic meds when he was 5 years old. Here's this little 35-pound kid that is taking adult doses of uh, Adderall and Risperidone and Guanfacine and some of those other things. And he's 19 years old now, and he could technically qualify for medical marijuana. Now, unfortunately, he can't find a clinician who's willing to prescribe it for him.
Yeah, and the I'm gonna let Dustin go
Yeah,
here in a second, but um, I noticed that like in Grand Forks, I people ask, where can I get a prescription or not prescription, a recommendation, and
yeah,
my first question is for Grand Forks area, what's your age? Because the only one that I know in Grand Forks, it's minimum 45 years old or up. It's nothing below,
yep,
and that's the fact that there's no actual solid uh, well, I mean, it goes back to the research, yeah, but the
literature.
fact that there's no solid
Yeah,
like treatment plan across the board for everybody in North Dakota to allow patients in this way and
right.
this way. We have the recommended, or we have um, the not the treatment, but like the conditions, but we don't
Mm-hmm.
have
Yep,
anything else as far as rules, age, how long the history has been, anything like that. It's just
right,
out there. Like there's doctors that just
right.
make up their own thing, and I mean honestly, a doctor could open up for recommendations and say you have to hop into this room on 1 foot, and that is the only way you can get the recommendation, and there's nothing anybody can
Yes.
do.
Right.
But
Exactly.
Dustin,
Yep.
I think you had a question
You
too.
know.
Or sorry, go ahead. You can.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Nope. I'm waiting on Dustin here.
Yeah, just kind of specific. So, just real quickly, you were on school board, right?
Yes, I was on the school board in Garrison.
Okay.
Yep.
So, something that's kind of an unspoken thing about cannabis in schools, because it's really controversial. With the rules that are in place, basically there's entire communities that are being exempt from, having a card or like having a grow facility in their community. Bismarck is one of them, places like that. And we're trying to, it was pretty much laughed at, but we wanted to get rid of the exemption for schools because there's veterans that live by schools. There's, patients that live by schools, and they, if we were to get home grow or something like that, we can't get it. And, what's your view on that, or has that ever come up in anything that you've talked about, or what do you think could be done on that side?
It hasn't really come up, but I do have an opinion. I think given population size of a community, they need to take that into consideration. Like where we lived in Garrison, there was a time I wouldn't have wanted it growing across the street from where my kids went to school, and I can understand everybody's opinion about that. But it's not, from my personal experience, it's not the evil thing that everybody's making it out to be. I've had less side effects from the cannabis than I do from a bottle of rum. Not if I'm drinking a whole bottle, of course, but a couple of shots of rum or, 3 fingers of whiskey. I feel more in control when I'm after I've gotten done with some cannabis intake than I ever do when I get done with a glass of whiskey. And, not that I'm going to jump in a car and drive somewhere.
That's just it,
but,
right? And then like pharmaceuticals, if you're given opioids, I don't believe, to my knowledge, that's regulated to school zone distances.
Right. And, and the thing is with that, if somebody is taking, like Oxycontin or hydrocodone for pain, they're not being told that they can't do anything when they're on it. They need to watch their control, yes, but they're not being told they can't drive. They can't, while they're under the influence of that, they just need to be alert and aware that it could impact their driving. I've got medication that for my blood pressure that says the same basic thing. If you're not careful, you're going to have a problem driving a car. So, sorry, my wife is handing me stuff. Not everybody has the same level of functionality depending on, but then it also depends on how much THC you have coursing through your system from a dosing. If I lived in Garrison still, I'd have to drive to Minot or Bismarck to get my medication. And that's what it is. It's a medication. Not everybody's going to treat it that way, but that's the way I treat it. So I would personally, I think that there should be exemptions for the home grow and exemptions for school district locations. That's not to say you're going to give it to the kids. I mean, we need to have some rules. So, but people assume if you're growing pot, then the kids are getting it. I got a hint for you, people. If your kid wants pot, they're not going to get it from anybody with a card, but they can still get it.
Thank you.
And it's more prevalent than even I could believe. And
yeah.
I used to smoke it when I was a kid. So
yeah. Well, and that's just it, right? It's if you really want to get it, you can go get it if you want,
yes.
And stuff like that. But
there's a revenue stream that we could associate with cannabis too if it was legalized.
Well, and even just before taxes, the revenue is going to increase
significant.
Budgets, right?
Yeah, right. Now, if you look at the cost of a barrel of oil today, it's negative $37. You heard that right? Negative $37. Now, that's not to say you can go to the gas station; they'll pay you to put gas in your car. but a barrel of oil right now is basically worthless. And we have people in our state that want to depend on that for our to replace property taxes. And sure, 10 years ago, that would have been a really good idea. But right now, we can't guarantee what the future of oil is going to do to our state. So why would we want to base our revenue stream on that? So, whereas I'm not saying we should base everything on cannabis, but it could be used as one tool to fund
Would you support like a state expansion of the state mill to include hemp?
Yes, very much so.
What
you look
about
at the things you can make with hemp: rope, paper, candle wicks, just about anything you can consume without actually eating it, you can make out of cannabis. Cardboard, clothing, denim, all of these things could be made from the fibers of a hemp plant. Why would you not want to make use of that? I mean, we're growing soybeans and corn and potatoes and things that we got to leave in the ground because the ground's too wet to get it out. And that to me is a no-brainer. And why did they outlaw hemp? Because it looks like cannabis? It looks like a marijuana plant? Is that what the basic?
Well, it's one of the ideas, but I think that was maybe the idea of getting it illegal. But the underlying issues is what you just said: is the hemp plant and cannabis in general. It attacks every industry.
Yeah.
From strengthening concrete and infrastructure to medicinal to everyday use products. It attacks every single. It threatens everyone, and that's why there's such an opposition. I believe.
Well, and I used to work concrete when I worked for Dakota Fence here in town. Not that I'm plugging Dakota Fence, but we had a major thing for signage on the roadways when they were rebuilding the interstate between Bismarck and Mandan in 94, 95. And imagine how much longer that concrete could last if they could properly reinforce it with other things. I mean, all natural fibers, Would it last longer? I bet it would, but we don't know because we don't want to try.
Well, hempcrete is proven to be stronger, but...
Mm-hmm. But, not...
and then so now you're attacking another industry. Now you're telling construction workers that you don't get to work every summer, you get to work every 10 summers.
Right. But then, if we can...
But how many roads need to be rebuilt?
Exactly. Look at all the people that are out of work right now. If we could put them to work doing the road work right now, not that everybody could handle that kind of work, but imagine how much infrastructure we could rebuild.
Right. Yeah. Chris Nolden said in chat, it's all cannabis when you were talking about how it looks similar to cannabis hemp.
Yep.
And DWF40 said the cotton industry made it illegal originally.
I didn't know that. I'm a student of history. That's a good thing to know.
Yeah. I honestly, I think it was just everything in that era when they started the war on drugs. I think almost everything was kind of added up into the reasoning, because we got paper industry in that aspect from hemp. We got medicinal industry from the actual medicinal value of THC, because we didn't know it at the time. From just political situations of it, of having better support for the for lobbyists in lobbying for pharmaceutical companies. It was Chris Nolan kind of said the same thing. I thought it was the paper industry. I think it was just a combination of everybody.
It's everybody. Yeah.
Well, also, the Drug Enforcement Agency had nothing to do after the end of prohibition of alcohol, so they needed a new enemy, and ultimately to pass the Marijuana Tax Act, Congress, roughly 70% of Congress didn't even know that marijuana was actually cannabis. They thought marijuana was some new drug that the Mexican migrant worker brought in, a new plant. So they didn't even know they were voting for cannabis to be illegal until after the fact.
Right. Now imagine if we could go back with some of the leaders against the movement from the federal level, go back to when they were 18, 19, 20, up to maybe 30 years old, late 60s, early 70s. How many of them were smoking or knew somebody that did?
Right.
And they're still holding it against us, or against people that need it, but against the use of the drug for any purpose. So, mean, to me, that's just wrong. We need to move forward, not backward. And if by continuing to take the stance that they're taking, there's not going to be any progress. Sad to say.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up good points. I have already shouted out your Facebook. No, I didn't. I didn't
Oh,
shout out your
yeah.
Facebook yet,
No, you didn't.
so let me do that. I
Yes.
I had it up. I just never clicked the link. I showed it up on screen, so at least I got some
Yeah.
points for that. Um, so this.
Right. I'm hoping to. I've been working on my website. Is I always forget to publish the page out, so I'll have to go do that so people can
Oh,
actually look and see
that
what
was
I'm
the
thinking
wrong
about
one.
every day.
That's Van Horn.
Yep.
Why did that pop up immediately? Sorry, I.
She had some good ideas. Look at the meatpacking situation. If we don't do something to address that, we're going to be running low on meat, unless you don't mind butchering your own animals.
Yeah.
Well, and it's the other part of it is the price has dropped out so much. So like where
Mm-hmm.
we're at, if a dairy cow isn't doing enough milk, I mean, what are you going to do with them?
Right.
Obviously, you're going to put them into the beef plant. Well, if you're not getting any money for that, then your farm's losing out. We need a level guarantee that's going to say, if this is my view on the whole idea, if the state sold beef for $5 a pound and guaranteed $2.50 a pound to the farmer, that
Right.
would be like quadruple what's going
Yes.
on right now.
Yep.
And
I,
$5
I,
a pound, that's what it is.
yep. I grew up on a farm by Baldwin. Well, we didn't live there full time, but and we left there in '86, and we had a beef and grain operation. And the whole reason we got out is because there was no market for the beef. So if the farmer's not getting nothing, then what do you expect? So.
Well, thank you for being on.
Well, thank you for having me, and I appreciate everybody's efforts, and it's been an honor to be a sponsor of today's events. I need to send some funding your way, so somebody should send me a link that I can donate.
NUforFreedom.com.
I do wanna say something too. We have Jody, who is the endorsed Libertarian for 32 for Senate, and we have Carl Young, who's the endorsed House for the Dem NPL. Both of them are sponsors of the Indie for Freedom of Cannabis Act, and that's what this measure is doing. It's kind of bringing people together, and I just want to say that's awesome.
Right?
Let's make
So many
32.
Yeah, so many similar ideas. So keep up the hard work, or the good work, I should say. And thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
Yep,
you too.
You have a good night.
All right.
I look forward to seeing the rest of the show.
Also, for the candidates that have been on and stuff like that, while the video is just absolutely insane, people's screens going up and down, I'll still be clipping it out for them. And if you guys want it, get a hold of me, and I'll give you the source footage because it's being recorded. So
that works.
Throw it up on YouTube. So
yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good day. Yep.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right. So we have this is okay. Yours went smaller, so that's cool. The Skype used to I had it solid, and for some reason just Oh, there you go. You go bigger, you got even bigger. It's insane. Do it for 40.
So
it said, but maybe both. That's when we were talking about the different motivating factors for actually making cannabis legal. So we're going to try Leslie. Actually, what we'll do is, Dustin, if you want to get a hold of Leslie, are you there? You're frozen. Oh, Dustin is muted. I don't know why. Oh, okay, you're there. All right, Dustin, can you hear me? You're muted for some reason. Huh?
What's up? Yep, I got you.
Cool. Can you get a hold of Leslie and tell her I'm gonna call her in exactly 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Sure.
Like down to that minute, and so we'll go to this one is Dwayne Hendrickson's. I think I said it right. Dwayne Hendrickson's thing that he was supposed to do on Canada Talk ND, but didn't get. The tech issues just happened. So much like this entire show, his Greg's show, by the way, that doesn't really ever happen. That's probably maybe the second time, and the first time was a couple weeks ago where he could just hear himself, and I can definitely understand that. Um, yeah, and also Karen. Karen is she's in Bismarck, and Bismarck, right? I think I got it right. Or Mandan. She's in the Bisman area.
Bismarck.
Karen?
Yeah, she's
Karen.
Yep.
Bismarck.
So she's also been,
Hedstrom, I think
huh? Yeah, Henstrom.
he's
Yep.
talking about.
I've She's been
Karen
awesome.
Hedstrom.
She just is gonna pick up a packet here soon, and she's also doing a lot of pickup in Bismarck and Mandan. But if you guys just want to get a hold of somebody directly, you can do the Facebook page, but you can also get a hold of her, and she can figure out like who needs to get the message for whatever question you might have. So like anything for mailing out packets, we kind of all do it kind of as need basis. So whoever wants to do those. So if you want a packet, you want it mailed to you, and everybody can get one. You can also go on the website and print it out, but I understand that printers are actually very rare because this is the 21st century, 22nd century. It's a new century for them to own a printer. It's kind of more rare because nobody needs it. It's on your computer. Garuba said, I have a completed petition. Where do I need to send it? That would be to Jody Vetter. She is the first address on the front page. Yeah, so she's the one who basically where all the packets end up going. But if you're close to somebody and you don't want to send postage, because postage can be very annoying, I know that myself. I don't know how many stamps something needs ever. I always Google it, and then I'm always scared while it's in transit. Like, oh, is it gonna come back to me? So if you have any kind of those situations, you can also get a hold of the person in your chapter, which you can find also on Facebook, or you can ask us and we can find somebody for you. I just don't have it off the top of my head right now. But here is Dwayne Hendrickson's thing, and here he is.
Hello to everyone attending today's virtual 420 rally, live from our homes. In this virtual rally, you can do things that you wouldn't be able to do if we were attending it at the Capitol grounds. I'll also be one of today's guest hosts. I'm Dwayne Hendrickson, endorsed Libertarian Party candidate for governor of North Dakota. I also ran for governor as an independent in 2008 against John Hogan. I have been a sponsor of 2 legalization initiatives in North Dakota. I was a candidate for Congress from 2010 to 2018 and was an advocate for cannabis legalization at the federal level. When cannabis was made illegal in 1937, I don't think anyone imagined the consequences. And if we did not elect representatives that took bribes, the cannabis and hemp industries would be flourishing and it would be as normal as a liquor store. In 1975, I was stationed at Fort Bliss, Texas. It was there while battalion mail clerk that I listened to my peers about this already failing war on drugs, the illegal immigrant problem, and the need for border control. We have spent trillions on this failed war on drugs. Time to change the ideology on this. Legalization would save countless dollars from incarceration and would generate tax revenue plus offer business and job opportunities. $50,000 per year per prisoner adds up quick. This is a win-win situation for our state. I don't know the thought process of the legislators and why it hasn't been passed yet. With total legalization, everyone 21 and over has access. You won't need a card to go buy your aspirin or sleep medication. It will make available things not in the medical marijuana law, such as edibles and home grow. I also believe that legalization will drop alcohol-related incidents from a DUI to traffic fatalities. As a candidate for Congress, I was in favor of cannabis for vets to treat PTSD, TBI, and pain management. This still needs to be accomplished. Steve Peterson, get on it, buddy. Recently in Fargo, a medical marijuana pharmacy closed. Rumor has it that it was a financial problem. 2,072 cardholders will do that. Oklahoma had 18,000 in 30 days. Legalization will ensure a source of medicine in case the medical marijuana legislation passed takes care of all medical marijuana facilities, as North Dakota's plan was set for failure. As a candidate for Congress, I could not get one legislator to sit down and discuss this issue. As governor of North Dakota, I may be able to get their attention and get a bill passed in the legislature. In order to make this happen, we need to elect Dwayne Hendrickson for governor and Stephen Peterson for U.S. House. We both have a variety of other issues on the table, so check out our campaigns and like and share my Dwayne Hendrickson for Governor 2020 page, and we'll see you at the primaries. Catch you later.
Oh, yeah, that was Dwayne Hendrickson. I got that right? Yeah. Okay, that was Dwayne Hendrickson.
Yep.
Leslie didn't add me on Skype. I had sent her a request, I'm pretty sure, and it didn't go through. So she has to call in or accept the request I just sent, resent. So otherwise, we're gonna go and burn a little bit more time by watching Zach. You had it right, Reckenrud?
Rackenrud. Yeah. Rackenrud. Yeah.
And this is his recorded one. And then we'll get to Leslie for the last one. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on, what's going forward. Yeah, other than that, here is that one. So, here we go. Once it's done loading, whenever it wants to do that. Oh, come on. I had this up for like way too long that it... There we go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zach Racknerud. I am the Dem MPL endorsed candidate for the U.S. House race to take on Congressman Kelly Armstrong this November. I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody for your work in this movement to end prohibition of marijuana in North Dakota. And I want to express my condolences to everybody who's been working so hard these past couple years in that fight. I know it's got to be disappointing to find ourselves in the time that we are in now, where signature gathering is just not a practical thing that we can do. But I do want to offer encouragement that this fight is well from over, and we're going to continue it. As a U.S. House candidate, I am a strong advocate for ending the war on drugs that has been a disaster in this country. Particularly the federal prohibition of marijuana has been one of probably the largest disaster of that war on drugs. And I think it's incredibly important that we work hard to end that injustice, and I will pledge to be an ally in that fight. We need to ensure that the freedom of Americans is upheld. People aren't put in a jail cell just for choosing to use a substance like marijuana. And we take an approach of legalization, taxation, and regulation to ensure the public is educated about what exactly it is. But going the route of putting the criminal justice system first and foremost is something that I believe strongly is not the right call. So if you want to find out more information about this campaign as we head into the primary, please visit www.zacfornd, where you will see very strong breakdown of how the war on drugs has been in such an abject failure. So I appreciate your support in this race, and I look forward to continuing this fight. Thank you.
Oh, and that was Zach Reckenrud or something like that. And there is his website there as well for you guys. So if we can get a hold of Leslie, I'm going to go through this while we try to get a hold of her. If one of you guys want to try to get a hold of her.
Yeah, I've been messaging her, and I'll try to. I think she had stuff going on today, kind of. So.
But also, if they have like a recorded thing and they just want to be thrown in there, I can also throw that into the edited 6.5 hour long stream.
Anyone who's got Skype, let's go.
Yeah.
Jump in.
Actually, how about we do this? Discord. Anybody? Oh, Leslie's in Discord. Let's try this.
Oh.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Okay. Leslie, can you hear us? Oh, she's got the little moon next to her name, so I don't know. Alright, well, I'm just gonna stay in here. If you hear this, respond and I'll get you on there. But yeah, so if we'll go kind of through a couple things that's going on, that we're doing. Canna Talk ND with Wilson every Thursday from 4 to 5 p.m. Usually it's music, but he's got a really good music choice. So if you just want the guts of it, you can tune in at 4:20. But if you just want the full experience, which I fully recommend, that would be at 4 o'clock. You can watch online at radiofreefargo.org or on TuneIn Radio by searching up KRFF Radio Free Fargo. Either one would find you that page. Otherwise, a couple days after, it will be on this YouTube channel that you're watching it on. If you're watching this later, it would be on the canatalknd.com, which will take you directly to the YouTube page, so you can subscribe. If you aren't subscribed, and you somehow magically made it onto here through Facebook, feel free to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button too. I'm gonna feel like a total YouTuber here. Oh, we got Leslie. All right, here we go. Leslie, please say, did you pick up? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, give me 1 second. I gotta get you through.
Wait, let me turn this down.
I gotta just add you into the video chat. No, that's the wrong one. There you are. Okay. There we go. All right, and your vertical video as well. Hold on 1 second. Get you.
I can change that.
Okay. There we go.
There.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 more second. We're doing it live. All right, there you are. Okay. So, Leslie, she is not Vets for Safe Access, Committee for Compassionate Care. I knew it was a medicinal one. Committee for Compassionate Care. She's a PAC that supports ND for Freedom Cannabis Act, super heavily as far as the actual infrastructure type of support. So she's the one who does the merch, the buttons, the wristbands, and pretty much everything in between. She also is the PAC that supports for that. So yeah, take it away.
Hi, happy 420, everybody. To tell you a little bit about the Committee for Compassionate Care, we started right after Measure 3 had failed, and we spent a lot of time up at the Capitol with Jody and Dustin and Stephen Peterson and Gail Peterson and, oh gosh, Chris Howe, Kimberly, Doctor, a lot of people were there. And we were trying to reform the medical laws. A few things were changed, not enough. So we joined forces with the other 3 PACs, and that's how the measure came about. And I don't know what to say, really. You know.
I wasn't live. Okay. So you had talked about how your Measure 5 was kind of the reason, or kind of the way that you found ND for Freedom, and basically all the other PACs to create ND for Freedom, basically. Measure 5 had a lot of, what's it called? Controversial things that happened to it. It passed as one thing, and it ended up out the other end of the asshole that is the government. It just went through the mouth, out the ass. I'm not calling the government asshole, even though it is. Explain to me like the process of what happened there and what you had hoped to have happen.
Leslie, first off, we'll never bring him to the Capitol to testify.
I can shut it off, but it's an
Phil,
adult show. It's fine. Everybody has to be at least 21, right? If you're smoking, right? Right?
True. It's First Amendment.
But yeah, so kind of explain to me like that whole entire story of what happened, how it happened, and the story of Measure 5.
Well, I don't know the entire story, but what I do know is that what we passed and what we got are two different things. I think one of the most important things for me personally was the home grow. I felt that taking that away from the patients was a very bad decision. And that was one of the things that we worked real hard on last session to get reinstated, and it did not. Out of 2344 is just a piece of crud, to put it nicer, Phil. And that whole thing needs to be discarded, and something else needs to be put in place.
And not to jump over you, Leslie, but yeah, like we were there initially, like everyone, all of us were talking about home grow, right? And we had like this long list of illnesses we put together, and then what Ole Larson put it together, and then him and 3 Republicans, and then Merrill Pepcorn was the only Dem. 5 votes it got, I think, right? With the home grow. Singled out just home grow, right? Nothing, no gerrymandering.
No, nothing else. Just it was a standalone, was the home grow, correct? Am I right on that? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a home grow for patients, and yeah, you couldn't even get. There was nothing on that.
Well, and the magical stories that were told on the floor, it was unbelievable. You know, the 20-pound plants and the
25, yeah.
Oh, 25. Okay, I knew it was something crazy, and the THC levels that are, you know, puts people into outer space, and there was a lot of
Judy Lee.
that was told.
People have mold in their homes. We've got to protect mold.
Actually, if you guys, I'll go ahead.
Oh, sorry. That same lady, that Jonelle Baki, like she said 25 pounds. She said people who have home grow will grow mold in their house. Yes. And then in a separate bill, their decrim bill that they passed, which another House or senator was like, it's not really a decrim, and he questioned her on the bill, and they actually made it to where now they stack possession and paraphernalia as 2 separate charges against you, and you get caught, and that was their decrim compromise. And she was just like a champion of it in her speeches. I mean, just it was incredible.
Actually, if you guys want to watch, I do have the hearing for the medicinal marijuana home grow, the one that happened at the beginning of last year. You guys want to watch that? Well, does the audience want to watch that, and you guys pretend like you're watching it? Because the audio doesn't go through. If you guys want to, yeah.
Sure.
All right. I don't know.
It's probably pretty long. I mean, if you want to kick on just like hers or something, or that'd be fine. Whatever.
I'll just post the actual video. There you go.
Oh, it should be in there.
It's the time codes aren't in. Well, this isn't on the government site. This is on the Facebook.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Oh, okay.
That's the link to the Facebook page there, if you want to watch. And also, if you aren't following or liking the group, I don't know which one it is. Feel free to follow and like that group. We talk about everything there. So, Leslie, when it all changed through and everything had happened, I guess, what was the... I guess I don't really know how to word my question, so Dustin, if you have any extra questions. I'm burned out at this point. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I mean, we appreciate everything that, you're doing, Leslie, and, just, why do you feel that, you had to create the Committee for Compassionate Care, and then do you have any specific goals for the committee for the next upcoming session?
We have several goals, one of which is the home grow. I think that the conditions list needs to be expanded. I also think that education is a big thing for the caregivers, not so much the caregivers, the medical professional people. I don't think they really understand it, or they're just not on board. I mean, there are a few here in North Dakota that are, but most of them are not. And I think those are three key things that we need to do.
Yeah. Uh, Honestly, so there's multiple different ways to pass laws. One is to go to talk to legislators and have them pass it themselves. It's a lot easier that way. It's insane that it takes that kind of a situation when there's such a loud outcry in, politically right now as far as like this measure. There's another measure talking about cannabis and how it should be legal and how many people all support it. That it took it that doesn't do anything to them. They have to I guess be told, hey, so many people till they get annoyed to actually do anything in legislative session, to actually talking about it, and to fixing the things that they broke in Measure 5. But it's, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, well, I just posted a link to the video. It's fine from there, Dustin. So, yeah, other than that, do you have anything extra to add, or Jody?
I would also like to remind people to, if you have not signed the petition for the North Dakota for Freedom of Cannabis Act, please do. You can contact me on Facebook through the committee or my Facebook page. I've got my phone number posted everywhere. You can text me. Um, we need to get this done this year. I think so. And I just wanted to share with you the stack of signed petitions I have here right
That's
now.
awesome. That's beautiful looking right there.
Jody, it's in the next couple
Yeah.
of days.
And
Awesome.
So
go ahead. Sorry.
anyways, but we're still short on signatures, and we need to get these signatures done. Today somebody called me and I ran up to New Rockford and I got 4 signatures. I'm willing to drive anywhere. I'm willing to go anywhere. I also am a notary, so if you're having trouble notarizing your petition, I'm willing to meet you and have that done. And we can do it all COVID safe, CDC recommended safely. I've got all kinds of brand new pins. I got a box of gloves. I got extra face masks. Whatever it takes, we got to get this done.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Why did I just flip something upside down? Okay. Sorry, I was just setting up the next scene. But yeah, Jody, if you have any questions while I figure this part out.
Not exactly. Yeah, I agree with Leslie. I mean, where the fight is not over. Even though we've been slowed down, we are not stopping. We're continuing. Please find a way to sign. Print out a petition. Get family members to sign. Let's get this on the ballot.
Yeah, and the thing is if you do have a petition as well right now, feel free to send it in. There's no limit of how many petitions you can send us. If you wanted to, you can send us each packet you get if you really wanted to. But if you want to just kind of, so you don't lose it or anything like that, definitely mail it out to Jody. That way we can have a little bit more of a accurate count. That actually is a huge benefit. That is a huge benefit to us when you mail in, even if it's like 3 signatures, we can actually have a more accurate count. We most of our counts right now are just kind of estimated based on the packets we mail out, contact from people as far as kind of tracking them afterwards, businesses and all of that stuff. Hopefully, with the way it's looking, at least hopefully this COVID thing kind of eases up. I don't think it's not like it's never going to go away, but talk about vaccines and stuff like that for it, or at least a way to have a good treatment plan for it is a ways away. But the actual ability to have that at least be able to go outside and have a little bit more freedom as far as lockdown orders and everything like that, as well as the curve flattening and kind of going on the downhill trend. Hopefully that's coming up soon. again, are like I was saying earlier, like 5 hours ago, um, the trend seems to be in North Dakota going up. I don't think that's the result of residents of North Dakota as much as it's the businesses of North Dakota kind of either being forced to stay in business or kind of being reckless in certain circumstances. But that's at least in Grand Forks, so I don't know how it is in other states. But hopefully, end of May is when we'll be recalculating things, just kind of reconsidering things and figuring out what's the safe approach is, what the safe approach is. And the biggest thing here is, and I really want to stress this, our our main goal for cannabis reform is so that people can have better access to medicine, and because of that access to medicine, that revolves around safety of people, and so our main goal by that connection is for the safety of everybody involved. So when it comes to if you don't feel comfortable, obviously going out and you're not essential, basically, and I say that in quotes because everybody who has a job is essential. Everybody who doesn't have a job is essential as well. Um, if you feel like, hey, I need to go from work, home, home, work, or stay home, um, that don't don't go out and try to sign this just specifically only for to do it to say that you did it when you could have been safe. If you have vulnerable adults at your house or vulnerable medically at your house, stuff like that, we want you to be safe. But we do I think everybody who's involved also takes the safety of people signing very seriously as well. So if they're feeling sick or if they have symptoms, they also wouldn't be running around getting signatures. They'd be feeling like shit anyway. But um, you know, it, so if you guys would like to use a petition locator, feel free. Some of the businesses may be closed. Please give them a call beforehand. Please give if you are just wanting to meet up with somebody, we do have a way for people to stay 6 feet away from each other to sign. The law is basically you have to see them sign, you have to attest that they signed, and it was only them, and it wasn't that person's brother that they're signing on behalf of. So we also do take pens, like we kind of circulate pens and stuff like that. So yeah, other than that, did I miss anything, Leslie, there? All right, cool.
No, you did good.
So, other than that, just kind of more things that's going on. Committee for Compassionate Care, that is the group that I just posted a while back ago. That is Leslie's pack. That's right there. There we go. And also, if you are, wanting to listen to anything, we have our Canna Heads, which is every Sunday. Um, this Sunday didn't happen because of this show. This was way more work than I would have had to do that show. And the Sunday before, it kind of just things fell through. But I try to be at least able to give you guys a heads up, and also just to be kind of more. I'll try to be more consistent with that. Also, Canna Talk ND with Wilson, 95.9 95.9. Greg Wilson is Radio Free Fargo. That's 95.9 Radio Free Fargo. You can also go on the website, radiofreefargo.org, to watch, or to listen at least. And also, the episode will be a couple days later on the YouTube channel. Other than that, this episode will be going up onto Facebook probably tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, because YouTube takes a very long time to render out 6.5 hours of video. So it's not going to be right away, but it is going to be up there as well. So if you're watching this later, you can definitely, if you have any questions for any of the people that were on there, the chat, and I'll also kind of compile a list of people and how to contact them the best, so you can get a hold of anybody that you had any questions. Other than that, do you guys have anything else to plug?
Leslie,
Yes.
what is behind you? What is that, a giant sign? What's going on there? Where do I get that?
Banner.
Oh.
Oh, it's the banner. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was a cardboard sign for my yard.
Oh, no, I don't have one of those. Working
That's
on it.
next.
Yeah. Yep.
I gave him a taste. I said there's something big coming for merchandise for us. That's all I said.
Yes. Yeah. I'm working on it.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I wanted to give a special shout out to Green Crew members of Real Indie News. Those are the people who are the reoccurring donors, $4.20 or more. The current members and the past members, and then just Leslie and Jody, several people that were in today in the call that used to be Green members, Greg, Lisa, out in Fargo. And that they're no longer donating $4.20, but what they've done is they have excelled now to where they're in this awesome leadership position. And it's when you come in as a Green Crew member and you join in, and then you see what we're doing and you say, you know what, yeah, it makes sense, and then you start getting active, and then you start bringing in your own thing, and it's awesome. So shout out to everyone in the Green Crew. The ultimate goal is 1,000 members. And, it's an ambitious goal, but it's also a 10-year goal. And that means that you're going to have people that are solely dedicated, not having jobs, only doing this for cannabis reform. And that's the ultimate prize and what we need. So appreciate everybody who's a donor and everything. And, we're doing everything we can to make it worth your while. And, suggestions are always great. And we do everything grassroots. So, thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Other than that, Jody, you have anything to plug?
Nothing to plug. I'm just so grateful for the team that is collecting signatures and making merchandise and sharing on Facebook and contacting legislatures and just the whole effort of this movement has been inspiring, and I just really hope that we can come together and get the signatures and put this thing on the ballot and bring this question to North Dakota, because I think it is time and the people are ready for it. And if we got it on the ballot, I believe it would pass and we could end this once and for all in our state.
Right on.
Yeah. Leslie, did you have anything to plug? Or did we cover it all? All
Nope.
right. Well, oh, go ahead.
About sanitation.
I'm sorry, it broke off. What was it?
Just to sign the
Yeah.
petition.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys, for watching. We will see you guys on Facebook, where this will go in a couple days, because this was a 6.5-hour stream. But thank you guys very much for your time. You guys have a great rest of your night, and enjoy and be safe on your 420. All right. See ya.
420. Thanks, everyone.